fool me, we can't get fooled again.
In Dallas, Texas, 3 shots were fired at President Kennedy's motorcade in downtown Dallas.
December 7th, 1941, a date which will live in infamy.
You don't know what you're talking about, do you?
Because people have got to know whether or not their president's a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. I've earned everything I've got.
If you don't like what we tell you to believe in, we'll kill you.
All right, kids. Listen. Don't listen to this podcast.
Don't listen to this.
If you're not of age.
What's of age?
18.
So 16?
18. We're a bunch of dudes, and we're going to say some really bad words.
Hey, everybody. This is Eric, Sean, Jorge.
Yes, that's us.
What's up, guys?
Welcome to the Conspiracy Podcast.
Pubcast.
Get down. Get down.
You know what's up.
So this is the first of what will be probably 4 episodes, maybe 3. We'll see how it goes. John F. Kennedy.
This is a meaty one.
Oh,
You know, we got a lot to get into today.
This is the worst one, honestly. When I started researching this, I was terrified. Honestly, terrified because it's
a big one.
It's the most researched conspiracy
probably
ever
in the history of mankind.
Ever.
Right. So we want to make sure we get it right, and so we
got
a lot of details.
Yeah, like 2,000. I looked it up. 2,000 books.
Damn.
Just on his death, not on his life.
Just on his death. There's 3 books on his life.
Yeah, 2,000.
Like 2,000.
Over 100 movies were made about his death. 2,000 books, 100 movies. It's
That's
insanity. I was... Anyway, so I thought when I started doing this, I was like, what's the point? Like, what do we have to add?
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, you deep dive, you go, okay, what... But what do we have to add? I don't know, and I kept thinking to myself, what's the point? Whatever.
Well, first of all, everybody's going to be able to save watching 1,000 movies.
I know, right? Mm-hmm. Exactly. So that's what we're trying to, hopefully that's what we bring to the table here is a new look. It's now been 59 years since it happened.
God, that's crazy.
59 years. So now what's interesting is growing up, I was on the conspiracy bandwagon.
Oh, dude, for sure.
JFK, for sure. Well, it's a conspiracy.
I mean, I was on the conspiracy bandwagon like this in general. Like, not even just JFK, just like everything.
All of things.
Because I was, as a kid, I was questioning just everything. Like, questioning my beliefs that I was given when I was a kid. It's kind of, it always kind of made sense. But when I found out about this, I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah, I know.
Might be onto something here.
So at the beginning of this, I have years of History Channel, the little things,
Little YouTube here,
JFK,
little
Oliver
discovery.
Stone creeped into my life,
Dude,
and that was about my
He wins Oscars for a
summary
reason.
of it. But here's what I did decide at the beginning of the research of this was, okay, well, what if I actually jumped in? And what if I read the books? And what if I listened to the podcasts? What if I watched the documentaries? What if I watched the movies and then came to a conclusion by the end of it?
What if?
So that is our goal, folks. That's our goal is by the end of it, I'm going to say what I've concluded. And hopefully Jorge's come to that. And
we might have different opinions.
Yeah. Hopefully Sean's come to that, but he might have already made a decision right out the gate. Like right when we started, he said JFK, conspiracy.
I mean, first of all, you guys know me a little bit too well. That I'm a massive conclusion first kind of guy. Ask questions later.
Yeah. So here we go, guys. Buckle in and get ready for a deep dive into JFK.
Let's do it, boys.
Yep.
And girls.
So the assassination of John F. Kennedy is one of those moments in American history.
Dude, it's like top tier Americana, but like on the shitty side.
Yeah.
You know, it's like we have like the good side, but then it is kind of like the black stain on like America as a whole.
Yeah. And you go like for example, our generation. So you're, how old are you?
41.
41. How old are you?
72. I'm 33.
33. I'm 38. So our generation, our biggest, in my opinion, I could be totally wrong, but my opinion is our biggest like holy shit moment is 9/11.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
We were all probably 18, 16,
I remember
19,
watching them to turn the TVs on in class,
Yes.
and like I watched it happen. Like,
So you remember where you were.
I remember the moment.
I remember where
I was
you were.
in social
I remember,
studies
yes,
class.
exactly.
Like I remember exactly.
Yeah. So our generation knows exactly where they were, when, what they were doing, etc.
It was the quintessential. Yeah.
JFK was the same for the older generation.
Oh, for sure. Oh, I mean, that was like life
They
defining
stopped
moment.
everything, like the class stopped or whatever, wherever you were,
Right.
and everybody was hooked. And so, in my opinion, it was a bit of a gut punch to the American way of life, you know, and the optimism of the 60s. That was kind of like JFK's MO, was the optimism of the Democratic Party and that whole thing. So I'm not going to go into JFK as like the presidency and like him growing up, and like that's a whole other.
Yeah.
We don't need to. I mean, it's a good exercise to know where he came from and his family and the growth. But I thought the best place to start is the Warren Commission.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I don't even say anything right now, but just go into that.
So the Warren Commission is the government's official response investigation of what happened to JFK.
Okay.
So a majority of this episode is pretty much, it's actually almost word for word.
The Warren Commission. Yeah.
Right? Because if we can start with what is the official version, then we can go from there
branch
and go.
off. Then you can branch off into the other information that has been provided.
Yes, exactly. But if we
Not
don't
even
know,
necessarily conspiracy, it's actually like there's a little eyewitness testimony that's not detailed in the Warren Commission.
I actually was talking to somebody the other day, and we were talking about the JFK's conspiracy, and they didn't even know anything about J.D. Tippit. J.D. Tippit, anyways, we'll get into it later, but J.D. Tippit is a major part of the story. They didn't even know. So the point of doing the Warren Commission is that going over all the data that they researched, they investigated, they put down in an 888-page report and gave to the president.
And it was actually this is as an aside, just throw this out there before we get into it. The Warren Commission was pretty swift. It happened it didn't take a very long time.
Yeah, it was less than a year or about a year.
Yeah. And for you think to accumulate that much information, there's investigations that are far less high profile that have gone on for 10 years.
How long did the 9/11 report take?
Oh, dude, it took fucking 12, like 5 years, bro.
3 or 4 years.
It took forever.
Yeah.
It took so fucking long.
Okay, so
how long did this one take?
This one took exactly 1 year.
Okay.
Now, normal podcasts in this, they do like an eerie, like, boo, he's going down, into Dealey Plaza and pop, he gets shot and the whole thing.
Texas.
But, I don't really feel like we need to do that because
Everyone knows he got fucking shot, bro.
If you don't know the basics, then, maybe.
Why are you listening to
Yes,
this?
stop listening.
Yeah,
literally.
and then
basic.
tune back in because we want you to hear us.
Yeah, we need you.
Please.
So the actual Warren Commission was called the President's Commission on the Assassination of President Kennedy. And it was established actually by President Lyndon Johnson.
He took over.
And he's the one who took over for JFK.
Yeah, because he was JFK's VP, right?
That's right.
Yeah.
So they came out a year later with an 888-page report presented to President Johnson.
Got it.
It's a big fucking report.
I mean, that sounds like one of the bills that we're going to vote on that.
So this is some of the excerpts, I guess you would call it, from
We're obviously
the report.
not going to read all 880 pages for you guys.
No, but it's actually really good. So the Warren Commission met formally for the first time on December 5th, 1963, right? This was less than 30 days after Kennedy was killed.
Okay.
So Kennedy was killed November 22nd, 63.
Okay.
They met for the first time December 5th.
Okay.
I see.
Yeah. Okay. So a couple of misconceptions about the Warren Commission. Hearings were closed to the public unless the witness appearing before the commission requested an open hearing. No witness except one requested that. So second, the hearings except one were conducted in private. They were not secret, so they were held openly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah? Just to get that out of the way, right? Just so it was an open...
But
It was an open forum.
It's an open forum except for the ones that were held in private, which
Except
all
for
of
the
them-
one or two, yeah.
No, I thought they were all held in private.
No, only if they requested it to be held in private.
Oh,
so if you were a witness,
I thought you were saying they were all like only one person requested it to be public. My bad.
yeah, it's the
My
opposite.
bad.
So
Flip it.
person
Yeah.
requested it to be private for whatever reason.
Yeah,
I don't
okay,
really
understood. So they all happen.
Yeah.
Well, but were the general public allowed there?
Yeah.
like just
It was
like
open.
Every Tom, Dick, and Harry could just like go.
Yeah, but they interviewed hundreds of people.
Yeah. Oh no.
So
sure.
at a certain point, you kind of go, "Ooh, this is
boring."
boring. This is boring.
Running out of film.
Yeah. To give you an idea, this is who was in it. Earl Warren. Okay. Warren
Commission.
Right.
The guy. He's the Chief Justice of the United States. A guy named Richard Russell. He was a senator in Georgia. John Cooper, Kentucky senator. Hale Boggs, Louisiana House Majority Whip. Then there was also Gerald Ford, future president, Gerald Ford.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then there's a guy named John McCloy, and he was the former president of the World Bank.
Oh
Okay.
God.
And then there was one other. And
Those are rando dudes on this fucking
there's
thing.
one other, which is Alan Dulles, and he was the director of the CIA. Did you catch that, Sean?
Oh, I'm just
Alan Dulles,
just holding my
director of the CIA.
just holding my breath here because I don't want to say too much.
Okay, so here we go. You guys ready?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the fucking. Here we go. John F. Kennedy.
Let's do it.
Okay, 11:40 a.m. on Friday, November 22nd, 1963, President JFK, Mrs. Kennedy, and their party arrived at Love Field, which is in Dallas. Behind them was the first day of a Texas trip that was planned 5 months earlier by the president, the VP, and John Connally, who was the governor of Texas.
Okay.
After leaving the White House on Thursday morning, they all arrived, basically 11:40 a.m. on Friday, November 22nd.
Mm-hmm.
So planned for later that day was a motorcade through downtown Dallas, a luncheon speech at the Trade Mart, and a flight then to Austin where the president would attend a reception and speak at a Democratic fundraiser. From Austin, he would proceed to the Texas ranch of the VP. Okay, so these were his plans.
Yeah, that's like
That's what he was going to do.
Script.
Yeah. Evident on this trip were the varied roles, which was an American president, like a normal, I guess, motorcade, which is the head of state, chief executive, party leader, governor. Like that's like a normal, typical progression, right? Okay. So the Dallas motorcade, it was hoped, would evoke a demonstration of the president's personal popularity in a city, which he lost in 1960. So in 1960, when he was running against Nixon, he lost Dallas.
Okay.
Yeah. So he went then there to kind of pump it up.
Yeah.
I guess is the word, right?
Win them back.
Pump it up.
Yeah. So it was decided that it would be 2 days. Okay. And those responsible for planning were the governor, which is Connally, right? And then Kenneth O'Donnell, which is a special assistant to the president.
Okay.
Okay, good. So the Secret Service was told on November 8th that 45 minutes had been allotted to a motorcade procession from Love Field, which is the airport, to the site of the luncheon. So 45 minutes of driving.
Yeah.
Slow.
Boring.
Super slow, right? So after considering the facilities and security problems of the buildings, blah, 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 a place called the Trade Mart was chosen. Okay, Trade Mart is like...
That's where he was going to speak.
Yeah, that was where he
he was-
the luncheon speech.
That's right. That's where he was going to go to, like, that's the end of his motorcade.
Right.
And what a Trade Mart is it's basically like, they don't have it anymore really, but it's like Just imagine a mall mixed with a conference center
Okay.
where they have like booths. Like, you ever go to a conference and then everybody's got a booth?
Yeah.
Now throw in a mall.
Well, why would there be?
I know it's called a Trade Mart. I don't know. Like,
I thought that was just the name of the place.
No, it is just the name of the place, but
that's what it means.
that's what it was.
Okay.
Yeah. Then there was a Trade
Mart.
Here you go.
It's so stupid.
I know. Maybe that's why it stopped being a thing. So the route was approved by a local host committee and the White House representatives on November 18th and publicized in the local paper starting on November 19th. So that means it was made publicly known November 19th.
Oh, like what he was going to do, like his agenda.
Route. Yeah, exactly. So that is important. So
Yeah, for sure.
he was killed on November 22nd.
So it was 3 days.
3 days earlier in the newspapers, it was announced JFK would be blah, would be there, would be this, and would end up there.
Yeah.
I see.
Right? Okay. This advanced publicity made it clear that the motorcade would leave Main Street and pass the intersection of Elm and Houston Street as it proceeded to the Trade Mart by way of the Stemmons Freeway. So by mid-morning of November 22nd, the clearing skies in Dallas dispelled the threat of rain, and the president greeted the crowds from his open limousine without his bubble top on it.
Like, imagine like the bulletproof bubble top must be so fucking Akko.
I know, right? So apparently JFK wanted it to not have a bubble top.
Yeah, he probably like wanted to like be like a real person. He's like a fucking dude.
He wanted to say hi to everybody. He wanted to shake their hands, and he wanted to be real. Exactly what you're saying, right? So to the left
And who doesn't love a drop top? Come on.
I know, right? Like especially
I want the wind in my
the
hair.
60s, baby. Like woo.
So to the left of the president in the rear seat was Mrs. Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so president's here.
Yep.
To the left of the president in the rear seat is Jacqueline.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, in the jump seats were Governor Connolly.
That's in front? Or-
No,
That's
so
in
the
the front.
the jump seat's like a little side seat that like kind of pop. It's almost it's hard to explain. It's like a little seat that pops out.
Yeah,
it's on the side.
and
What's
what's
in
in
front?
It's in the front. It's
in
the
the
two
front.
front seats,
Yeah.
but they're not really like.
They're not really seats. They're like
they call them jump seats because they're lower,
Okay.
right? They're lower and they're actually back a little bit,
Okay.
right? And they're not really normal seats, and that's
It's like
I'm assuming they call it jump street or seats because you can jump the fuck out of them real quick.
I'm out.
But we'll have to look that up.
We should have
later.
put Kennedy in the jump seat.
I know, right?
Yeah, seriously.
Okay, so Connolly was in front of the president. Okay, and the wife was on the left.
Yeah.
Okay. And Agent William Greer in the Secret Service was driving. Okay. And Agent Roy Kellerman was sitting to his right.
Okay.
You tracking?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what's really important in this whole thing is that Connolly was lower than JFK.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's right.
Really important to know that. It's not like you're just sitting in front of me. Connolly was
lower, like you're like
lower in front of me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because just the way that the
So
seat
he's
was.
ready to jump.
Yeah, because he's ready to go. Jump seat. So directly behind the presidential limousine was an open follow car that had 8 Secret Service agents. 2 in the front, 2 in the rear, 2 on each running board. The ones that are standing.
Like they're actually outside the car, yeah.
Right.
These agents, in accordance with normal Secret Service procedures, were instructed to scan the crowds, the rooftops, the windows of buildings, overpasses,
Yeah, look for sketchy motherfuckers.
Exactly.
Sure.
Right? Behind the follow-up car was VP car carrying the VP and Mrs. Johnson and Senator Ralph Yarborough. And next were a VP follow-up car and several cars and buses behind that, right?
They're like the scrubs.
Yeah.
They're still like on the VIP list, but they're like, scrubs.
Exactly. Okay, so now we know the lay of the land, right? So here we go. The motorcade left Love Field at 11:50 a.m. Proceeded through residential neighborhoods, stopping twice because JFK requested to greet well-wishers by shaking their hands.
Okay.
I'd
So
love
he
to
stopped
shake.
twice, right? Each time the president's car halted, Secret Service agents from the follow-up car that we just learned moved forward to assume protective stances
with the 8 homies
near
Yeah.
the president
Yeah, of
and Jacqueline. As the motorcade reached Main Street, things got out of control.
This is the,
Like,
It was
like
just
too many crowds.
too many.
So many
Paparazzi.
and like eight
Paparazzi.
dudes can't do
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah. The word that the Warren Commission used was tumultuous.
Ooh, tumultuous. What a
Yeah.
what a saucy. What's a tumultuous word?
Yes. So as the president's car approached the intersection of Houston and Elm, there loomed directly. This is how they stated. There loomed directly ahead on the intersection northwest corner a 7-story orange brick warehouse and office building. And that was called the Texas School Book Depository.
You can tell this shit was written in the 60s too.
Yeah.
They
Yeah.
loomed. I'm like, damn, it's like a fucking like rapping at my chamber door.
So as of note, riding in the VP's car was an Agent Rufus Youngblood of the Secret Service.
Rufus Youngblood, dude. I'm
And
gonna name my first son.
He's on record as noticing that the clock atop the building indicated 12:30 p.m. scheduled arrival time at the trademark. So they were behind.
Oh yeah.
Okay, the president's car, which had been going north, made a sharp turn toward the southwest onto Elm Street at a speed of 11 miles an hour. It started down the gradual descent toward a railroad overpass under which the motorcade would proceed before reaching the Stemmons Freeway. Okay? Now, I've been there. I went there.
Eric has been on.
I went to
on
do
foot.
this whole thing. I did the Dealey Plaza. I did the book depository. I did all of it, right?
That's the kind of research we bring you guys.
We're on site.
Literally,
On
me
site.
and Jorge sent Eric there with our own credit cards.
That's right. That's right.
We did
There's
not
still
do
an
that.
X in the middle of the street, too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Crazy.
I spray painted it.
It's tape. It's like white duct tape.
That's what I said.
Yeah,
that's
very
that's
strange.
my accent. That's what I said.
But it's basically a sharp. So just imagine you're going downtown Maine, like you're going downtown, and then it's a left,
Oh, you're like beep, beep.
and then you go downhill, and then there's an overpass,
yeah.
and you go
Slow
right?
rolling.
Right before you got to the overpass, that's when he got shot.
Ba-ba.
So he was going 11 miles an hour. Okay, the front of the Texas School Book Depository was now on the president's right. So he was going that way. So the big building's on the right-hand side, right? And he waved to the crowd assembled there as he passed the building. Dealey Plaza, which is an open landscaped area marking the western end of downtown Dallas, stretched out to the president's left.
Right.
Okay. A Secret Service agent riding in the motorcade radioed the trademark that they would arrive in 5 minutes. So they're 5 minutes out from the destination.
Or T-5 from the nest.
5 miles
Seconds later, shots popped in rapid succession.
Now, how many shots does the Warren Commission say?
Doesn't say.
Those fucking troll cunts.
Well, we'll see in the conclusion.
for my
It does
language.
talk about it, but it doesn't really like in the summary. It doesn't really talk about it that much. They just talk about
Of course,
the effects.
He's like, he's dead.
They talk about the effects of the bullets as opposed to the.
Here's the effects of the
number
bullet.
bullets.
Death.
Yeah.
So death happened. That was the effects of the
So
bullet.
the president.
But that's a very key thing, right?
It's
as we're gonna
extremely key.
see as we get into
I
this.
know.
Like,
I'm sorry, I'm jumping the gun
How
here.
many how many
what a
shots?
double entendre there.
So this is what they say. This is word for word. This is from the Warren Commission. Seconds later, shots resounded in rapid succession. The president's hands moved to his neck. He appeared to stiffen momentarily and lurch slightly forward in his seat. A bullet had entered the base of the back of his neck, slightly to the right of the spine. It traveled downward and exited from the front of the neck, causing a nick in the left lower portion of the knot in the president's necktie.
Holy shit.
So before the shooting started, Governor Connolly had been facing toward the crowd on the right. So Connolly was like this.
Looking to the right.
Like hit him
In
in the
his jump seat.
There's
like
a
hit
guy
him in
in
the
front of
back.
him.
Yeah,
Right.
so this is the governor. And he's waving like this in his jump seat. And he's lower. And he's waving like this. Yeah? So before the shooting started, Connolly had been facing toward the crowd on the right. He started to turn toward the left and suddenly felt a blow on his back.
Yeah, so he got shot in the fucking back, like, through a neck.
The governor had been hit by a bullet which entered at the extreme right side of his back at a point below his right armpit. It's right here.
Oh, fuck. That's a shit place
Yeah.
to get shot. Oh. That's like
bullet-
right, like, you're going to hit him in the heart.
Now this is important. This is the magic
No, 'cause
bullet
it's on the
of
right.
This is the magic bullet of Oliver Stone.
Shut up, Jorge.
So the bullet traveled.
Sean has his heart on the right, by the way, guys. All right,
special
go ahead.
The bullet traveled through his chest in a downward and forward direction, exiting below his right nipple.
Ooh.
Okay.
Save that nipple, baby.
Right nip. It passed through his right wrist,
What?
which had been on his lap.
Okay.
So it's like a super down. It's like
It's a downward angle, right?
Huh.
And then caused a wound in his left thigh.
Jesus Christ! This fucking bullet just like
This is the
ruined
magic
this
bullet,
guy's
right?
whole
This is
life.
what they call it,
Exactly.
the
This is
magic
the
bullet.
quote-unquote
So it
magic bullet.
So going
Hit
back
Kennedy.
a little bit, it hit Kennedy through the throat,
Then hit homie in the back.
hit him right out through the back, and the nipple,
Through his chest.
nipple, hit
through
his wrist,
through his leg.
to his left thigh.
Yeah.
It's like, is this like a 50 cal? Like this just is fucking going, bro.
Yeah, but even then, okay.
The force of the bullet's impact appeared to spin the governor to his right. So then he went, and Mrs. Connolly pulled him down into her lap.
That was amazing.
Then another bullet struck Kennedy in the rear portion of his head.
Yeah, and that's when his like fucking. That's when his like head.
And that
fucking,
was the-
it's like when the top of his head pops
Yeah,
off.
that was back
Yeah.
into the left. Back into the left.
Yeah, because and
Yeah.
that's a key thing. The back and to the left.
Back to the left.
Because in terms of trajectory, well, we'll get into that later.
Yeah.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry, my heart's already racing.
Yeah, I know. So Secret Service agent Clinton Hill was riding on the left running board of the follow-up car. He heard a noise which sounded like a firecracker and saw the president suddenly lean forward and to the left. Hill jumped off the car, raced down the president's limousine. In the front seat of the P car, Agent Youngblood heard an explosion and noticed an unusual movement in crowds. He vaulted into the rear seat and sat on the VP in order to protect him. So he literally just smothered the VP.
Get the fuck out!
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up!
At the same time, Agent Kellerman in the front seat of the president limousine turned to observe the president. Seeing that the president was struck, Kellerman instructed the driver, "Let's get out of here. We are hit." He radioed ahead to the lead car. "Get us to the hospital immediately." Agent Greer immediately accelerated the presidential car. As it gained speed, Agent Hill managed to pull himself onto the back of the car where Mrs. Kennedy had climbed. Hill pushed her back into the rear seat and shielded the stricken president and Mrs. Kennedy as the president's car proceeded at high speed to Parkland Hospital, which is 4 miles away. So at the scene of the shooting, there was an evident confusion at the outset concerning the point of origin of the shots. Mm-hmm. So it was very confusing where they came from. Witnesses differed in their accounts of the direction from which the sound of the shots came from, right? So within a few minutes, however, attention was then centered on a place called the Texas School Book Depository Building. Multiple people basically converged on this building as like, this is the spot,
depository.
Right? Yeah. Okay, now this is a very important part of this whole story. Ready?
Extremely.
Let's see if you can follow along, okay? Several eyewitnesses in front of the building reported that they saw a rifle being fired from the southeast corner window on the 6th floor of the book depository. I've been there.
Oh, it's from the book depository.
Yeah.
Oh, the depository of books.
Yeah,
I thought it was. Never mind. Keep going.
Yeah, okay.
I thought it was.
Well, it's gonna make.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Yeah. So one eyewitness, Howard L. Brennan, had been watching the parade from a point on Elm Street directly opposite and facing the building.
Don't trust this guy.
He
already.
promptly told a policeman that he had seen a slender man, 5'10", slender man. What is slender?
Like a skinny
Skinny guy,
ish.
yeah. Am I slender?
No.
Oh, fuck
100%
you.
skinny. You're slender-ish.
Definite no.
We'll get into that later.
So he said he saw a slender man, 5'10", in his early 30s, take deliberate aim from the 6th floor,
How the
fire
fuck?
a rifle in the direction of the president's car.
I'm sorry. How the fuck is he's seeing his whole build and he's on the 6th floor and he's on the ground?
True.
He's 5'10".
True.
How the fuck can you tell that from a window?
Exactly.
True. I'm going to give you that one.
That's 6 stories tall.
Doesn't make sense.
He was 5'10". He was smiling. He told me to fuck off. He was drinking a Bud Light.
Yeah.
Like, damn,
He had bright blue
I know,
eyes.
it's like really specific details. Like I can't
That's true.
see like
6
two
stories high
stories.
is how high is that?
A story is roughly 12 feet. So
Okay, so he's
He's like
70 to 100
80
feet.
high.
Yeah.
And he's like, 5'10".
Yeah.
Like, okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
He was wearing a flannel. Definitely a flannel.
Hit a bulge on the left side, not the right.
Oh. Is that a gay joke?
No, of course not.
Okay, so Brennan, which is the witness, Brennan thought he might be able to identify the man since he had noticed him in the window a few minutes before the motorcade made the turn.
80 feet above him.
So at 12:34 p.m., the Dallas police radio mentioned the depository building as possible source of the shots. 12:45, the police radio broadcast a description of the suspected assassin based primarily on Brennan's observations.
Yeah, because this guy is like God. Like, what the fuck?
So when the shots were fired, a Dallas patrolman, Marion Baker, the Marion was riding in the motorcade at a point several cars behind the president. He turned right from Main Street onto Houston Street and was about 200 feet south of Elm Street when he heard a shot. Baker, having recently returned from a week of deer hunting. Now, what the fuck? Hold on.
That's such a random point.
This is word for word the Warren Commission report.
After a deer hunting event
So
a week before.
they throw in this sentence of Baker having returned recently from a week of deer hunting to show he's a credible witness to gunshots.
Yeah, it's a gunshot
right?
sound.
That's what they're doing.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they're doing. Okay.
But he said recently, it was like 7 months ago.
Who knows? Yeah. He killed no deers. He fired no weapons.
guns. He was drunk.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when you go golfing. You just you just go out there. And
Yeah.
drink.
Babe, I'm a professional.
Tiger called me. Okay, so Baker, having recently returned from a week of deer hunting, was certain the shot came from a high-powered rifle.
Certain.
He looked up.
High-powered.
He looked up and he saw pigeons scattering in the air from their perches on the Texas School Book Depository building.
Dude, the Warren Commission shit reads like a shitty book.
Oh
It just reads like a
He
terrible
raced his motorcycle to the building, dismounted, scanned the area to the west, and pushed his way through the spectators toward the entrance.
Is this John Wick, like, in the past? Like, that's
Dude,
like
I'm
fucking shit.
There he encountered Roy Truly. And Roy Truly is the building superintendent for the Texas
The book
Book
depository.
Depository.
Yeah.
God damn, that name's horrible.
I know.
So he offered Baker to help. Yeah?
I'm the superintendent.
So they
sir.
entered. So here we are. The assassination has already occurred. You got homie on the Baker on the bike.
Yeah, vigilante.
He comes in. He's a deer hunter from past
from recently.
rendezvous. And he comes in. He finds a superintendent standing outside of the building. He's like, "Hey, help me out. Let's go inside."
Okay.
So they go inside.
And the fact that the guy's like, sure.
They entered the building. They ran toward the two elevators that are in the rear. Finding that both elevators were on the upper floor, they dashed up the stairs. Not more than 2 minutes had
That's a shitty
elapsed.
book.
So 2 minutes had gone by since the shooting. So when they reached the second floor landing on their way up to the top of the building, Baker thought he caught a glimpse of someone through the small glass window in the door separating the hall near the stairways from the small leading into the lunchroom. Okay? So gun in hand, Baker,
Wait.
gun in hand.
How does he have a... Okay, so deer hunters has got a gun on him?
No,
Like-
he's a policeman.
Yeah.
Oh, my
Baker's
bad.
a policeman.
My bad.
He's a patrolman.
My bad.
He's got a bike.
I was like, damn. I was like,
Yeah.
if you're a deer hunter, you can just fucking have gun. Oh, it is Texas.
It is Texas. It is Texas.
You know what? Makes sense. He's got a gun on. I totally understand that.
Lone Star.
I know. He's like, open carry,
Yeah.
bitch.
Uh-huh. So gun in hand, he rushed to the door and saw a man about 20 feet away walking toward the other end of the lunchroom.
He was slender, 5'10".
The man, super on point there. The man was empty-handed. At Baker's command, the man turned and approached him.
Biggest command.
Truly started up the stairs to the third floor ahead of Baker, returned to see what had delayed the patrolman. So Baker asked Truly whether he knew the man that he saw in the lunchroom.
Do you know this man?
Do you know this man? Yeah, who is this guy?
Is he slender?
Right? Truly replied that the man worked in the building. Whereupon, thank you, fucking Warren Commission. Whereupon Baker turned from the man and proceeded with Truly up the stairs. So he saw a guy in the lunchroom, said,
"Hey, bitch."
Said, "Hey, no, this guy works here. Let's go forward."
Oh, he was like, "Oh,
Okay.
you're cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're cool.
You couldn't have killed the president.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
You're Gucci."
Let's go up the stairs. So Truly replied that the man worked in the building. Then they went up the stairs. The man they encountered started working in the Texas School Book Depository in October. And his fellow...
So like a month before.
Yes,
right?
a month before, of which he was described by his coworkers as a loner. And his name was Lee Harvey Oswald. So within about 1 minute after his encounter with Baker and Truly, Oswald was seen passing through the second floor offices. In his hand was a full fucking Coke bottle, which he had purchased from the vending machine in the lunchroom.
Right.
So at least he,
Okay.
pays for his cokes.
Yeah. He was walking toward the front of the building where a passenger elevator and a short flight of stairs provided him access to the main entrance of the building on the first floor. Approximately 7 minutes later, at about 12:40 p.m., Oswald boarded a bus at a point on Elm Street, 7 short blocks east of the depository building. So he walked out of the depository building, went to a bus stop, got on a fucking bus.
To where?
Okay, here we go.
Got 2 tickets to paradise. Sorry.
The bus was traveling west toward the very building from which Oswald had come. Its route lay through Oak Cliff section, southwest Dallas, where it would pass 7 blocks east of where he was living. 7 blocks from where he was living at 1026 North Beckley Ave. On the bus was, this is a coincidence of all coincidences. On the bus.
Is it?
I know, or is it? On the bus was Mrs. Mary Bledsoe, which was one of Oswald's old landladies.
Okay.
It was this old landlady, like previous
Did she recognize
rentals.
it? Oh, hey,
Just imagine seeing your old landlady ever. Never, ever, ever, ever. The coincidence is absolutely
I wouldn't even
mind-blowing.
recognize her because
Yeah.
I just would never happen.
So she was on the bus and she ID'd him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
A little too.
Oswald stayed on the bus for 3 to 4 minutes. Yeah. On the bus, he stayed on the bus for 3 to 4 minutes, during which time it proceeded only 2 blocks because of the traffic jam that was being caused from
The death of a
the
president.
crazy, out of control things. Oswald then left the bus. A few minutes later, he entered a vacant taxi that was 4 blocks away. So he went 4 blocks out of the
He was
bus
like, "Drive, son."
and got into a taxi, right?
Get out of here.
Just drive. Where you
Oswald-
going?
Avanti.
Anywhere.
So then he asked the driver to take him to North Buckley Ave, which is several blocks beyond where he was living.
North Buckley.
The trip was 6 minutes.
Cost him 12 cents.
So at about 1 p.m., he then arrived at his apartment.
But I thought he went to Buckley
He
Ave.
did. Confusing as shit, right? This is just the data that is there.
Wow, Warren Commission's really top notch.
So he took a cab 4 or 5 blocks away from his home,
And then walked
got
back.
out of the cab, walked to his apartment.
Maybe he was like trying to like erase a tail or something?
I don't know. So the housekeeper, Mrs. Roberts, was surprised to see Oswald, who come home midday because he had a job. And he remarked to him that he seemed in quite a hurry. He didn't reply to her. A few minutes later, Oswald emerged from his room, zipping his jacket, and he rushed out of the house. Okay?
I don't know what the
14 minutes
relevance of
later...
the jacket zip was.
I know. I don't know why the Warren Commission
it's
had
so-
to report fucking zipper
Because
jacket.
literally they're like
Honestly, they're like,
novelists.
he's
It's
got a
ridiculous.
gun in there. He's got a gun in there.
He zipped up his
He's got
jacket.
a
He was
gun,
hiding
zip it.
shit in the
No,
jacket
you
zip.
know what? You made a good point. It actually reads like a novel where you're doing foreshadowing,
Dude, it does. Like everything about this. Like
where you zip the jacket. Oh, well, why did he zip the jacket? He's got something in the jacket. Because you know what's going to happen in a minute. Like there's something in the jacket.
I listen to a lot of audiobooks. This literally sounds like an audiobook.
Yeah.
Like it's a novel.
So approximately 14 minutes later, which is we're now 45 minutes away from Kennedy dying.
Okay.
Or getting shot.
Yeah.
Another violent shooting then occurred in Dallas, and the victim was a police officer named J.D. Tippit. And this is what I was telling you earlier.
Exactly, yes.
J.D. Tippit, right? So he was a Dallas police officer. He had a great record. He was with them for 11 years. And he was basically shot near 10th and Patton. And that was about a mile from Oswald's apartment. Okay. At the time of the killing, Tippett was alone in his patrol car. He had been ordered by radio at 12:45 to go to that location as part of a patrol car activity to monitor the assassination and all the chaos that was going on. So at 12:54, Tippett radioed that he had moved as directed and would be available for any emergency. By this time, the police radio had several broadcasts saying there's a suspect, 5'10", white male, slender. 30 years old, that whole thing. 165, which is way less than I am.
Dude, I'm
definitely not slender.
I mean, I weigh 60 pounds.
I'm beefed out. Yeah. Enough about us.
Anyways.
So at approximately 1:15 p.m., Tippett was driving slowly in a direction on East 10th Street.
Creeping, as we say.
Tippett pulled up alongside a man walking in the same direction. So he's going super slow.
Guy was,
how cops do.
And guy was slender as fuck.
He's super slender. 150 maybe. Super slender. He pulls up aside, but he pulls up to the side next to him. The man met the general description of the suspect.
Hey, slender
5'10", slender.
Hold your horses, slender man.
So the man walked over to Tippett's car. He rested his arms on the door on the right-hand side of the car. And apparently they talked. Nobody knows what they said. They exchanged words. Tippett got out of his car. He opened the door and he went around. He's like in the driver. He went around, right? And went to the man. As he reached the front wheel on that side, the man on the sidewalk drew a revolver out of his zip jacket.
I love it. Does this say out of his zip jacket?
I added that in.
Oh my god!
No, but it does say. It says Tippett opened the door on the left side and started to walk around the front of his car. As he reached the front wheel on the driver's side, the man on the sidewalk drew a revolver and fired several shots in rapid succession, hitting Tippett 4 times, killing him instantly.
Oh wow!
An automobile repairman, Domingo Benavides. Can you help me out there, Jorge? Did I say that right? Domingo Benavides.
Oh, Benavides.
Heard the shots, and he stopped his pickup truck on the opposite side of the street about 25 feet in front of the car. He observed the gunman start back towards Patton Avenue, removing the empty cartridges, the shells, right, from the gun as he walked. Benavides rushed to Tippett's side. The patrolman was already dead by the time Benavides got him. He got hit 4 times.
Did Benavides describe the guy he saw? Shit.
Tippett was lying on his revolver, which was out of his holster, meaning Tippett tried to pull.
But he got shot before he could do anything, yeah.
Done, yeah. Benavides promptly reported the shooting to the police over the radio in the car. The message was received at 1:16 p.m. So as the gunman left the scene, he walked hurriedly back towards Patton Avenue, turned left, headed south. Standing on the northwest corner of 10th Street and Patton Avenue was Helen Markham, who had been walking on that, and she saw both the killer and Tippett cross the section. She saw the whole interaction, basically. She saw the man with the gun, cut through the corner, like the whole fucking thing.
Whole shebang.
Yeah. In the corner house itself, there's somebody named Mrs. Barbara Davis, and her sister-in-law heard the shots, rushed to the door, and saw the man walking across the lawn. These are witnesses who saw it. Shaking a revolver as if he was emptying it,
Yeah, you were like old school.
Yeah. Later that day, each woman found cartridges in their front lawn.
Did they save them?
I don't know.
It doesn't matter.
I don't know the answer to that.
Sorry,
yeah.
continue.
But this is in the Warren Commission. So as the gunman turned the corner, he passed alongside a taxi cab, which he parked on Patton Avenue. The driver, Scoggins, had seen the slaying and was now crouched behind his cab on the street side. The gunman cut through the shrubbery on the lawn. Scoggins looked up and saw the man approximately 10 to 12 feet away. In his hand was a pistol, and he muttered the words which sounded to Scoggins like "poor dumb cop."
Poor dumb cock. You stupid cock. Well, his name was Tippins. You poor dumb cock. He muttered the word on his dusty breath.
The deepest bad of all bads that's ever existed. So stupid. literally turned the word cop into cock.
You just added 2 letters, really?
Okay. Damn it. So Scoggins looked up and saw the man approximately 10 to 12 feet away.
Say scrotum, saw the man.
In his hand was a pistol, and he muttered the words which sounded to Scoggins like poor dumb cop or poor damn cop.
Got it.
Stupid. So much stupid.
It's so stupid, but it's hilarious. God, we're such children. Like, we're this bunch of kids.
Okay.
Anyways.
So at 1:29 p.m., the police radio had noted the similarity in descriptions of the suspects in the Tippit shooting compared to the assassination. At 1:45 p.m., in response to a witness's call, I have information a suspect just went into the Texas Theater on West Jefferson. Within minutes, the theater was surrounded. So what happened is he went into a movie theater or a theater, whatever you want to call it, Texas Theater, motion picture house, and he didn't buy a ticket.
He just walks in.
Honestly.
I'm supposed to be here. I got a reservation.
Yeah, that's literally what he did. He just walked in and they're like, hey, you have to pay. And he's like, fuck off. And he just walked in.
I like it. I like he's like, and he's like, yeah, I'm doing it.
So he went into that theater, and so anyways, then somebody called saying this is a weird guy. He fits this description. So then the house lights were turned up. The cops all showed up, and Patrolman McDonald and several policemen approached the man who had been pointed out to them by the original witness. McDonald ordered the man to his feet and heard him say, well, it's over now. The man drew a gun from his waist with one hand and struck the officer with the other hand. McDonald struck out with his right hand, grabbed the gun with his left hand, and after a brief struggle, McDonald and several other police officers disarmed him, handcuffed him, and drove him to headquarters, arriving at about 2 p.m.
I feel like that seems like a little bit of an embellishment.
Which part?
Wow.
There's like 25 cops, and like he's like, he pulled a gun on me. I subdued him quickly grabbed his arm with lightning.
Like maybe it was not as dramatic.
I know. It just seems like they made it super dramatic, and like what probably really happened is like, "Hey man, I have a gun. Don't hit me." And they're like, "Got him! Like, get on the fucking ground, bitch."
So following the assassination, police cars rushed to Texas School Book Depository in response to all the radio messages. Okay, shortly after 1 o'clock, Captain Fritz, who was the I love that name.
Captain
actually.
Fritz.
He was the chief of homicide and robbery in Dallas police. He arrived to take charge of the investigation of the book depository. Deputy Sheriff Luke Mooney noticed a pile of cartons in the southeast corner. Okay?
Cartons of cigs or
Like just boxes.
Oh, okay.
Boxes, cartons of boxes. He squeezed through the boxes and realized immediately that he had discovered the point from which the shots had been fired.
Of course you did.
On the floor were 3 empty cartridge cases. There's the 3, right?
Even though he was only shot twice.
A carton had apparently been placed on the floor at the side of the window so that a person sitting on the carton could look down towards Elm Street and the overpass and scarcely be noticed from the outside. Between this carton and the half-open window were 3 additional cartons arranged at such an angle that a rifle resting on the top carton would be aimed directly at the motorcade as it moved away from the building. The high stack of boxes, which first attracted Mooney's attention, effectively screened a person at the window from the view of anyone else on the floor. So Mooney's discovery intensified the search for additional evidence, and at about 1:22 p.m., which is 10 minutes after the cartridges were found, the Deputy Sheriff Eugene Boone turned his flashlight in the direction of 2 rows of boxes in the northwest corner near the staircase. And stuffed between the 2 rows was a bolt-action rifle with a telescopic sight. The rifle was not touched until it could be photographed. So it says. When Lieutenant J.C. Day of the Police Identification Bureau decided that the wooden stock and the metal knob at the end of the bolt contained no fingerprints, he held the rifle by the stock while Captain Fritz ejected a live shell by operating the bolt. Lieutenant Day promptly noted that stamped on the rifle itself was the serial number C2766, as well as the markings 1940, Made Italy, and caliber 6.5. The rifle was about 40 inches long And when disassembled, it could fit into a handmade paper sack, which after the assassination was found in the southeast corner of the building within a few feet of the cartridges.
Sounds super high powered. Like the genius fucking deer hunter said. Like, get the fuck out of here. This is ridiculous. It was a high-powered rifle. I've been around high-powered rifles many times deer hunting.
Okay, so as Fritz and Day were completing their examination of the rifle on the 6th floor, Roy Truly, the building superintendent, who was like touring everybody apparently,
that's right, yeah.
approached with information which he felt should be brought to the police. Earlier, while the police were questioning the employees, Truly observed that Lee Harvey Oswald was missing.
He's on the bus. He's like fucking dipping.
Yeah.
I'm out.
So there were 15 men that worked the book
In the book depository.
as like warehouse workers or whatever.
I need to look up what that is.
What the fuck is a book depository?
That's where you deposit books.
Did we?
Is it a book suppository or
Like,
a book
when was
depository?
the last time you went down the street and you were like, "Oh, I gotta stop off at the old book depository"?
I mean, this is like pre-internet, so
That's true. I know. And Oswald was missing. So after Truly provided Oswald's name, address, description, etc., he arrived at headquarters shortly after 2 and asked the detectives to pick up the employee who is missing, which is Lee Harvey Oswald. Standing nearby were the police officers who had just arrived with the man arrested in the Texas Theater. When Fritz mentioned the name of the missing employee, he learned that the man was already in the interrogation room nearby. The missing school book depository employee and the suspect who had been apprehended was none other than Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yep.
So that's what we're going to do in episode 1. We're going to do part 2 where we are talking about the interrogation of Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh, yeah.
And what happens to him, in the basement afterwards.
Oh, we got a lot more juice. We got
Jack
a lot
Ruby
more
and the
juice.
whole thing.
A lot more juice for you guys.
Yeah. All right, welcome back, guys. We are in the midst of the Warren Commission.
Deep.
We've gotten to the point. So we are at essentially the Texas School Book Depository, and Fritz and Day, if you remember, they were examining the rifle on the 6th floor.
Oh, that's right. The high-powered rifle. How could I forget?
The building superintendent approached with information he thought should be brought to the attention of the police. So earlier, while the police were questioning the employees, Truly had observed that Lee Harvey Oswald, one of the 15 men who worked in the warehouse, was missing. So Truly provided Oswald's name, address, and general description.
And there's like a PIN number.
Yeah.
Snitch. That's snitch.
Snitch.
Yeah, 4'9", 97. No, so tiny. So he provided his address, his description, etc., and he left for police headquarters. He arrived at headquarters shortly after 2 and asked 2 detectives to pick up the employee who was missing.
Did you go to Harvey Gordon? Listen,
So
put the bat signal up.
Standing nearby were the police officers who had just arrived with a man who they arrested at the Texas Texas Theater.
Yeah.
Right? So Fritz mentioned the name of the missing employee, and he learned at that moment somebody was already in the interrogation room, and that was Lee Harvey Oswald.
Dun, dun, dun.
So essentially at the book depository, they said, "Hey, we're missing a guy. Here's his name, address. Go find him." They went to the police station. The guy was already there. Lee Harvey Oswald getting interrogated.
So who picked him up? He was already there. No, it's like you said he was already there getting interrogated when they went to go pick him up. He was already there.
He was already there being questioned for the shooting of Officer Tippett.
That's right.
So at police headquarters, Captain Fritz had begun questioning Oswald. And soon after the first interrogation, FBI, Secret Service arrived and participated in that questioning as well.
So they're questioning him for the murder first, but then they realized, this is
He
our
fit
guy.
the
This is the
description. He worked in the depository. All the pieces kind of started to come together.
I just want to say, I wonder, what power does the Secret Service actually have? What can they actually do? Can they arrest?
Would
Do
it
they
be
have? Do they have
waterboarding
do they
or
have
what fuck?
prison cells?
That's a
I
good
don't
question.
know.
I
I
think-
have no idea what their authority is.
That's a good question, actually. I think they have jurisdiction over anything that's related to government. entities.
I'm gonna let I'll let you continue while I look this up.
Yeah, so the FBI is interrogating. It's like, nope, I'm coming in. This is my guy.
All right, so just so you all know, the Secret Service has primary jurisdiction to investigate threats against Secret Service protectees as well as financial crimes. Weird. I don't like what. Okay, which include counterfeiting of U.S. currency or other U.S. government obligations, forgery or theft of U.S. Treasury checks, bonds, or other securities, credit card fraud, telecommunications, and it goes on. So pretty much,
But the first part says, so if it has to do with whoever they're protecting.
Anything to do with Secret Service protectees, and then somehow they're like in the financial crimes division. I don't know why.
Right.
Yeah.
But because they want to keep that shit secret.
Good info.
Indeed.
All right. It seems like they were given another thing with counterfeit. Like their main job is protecting the guys.
Right.
And then they're like, hey, by the way, we don't know where to put this.
Yeah, they're like, nobody wants to do this job.
Counterfeit.
It just reminds me like Carl Hanratty is like part of Secret Service.
Hanratty.
It's like knock knock.
So Oswald denied having anything to do with killing Kennedy.
Of course he did.
But what's interesting is that he denied having anything to do with killing the patrolman.
So he's a denier.
Which is very strange because there were like 4 witnesses.
Yeah.
You know, we walked through in the last episode, he literally killed him on a street. You know what I mean? In broad daylight in front of everybody.
And then
Evidence
he ran
is
into the
not
theater, which was like right down the street.
Like nobody disputes the evidence of him killing Patrolman Tippett.
Bro, you killed him.
You know what I mean?
Nobody really even knows that. Like,
I
feel like the general public doesn't even know.
Yeah,
that
and what's interesting is like Oliver Stone's movie, 10 seconds.
It's
about
literally
Tippett.
like 1 second.
Yeah.
It's like it's so fast.
But poor Tippett is literally murdered. He's murdered on the streets as an officer. I just found that weird. Like,
it is kind of bizarre.
Push it to the side. So worst case, even if he didn't kill the president, he is a murderer.
Well, no, the thing is, the reason it gets pushed aside is because like JFK, like the man of the time.
Yeah.
Like, it's like, it's like if I died and then like
the same day or the same moment,
the same day, like someone substantially more important dies. Like even my wife's like, well, sorry.
Yeah.
Like,
that'd be the worst day to die.
I know, like,
this is when Kennedy died. Like you die.
You're irrelevant.
Yes.
Like,
you're like last words, and your spouse is like looking up at the TV. Like,
that's like they don't even bury you.
The worst. So he claimed that he was eating lunch at the time of the assassination, and then
that's the most fire alibi ever. I was eating.
And then that he spoke with his foreman 5 to 10 minutes before he actually left the depository. So he says he was eating lunch when Kennedy got shot, and then he said, hey, I'm going to go home, to his foreman. That's what he says.
But then I thought the guy who was running the show was like,
right, this is what he says.
He's not here.
I know. He's a liar.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah. He's a denier.
Liar. Yeah. Then in the interrogation, he also denied that he owned a rifle.
That's a stupid play.
Yes,
there's like pictures of you with the rifle.
So then, when he was confronted in a subsequent interview, you remember that picture? Have you seen that picture of Oswald?
Yeah, with the guy.
He's got the photo. He's got the pamphlets. And he's got the gun. Yeah, super famous photo. He claimed that his face had been superimposed on somebody else's body
before this technology existed.
They got Photoshopped.
Just Photoshopped that shit, brother. They're like, we don't have the computers, homie. Like,
do you think it didn't exist then?
I don't think it was good enough to make it look that real.
Yeah.
I mean,
but dude, maybe they had that, like, maybe in a dark room, they cut it out, and then they have the little pliers, and they go,
dude, my thing is like, look, I'm mostly the believer of the conspiracies here. That doesn't seem real to me. The supercomputers were like a building, and they're gonna like fucking Photoshop that shit. No way.
Right.
Like, come on.
If somebody really wanted to frame them, though.
I know. A lot of the conspiracies are about. If you really look at the photo, a lot of the conspiracies are about the shadow looks strange.
Oh, that's right.
Okay,
so the shadows of the rifle and what time of day it was taken. The shadow was longer.
They got way more deep than I did.
I know.
Because I was like, it's him.
I know.
Looks just like him.
The problem, though, is there's a lot of evidence that he bought the rifle.
That's true.
You know what I mean? So all the things about shadows and stuff kind of becomes.
And
you bought it. You bought it under a phony name, The
last thing about that is like, what? People, do you see that shit nowadays? It's like, that was like a old school, like, he's like trying to be like, it's like a gangster, like, you're trying to be thug. You're like, he's got like a wad of cash and like a gun. He's like, like, it's so stupid.
So he was asked, so what happened is this rifle was purchased from like a newspaper.
Macy's catalog or some shit.
Actually, for,
I know, it was
and it was purchased under the name Alec Heidel. Okay.
Do you know who that is?
I think it's one of his known aliases.
So in his wallet is a phony ID of Alec Heidel.
Like a book card.
So then he's denying having anything to do with it.
Well, see, if we were going to say something about anything, and like, it'd be way easier to do that than
to do an ID.
To do an ID.
Do a fake ID.
Right.
Yeah.
Than to do that.
Than to do
but he still
Photoshop.
he still has a photo with a thing. So I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows?
Yeah.
And continue, please.
Are you turning Sean?
I know. And then by the end of this, I was like, I'm going to get all three of them.
Don't listen to these fucking losers.
So during the questioning of Oswald on the third floor of the police department, more than 100 representatives of the press, radio, and television were crowded in the hallway, through which Oswald had to pass when being taken from his cell to Fritz's office for interrogation. So reporters had to try to interview him every time he would go,
like, walk the hall
from where he was being held to Fritz's office. Right?
Yeah. Sir,
Yeah.
please.
Between Friday afternoon and Sunday morning, he appeared in the hallway 16 times.
It's a lot of interrogations. Damn. Oh, no, it's 8. Because it's like, they're back.
The generally confused conditions outside and inside Fritz's office increased the difficulty of police questioning. Advised by the police that he could communicate with an attorney, Oswald made several phone calls on Saturday in an effort to try to procure his own lawyer.
People are like, nope.
I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole.
I think I'll pass on that one.
He discussed the matter with the president of the local bar association, who offered to obtain counsel. Oswald declined the offer, saying that he would first try to obtain counsel by himself. By Sunday morning, he had yet to get a lawyer.
Yeah.
All right?
Yeah.
So we're now 2 to 3 days of homie didn't get a lawyer.
Yeah, that's kind of rough.
So at 7:10 p.m. on November 22nd, Oswald was formally advised that he had been charged with the murder of Tippett. Okay, so that's the night of the 22nd. Several witnesses to the Tippett slaying and to subsequent flight of the gunman had positively identified Oswald in lineups. While
I feel like the lineup is the worst thing. It's like literally, it
doesn't
like,
really hold up though. Does
yeah, they're
it?
like, which person was it? And they're like, fuck if I guess. Like, I feel like the lineup is the worst. Thank God for forensic evidence. Like, thank you God for forensics.
Okay, so at the time, positive firearm ID evidence was not available. Just so we're all clear.
Oh,
right?
they couldn't do like the
They don't
barrel
have it
markings
now.
and
Yeah,
shit.
they don't
like,
have it the way they have now.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
They're like, this was fired
and the registered weapons
unequivocally from. No, it's not even that. It's just like the rifling. The rifling leaves there's every rifling is different.
Yeah,
it's like a fucking fingerprint.
Because you got to remember, he killed Tippett with a revolver.
Yeah,
not the rifle, right? So
same thing though.
But they charged him because
everyone saw him shoot him.
Like, there was like 4 witnesses, and he had a revolver that matched the caliber in the body of Tippett.
I mean,
on his person
in the 60s. That's like
that's pretty like
close him open and shut, boys.
Yeah,
arrest him.
So at 1:30 a.m. on the next morning, he was charged with the assassination of President Kennedy. The FBI traced the rifle that was found on the 6th floor of the school book depository to a mail order house in Chicago, which had purchased it from a distributor in New York. Approximately 6 hours later, the Chicago firm advised that this rifle had been ordered in March of that year by somebody by the name A. Heidel for shipment to P.O. Box 2915 in Dallas, blah, 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 of which that P.O. Box was rented by Lee Harvey Oswald.
Why was he renting? Like, that's just so bizarre. Like, I have a P.O. Box in Dallas, but I'm in New Orleans. The guy's
So
a fucking
payment-
Renaissance man. I don't know. Like, Jesus Christ.
It sounds like a sloppy trying to cover up your tracks, doesn't it? A little bit. Like you're like, all right, I'm going to order it under somebody's name, but I need this PO box under my name. Like I can't open the PO box by my own name. So payment for the rifle was remitted by a money order that was signed with the name A. Heidel.
See, this is the whole thing. Like back in the 60s, you could just it's
just
so
write shit
it's
out.
so easy to do anything because it's all like fucking low tech carbon copy.
Yeah.
Like that's my whole point. That's why
no
I'll
trace of
probably
anything.
never believe you on this because it's like
Right.
it's not like today
It's
where
so
like
easy, I know.
it's so simple to be like yeah, bro. Like, it's so easy.
That's
to
me.
be-
That's my name.
I know. I could just be like Lee Harvey Oswald, me, man. I'm not him. Like.
So by the next night, though, this is a little, I thought this was weird. This is in the Warren Report. By the next night, the FBI advised Dallas police that a result of handwriting analysis of the documents that was signed to buy the rifle was Lee Harvey Oswald.
Yeah, whatever.
So he did that. They determined that in less than 24 hours from the assassination,
Yeah,
which just seems pretty quick.
I'm not a big believer in handwriting analysis. That's just me personally. I watch a lot of forensic files,
Yeah. We need
and like I'm
somebody
not
on
a,
the hook
I'm not
here.
a, I'm just not a big guy.
Yeah.
That's just me personally. Like even
On analysis period.
yeah, just on analysis period. Like
Yeah.
even in like today's technology, it's like okay, but like I know how I write, and it's so shitty. Like no one can analyze my
Yeah.
writing. It's impossible.
You don't do it the same way every time.
It's
Like,
fucking.
I
it's
just scribble.
hieroglyphs, bro.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
it's just something completely different.
So throughout Friday and Saturday, the Dallas police released to the public many details concerning evidence against Oswald. Police officials discussed important aspects of the case, usually in the course of impromptu and confusing press conferences that were just held in the corridor. You know, so it was like a chaotic time. Things were wild. People were
are
everywhere.
screaming.
Yes. People were crying. People were upset, and it's in the corridor. And
Well, a lot of people have probably seen like the video or at least the images of that
Oh,
hallway
yes.
there, right? 'Cause
Yeah.
that's where he got
Yeah.
killed, I think.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we'll get into that.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
But-
yeah. I think it was
Yeah.
the bell. That was the basement. That was in the basement.
Yeah. Spoiler.
Spoiler.
Don't listen to that, folks. Edit.
It's literally like 2 sentences down.
Beat you.
I know. We're spoiler for right now.
No, but I mean, it was a crazy time, and what was really interesting was nobody seemed to know who had jurisdiction over what.
It was a very emotional time too. Like,
Yeah.
there was so much hate.
Yeah. Oh.
You know, they had killed this.
Was this
president.
the Soviet Union? Was this
Yeah,
the mafia?
confusion.
Was this the CIA?
Yeah.
You know, like all the
just
things.
to make it even more intense, like there was no like Netflix back then. Like this was like your fucking whole life was like this case.
Yeah.
Nothing else. There's nothing else on TV. Like nothing else on the radio but this.
Yeah, exactly. So a lot of things actually, if you go back and look and listen to the news media, a lot of them are wrong.
There's like
Like, they just said
say
wrong names.
random shit. Like,
Yeah, they said wrong names, they said wrong timeline, and they really confused the shit out of everybody. You know what I mean? Because it was chaos. It would be
Yeah.
like,
"Ah, I heard someone say this.
like you brought up in the DB Cooper episode. You brought up that his name's not even DB Cooper.
Oh yeah.
It's a perfect example. It's a news reporter who just was like throwing shit together.
Yeah, it's like
And
random.
they're like, oh, this is chaos. Call him DB. Dan something.
They just want to be the first one to get
Yes,
the news out.
exactly.
Even if it's not right.
Exactly. So at the urgings of the newsman and of Chief of Police Jesse Curry, they brought Oswald to a press conference in the police assembly room shortly after midnight of the day Oswald was arrested. The assembly room was crowded with newsmen who had come to Dallas from all over the country. They shouted questions at Oswald, flashing cameras, and those cameras were crazy then.
Oh, that's when there's like a fucking light bulb in there that explodes
Yes.
when you take a picture. Like,
And later on, you can see that among this group was a 52-year-old Dallas nightclub operator named Jack Ruby. So Jack was
Ruby.
Jack was strangely obsessed with it all, like the whole thing. Like he was there at the beginning, like when the assassination happened. He was literally just hanging out at the police station, hanging out wherever he could, just to get
Exposure.
all the info and all the I don't know. It was a strange thing. So Anyways, on Sunday morning, November 24th, arrangements were made for Oswald to transfer from the city jail to the Dallas County Jail, which is 1 mile away. The news media had been informed on Saturday night that this transfer would occur.
Why? Like, fucking, it's, just so you guys know, we're going to move it, so be there. Like, why? Like,
At that
Because
time,
everybody's obsessed with
at
it.
that time, the amount
Story.
of threats coming into the news or to the police station were huge.
yet they're going to let everyone know we're taking them out
yes.
at this time.
Nonetheless, on Sunday morning, television, radio, newspaper, they all crowded into the basement to record just the transfer, the 1 mile transfer. And this was viewed through television cameras. And Oswald would emerge from a door in front of the cameras and proceed to the transfer vehicle. To the right of the cameras was a down ramp from Main Street on the north. To the left was an up ramp leading to Commerce Street. The armored truck in which Oswald was to be transferred arrived shortly after 11 a.m. Police officials then decided, however, that an unmarked police car would be preferable for the trip because of its greater speed and maneuverability.
Yet they alert everyone that this is what he thinks.
Every moment.
That's so
Yeah.
stupid.
At approximately 11:20 a.m., Oswald emerged from the basement jail office, flanked by detectives on either side and behind him. He took a few steps toward the car and was in the glaring light of all the television cameras. Suddenly, a man darted out from an area on the right of the cameras where the newsmen had been assembled. The man was carrying a Colt .38 revolver in his right hand, and while millions were watching on TV, he moved quickly to within a few feet of Oswald. He fired one shot into Oswald's stomach. Oswald groaned with pain as he fell to the ground and quickly lost consciousness. Within 7 minutes, Oswald was then at Parkland Hospital. This is where JFK died. He was there within 7 minutes. He never regained consciousness and was pronounced dead at 1:07 p.m.
That's from a shot to the stomach? That's annoying.
Yeah. Single shot. And this was
7
on
minutes.
live TV. This was the chaos of all of this. Everybody was wrapped up in the assassination of JFK. What's happening? Okay, now we've got it under control. Nope, shit is not under control. Pop, killer's dead.
Actually,
live television.
It's not pop, it's pop.
Pop, single pop. Yeah.
Single pop.
So the man who killed Oswald was Jack Ruby. He was instantly arrested and minutes later confined in a cell on the 5th floor of the Dallas jail. In interrogation, he denied that the killing of Oswald was in any way connected to the killing of JFK.
Okay, so I just wanted to kill him just because? Just because I felt like
I mean,
it? Like,
he says though, it had nothing to do with in any way connected with a conspiracy involving the assassination of JFK.
but he killed him because he killed JFK?
Well, because then he later on said he killed Oswald in a temporary fit of depression and rage over JFK's death.
Okay,
Right.
I thought he meant
they
like,
wanted
I
to
thought
take
it
him
was,
out and silence him.
I see.
Yes. So he was just saying, I killed him because I was mad
Yeah.
and I was upset. And that's what happened. So Ruby was transferred the following day to the county jail without notice to the press. They learned their lesson and he was transferred.
Finally.
Yeah. And he was indicted for the murder of Oswald by the state of Texas on November 26. He was found guilty the next year in March and sentenced to death.
Oh, it's Texas. That's right.
But I mean, so this is the Warren Commission. So this, as of 1964, his case is pending appeal.
Still?
No, not today. But
Oh,
this is the
like
Warren
fucking
Commission that
50 years later?
Yeah, no, this is everything that we're
Oh, yeah,
basing
'cause
on.
this
This is
was,
the Warren
what,
Commission.
3
This
years
came
later?
out. Yeah, exactly.
It came out 3 years later.
Yeah,
Right.
so he wasn't dead then. Yeah. Okay, good. So there we go. That was the story of the Warren Commission. Okay.
Yeah. Because
Now I'm going to read what they wrote at the end, which is the conclusion of the Warren Commission.
Okay.
Okay.
We are not liable for anything we've written in this.
So there's an entire paragraph that I X'd out because I don't want to read it because it's all like blubbery.
Boring.
It's all. It's like we are
Nomenclature.
we are held responsible the facts relating to the proceedings and that whole whatever.
Like, you can't sue us.
Yeah.
Like,
So here's the Warren Commission conclusion. The shots which killed President Kennedy and wounded Governor Connally were fired from the 6th floor window and the southeast corner of the Texas School Book Depository. This is determined based on the following. A. Witnesses at the scene of the assassination saw a rifle being fired from the 6th floor. and some witnesses saw a rifle in the window immediately after the shots were fired. B, the nearly whole bullet that was found on Governor Connolly's stretcher at Parkland Memorial Hospital. And
Found, placed,
This untouched bullet and a stretcher.
And the 2 bullet fragments found in the front seat of the limousine were fired from the 6.5 millimeter Mannlicher Carcano rifle found on the 6th floor of the depository building.
How convenient.
To the exclusion of all other weapons.
Sorry.
C, the 3 used cartridge cases found near the window on the 6th floor at the southeast corner of the building were fired from the same rifle, which fired the above described bullet and the fragments.
Getting a cartridge, by the way, is the easiest. Go to the fucking gun range, bro. They're just sitting on the floor. Pick them up.
D, the windshield in the presidential limousine was struck by a bullet fragment on the inside surface of the glass, but was not penetrated. E,
Okay. How does that make it from the 6th floor? It isn't. Okay. Sorry.
So E, the nature of the bullet wounds suffered by President Kennedy and Governor Connolly and the location of the car at the time of the shots established that the bullets were fired from above and behind the presidential limousine, striking the president and the governor as follows.
Okay. I agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. President Kennedy was struck by a bullet which entered at the back of his neck and exited through the lower front portion of his neck, causing a wound which would not necessarily have been lethal.
Yeah.
The president was struck a second time by a bullet which entered the right rear portion of his head, causing a massive and fatal wound.
Oh, yeah.
Connolly was struck by a bullet which entered on the right side of his back and traveled downward through his right side of his chest, exited below his right nipple,
And then hit his leg.
This bullet then passed. Yeah, this bullet then passed through his right wrist.
Oh yeah, it's his wrist too.
Entered his left thigh, where it caused a superficial wound.
And then bounced off the ground, and then up through his face. What were you saying?
But that was the one that hit the president first, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, wait. That hit went through the president, then went through him, then went through his hand, then went through his.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now, F.
What?
We were just on E.
Yeah,
we were just on E.
We were just on E. Now we're on F.
I know, it was super abrupt.
F that.
I know. F. So F, there is no credible evidence that the shots were fired from the triple underpass ahead of the motorcade or any other location. This is, and I'm adding this last part, the grassy knoll.
Yeah, well, obviously that was the only other thing.
Yeah.
We'll get into that.
The weight of the evidence indicates that there were 3 shots fired. Although it is not necessary to any essential findings of the commission to determine just which shot hit Connolly.
Mm-hmm.
There is persuasive evidence from the experts to indicate that the same bullet which pierced the president's throat also caused Connolly's wounds.
Right.
However, Connolly's testimony and certain other factors have given rise to some difference of opinion as to this probability. But there is no question in the mind of any member of the commission that all the shots which caused the president's and Connolly's wounds were fired from the 6th floor of the depository. So they're kind of covering their ass here. They're saying that Connolly then gave interviews later saying, I heard X shots. I heard it from this location. I don't know. But what they're saying is, we don't know.
Yeah, they're like plausible deniability.
Yeah, they're saying,
They're
we don't know what he's saying. We don't know.
the most probable
All we do know is at the end of the day, they were shot from the book depository.
We'll get into that too.
The shots which killed President Kennedy and wounded Connolly were fired by Lee Harvey Oswald.
That was a pretty definitive statement. I mean, that wasn't like a we're not sure.
That is word for word. Yeah. This conclusion is based upon the following.
I thought they thought they just gave us that.
Well, no, they were laying out. They were laying out
All
what
the
happened.
evidence.
I see.
Yeah,
Okay.
what happened?
Step by step.
Yeah, what happened? Now,
I
this
see.
is why they think Lee Harvey killed him.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm tracking it.
So this conclusion is based upon the following. A, the Mannlicher Carcano 6.5 millimeter Italian rifle from which the shots were fired was owned by and in possession by Oswald.
I love the man liquor.
I know.
Gotta get me one of those.
What does that mean in Italian?
I have fucking
I don't know.
no idea.
We can use some listener help on that one.
Yeah,
What
please.
does manlicker
Right in.
mean
What is
Italian?
manlicker in Italia?
So B, Oswald carried this rifle into the depository building on the morning of the 22nd. C, Oswald at the time of the assassination was present at the window from which the shots were fired. D, shortly after the assassination, the Mannlicher Carcano rifle belonging to Oswald was found partially hidden behind or between some cartons on the 6th floor, and the improvised paper bag in which Oswald brought the rifle to the depository was found close by the window from which the shots were fired. E, based on testimony of the experts and their analyses of films of the assassination, the commission has concluded that a rifleman of Lee Harvey Oswald's capabilities could have fired the shots from the rifle used in the assassination within the elapsed time of the shooting.
He said capabilities. Like, weren't his capabilities like shit?
Next episode, we're going to talk about Lee Harvey Oswald's capabilities as a sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter.
And by the way,
Come on now.
Mannlicher is it's Mannlicher. It's German. It stands for like male, masculine, manly, or mannish.
Okay.
Yeah. Mannlicher.
Strange that it's an Italian weapon in a German name.
Yeah, well, it's like Ferdinand Mannlicher was an Austrian engineer and small arms designer.
Okay.
Designed by Ferdinand Mannlicher after his name.
Right.
And there you have it.
All right, there you go. The commission has concluded further that Oswald possessed the capability with a rifle which enabled him to commit this assassination. F. Oswald lied. Yeah. Oswald lied to the police after being arrested concerning important matters.
Okay.
So that's part of their evidence is he is a liar.
There was hundreds of millions of people who have lied to the police.
Oh,
This
100%.
as an FYI. I have lied to the police before.
G.
I killed JFK.
This is something that I found. This next point is something I found that almost 80-90% of people don't know.
Independent fact checkers.
Okay. G. Oswald had attempted to kill Major General Edward Walker on April 10th the same year, thereby demonstrating his disposition to take human life.
Wait, but he wasn't arrested for attempted murder?
Yeah, what's up with that?
Yeah, so they know that he did it, but they didn't arrest him for attempted murder
didn't know that
on a
either.
fucking general. Attempted murder on a general, and he wasn't arrested.
I don't think they had the evidence to actually.
Well, then how do they know he
Victim.
did it? If they don't have the evidence, if he's not able to convict
That's
it.
also what we're going into next episode.
Okay.
These are all so next episode is all about Lee Harvey Oswald.
The crescendo.
It's literally his birth to his death, all the things. So, but I just have noticed that nobody knows that like 6 months earlier in the Warren Commission, at least, he is accused of trying to assassinate another figure.
Oh, this is like an OJ thing. They're like, well, we all know he did it, but like,
No,
he's
it would
off?
be no. It would be like if OJ tried to kill like his girlfriend 6 months earlier.
Yeah.
then he actually kills him.
Yeah, like or maybe not. Not exactly, but you know, tries to kill somebody.
Tries to kill like a side piece, and then he kills his girl.
Yeah.
Oswald killed Dallas police officer J.D. Tippit approximately 45 minutes after the assassination. This conclusion upholds the finding that Oswald fired the shots which killed President Kennedy and wounded Connolly and is supported by these.
That's another thing too. It's like really like 45 minutes after you kill the president, you're gonna shoot a cop. Like it's a little
Desperate, man. He was
was trying to get
desperately
away,
getting
yeah.
away.
but he wasn't like they weren't chasing him down for that. Wasn't he like a
He
fucking
was freaking out.
Yeah.
He was freaking out. Yeah.
whatever, Eric.
And
You don't know.
the description already had gotten out, remember?
Eric doesn't
know-
And then
Eric
so
doesn't
the
know
cops-
everything.
Five.
Hey.
I mean, how many 5'7" white 140-pound?
Dude, more than you can imagine.
Yeah.
In the 60s, that was every white male in America.
That was 80% of the
I know,
population.
literally, it's like everyone.
Yeah. So just a couple points that they put in here about why they believe that he killed Tippit, right? 2 eyewitnesses saw that Tippit shooting, and 7 eyewitnesses heard the shots and saw him leave with
See,
the revolver
Eric,
in his
Eric
hand.
started giving us like false fact. He told us 4 witnesses, liar.
7 people saw him leave with a gun in his hand.
I thought they said they heard the shots.
No, 2 saw him shoot.
Oh, okay.
So 2 saw him
I've
shoot.
heard 2. I've heard 4, and I've heard 7
Jesus.
so far.
Listen,
Oh,
we're on
man.
some conspiracy. Eric is the conspiracy here.
Yeah, I'm on the CIA payroll.
That's the whole point of this
Yeah.
podcast. It's like,
You do a background check on the podcaster.
sorry, continue.
So, okay, so again, 2 people saw him shoot Tippett.
Understood.
7 people saw him or heard the shots and then saw him leave with the gun in his hand. So these 9 witnesses identified Lee Harvey Oswald as the man they saw.
I believe he killed Tippett for sure.
Okay.
100%. I'm like on board with that.
Right.
I'm
Here
on
we
board
go.
with that.
Progress, folks. B. The cartridge cases found at the scene of the shooting were fired from the revolver that Oswald had in possession. C. The revolver in Oswald's possession at the time of his arrest was purchased by and belonged to him. Yeah.
Sure.
D. Oswald's jacket was found along the path of the flight taken by the gunman as he fled from the scene. So homie literally just took his jacket off and threw it on the
Dude,
floor.
like, this man is like desperately trying to get caught. Here's my, I dropped his wallet.
Yeah.
On,
Shoot,
the,
shoot,
on the dead
out.
body.
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
Jesus.
His fake ID.
I
Shit, I better leave this here.
know. They can never find this on
So within 80 minutes of the assassination, within 35 minutes of Tippett being killed, Oswald resisted arrest at a theater, attempting, I mean, they say attempting to shoot another police officer, but he didn't, he really just kind of like, was
Stop
like
resisting,
fighting.
son.
Yeah, it was like fighting.
Stop resisting. I'm not resisting.
So with that, the commission has reached the following conclusions concerning Oswald's interrogation and the detention by the police.
Yeah, we did not
So
waterboard
now
him.
so you see the segments that they did it in. They did it in what happened when Kennedy was killed, what happened to Tippett, and now what happened in the interrogation.
Yeah, because they're going to tell us exactly what happened in the interrogation. Like 100%.
A.
We didn't break his fingers, I swear.
Except for the force required to effect his arrest, Oswald was not subjected to physical coercion by any law enforcement.
I love how they're like, oh,
That's how they
trust
started
us.
out. Yeah.
I know, it's like there's no cameras. It's like, we promise we didn't kick him in the balls a couple times to get him to tell the truth.
He was advised that he could not be compelled to give any information and that any statements made by him might be used against him in a court of law.
Yeah, it's called Miranda rights.
He was advised of his right to a counsel.
Miranda rights.
He was given the opportunity to obtain counsel of his own choice
Miranda rights.
and was offered a legal assistance by the Dallas Bar Association. He rejected all of them. B.
No, whoa. That's
I
not,
thought you said he was
He
trying
said
to
he-
That's what
reach
it
out and
says.
couldn't
I'm
find
just
anybody.
reading what it says.
no, because you said he was trying to find counsel. They offered him that. He said, hey, I would rather find my own first.
Right.
And now they're like, he rejected. He did not want a lawyer. He rejected it.
Word for word, it says, which he rejected.
Okay. They're,
I don't know. There you go.
They said he has a right to be alive. Rejected.
Yep.
I'm going to reject that right, sir.
B. Newspaper, radio, and television reporters were allowed uninhibited access to the area through which Oswald had to pass when he was moved from his cell to interrogation room in other sections of the building, thereby subjecting Oswald to harassment and creating
I think that was a stupid play for them to do that.
creating chaos, chaotic conditions which were not conducive to orderly interrogation or the protection of the rights of a prisoner.
See, okay, at least they admitted that.
Yeah.
That's cool, because
Like,
that's
it's not
true.
like-
It's like kind
yeah.
of fucked up.
Yeah. Like he was branded the killer before.
Oh, dude, before
yeah.
before he was even,
Yeah.
like, there was no trial. They're still interrogating him.
Yeah. Which is against the law.
Oh, but
Like that's against like
It's 100%.
everything
Well, you can get a
that
mis-
America stands for.
No,
It's
you-
like
Which part? The branding?
well, like
or-
yeah, like you're branded guilty before you have
he has
a
a
fair
trial. He
trial.
has a right to a fair trial.
You're
Yeah.
charged.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
that's
Yeah, but he wasn't found guilty. He's just charged.
No, but that's the
No,
fact.
no,
No, the
in the-
fact
in
that
the public
no,
eye.
like, because look,
Or
if the media paints you already, everyone's like, he's 100% the killer. There's no fair trial.
Right.
Every jury is going to be tainted.
Mm-hmm.
Every juror is going to be like, you automatically are guilty.
okay, but
So it's not. It's
can't
yep.
control what the media puts out there.
Well, you can.
I mean, they shouldn't
know,
have been
but
allowed
you can
to be
try to
in there
subdue
creating
it.
chaos.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
part, they
Yeah,
shouldn't
you can
have
try to subdue it in order to try to get a fair trial. Like
been.
the whole
Right,
point is
right,
like
right.
yeah.
you got to at least attempt.
Yeah.
But now they're like the killer of JFK.
Yeah.
Make room for the killer. He's coming through.
Here he comes.
Murderer.
Okay, good. So C, the numerous statements and sometimes erroneous statements made to the press by various local law enforcement officials during this period of confusion and disorder in the station would have presented serious obstacles to obtaining an actual fair trial for Oswald.
Yeah, exactly what we were just talking about.
To the extent that the information was erroneous or misleading, it helped create doubts, speculations, and fears in the mind of the public, which might otherwise not have arisen if they were not there.
You see, maybe that's why maybe that's why he got shot. They're like, "Fuck, this is gonna be a mistrial." Like, God damn it!
So then the next one, or the next section, is the commission has reached the following conclusions regarding or concerning the killing of Oswald by Jack Ruby. Right?
Okay.
So A, Ruby entered the basement of the Dallas Police Department shortly after 11:17 a.m. and killed Lee Harvey Oswald at 11:21 a.m.
Okay. Well, sorry. Real quick.
Yeah.
You mean to tell me this? Because I've seen the video. It's packed. And somehow he shows up 3 minutes prior, like it's like showing up to like Universal, and like you like you have a fucking fast pass, and you like walk past the line, and like right
It's
to
so
the front.
true. You know what's funny is, and I don't have the notes for it, but I did read somewhere an interview with Ruby years later, where he talks about how he couldn't have been involved in a conspiracy because the happenstance of the situation couldn't have been planned. Because it was by not luck, but by sheer, like,
Homie knew when he was coming out.
You couldn't have planned being perfectly. He killed him at that moment because it was perfectly given to him. The moment, like,
No.
he was like, it was impossible. Like the circumstances were impossible to
Trust me,
concoct.
I could fucking replicate that shit
That's
like
ridiculous.
tonight.
Impossible. The guy knew he knew what time he was coming out.
I know the police were like
Impossible is
at
nothing.
11:33 on the dot.
All right.
We're gonna take him
Well,
out.
I'll pull out the notes.
We'll have a police officer to each side and in the back, leaving his front fully exposed. It's impossible.
Okay,
Could
so
never have
now
planned
you're going to
this.
love this next part. So B, although the evidence on Ruby's means of entry is not conclusive,
Well,
the weight of the evidence indicates that he walked down the ramp leading from Main Street to the basement of the police department.
This is wide open.
So what a weird statement. So basically what they're saying is that
we don't know how he got
they
there.
don't, the evidence is not conclusive, but they think that's how he got in.
Yeah.
Yeah? I love that part.
And they're like, look,
It's super
we have
complicated
no idea.
sentence. Yeah. C, there's no evidence to support the rumor that Ruby may have been assisted by any members of the Dallas Police Department to kill Oswald. D, the Dallas Police Department's decision to transfer Oswald to the county jail in full public view was unsound.
Yeah, was fucking stupid.
Yeah,
The arrangements made by the police department on Sunday morning, only a few hours before the attempted transfer, were inadequate. Of critical importance was the fact that the news media representatives and others were not excluded from the basement, even after the police were notified of threats to Oswald's life.
Like everyone wants to kill him, bro.
These deficiencies contributed to the death of Lee Harvey Oswald. The commission has found no evidence that either Lee Harvey Oswald or Jack Ruby was part of any conspiracy, domestic or foreign, to assassinate President Kennedy.
Wasn't Jack Ruby like in the mob though?
He was not in the mob. He was a nightclub owner who had many
Nefarious connections.
I mean, if you were like just imagine you're a strip club owner. I mean,
sketchy
who's
friends.
gonna come in there?
who frequents your
And
your establishment?
also, it's debatable on if you call them your friends.
Well, for him,
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like they come in, you go, okay.
your friends who pay you
You're-
to be there.
Yeah. Give Tony Tanya. You know, like that's about the extent of it. You know. Okay, good. So A, the commission has found no evidence that anyone assisted Oswald in planning or carrying out the assassination. In this connection, it is thoroughly investigated,
Thoroughly.
among other factors, the circumstances surrounding the planning of the motorcade route from Dallas, the hiring of Oswald at the book depository on October 15th, literally like a month earlier, he was hired there. The method by which...
Wait, real quick. When did they publish the route? Remember they told everyone?
Yeah.
When?
It's back in the earlier episode. On the,
Yeah, we're gonna have to look
I think
that
it's
up.
about 2 weeks.
Yeah, because if he
2 or 3 weeks.
then okay, he gets the job a month before, and then they publish the route 2 weeks before. Like,
It's close.
It's close because, like, otherwise it'd be like, what if he just wanted a job? Like,
I know.
I was like trying to pay the rent.
Yeah.
Like, that's it. We'll look that up.
Yeah,
we'll get back to you guys on that.
We'll look that up. We're gonna do an episode
with
on
the vantage point. He got lucky.
I know. Oh
He just
shit!
got lucky.
He's there.
Yeah, he just
Get
got
my rifle.
Yeah. He's like, I mean, it sounds like the job is like working at Burger King. Like, he got minimum wage.
Yeah.
At the
It
time,
sounds
it was
like a shit job.
$1 an hour.
He's moving boxes. I mean, what is a book depository?
I still don't know.
What are we doing?
And why is it 6 stories tall?
Oh, God.
Jesus
I know.
Christ.
They go deposit books?
Why is it so tall?
Why isn't it a library?
Why is it a library? It is. It's like a library, but not.
Yeah. Okay, so
It's probably like a
funny.
book warehouse, I guess.
I know.
I
Wherever they
guess
go
so.
before they
They
ship out.
deposit.
They deposit them there before
Before they
sell
send
them.
it to libraries. Like,
Dude, we don't have it.
it's on the supply chain line.
Honestly,
like-
we're gonna do a whole episode just
On
on
the
the depository. Yeah, around the country. So, A, the commission has found no evidence that anyone assisted Oswald in planning or carrying out the assassination. In this connection, it is thoroughly investigated, among other factors, the circumstances surrounding the planning of the motorcade route from Dallas, the hiring of Oswald in October, the method by which the rifle was brought into the building, the placing of the cartons of books at the window, Oswald's escape from the building, and the testimony of eyewitnesses to the shooting. B, the commission has found no evidence that Oswald was involved with any person or group in a conspiracy to assassinate the president. Although it has thoroughly investigated, in addition to other possible leads, all facets of Oswald's associations, finances, and personal habits, particularly during the period following his return from the Soviet Union. A little teaser for next episode.
Isn't it love it like America? We've been blaming shit on Russia for fucking 60
long.
years.
I know.
It's Russia. Trust me.
So C, the commission has found no evidence to show that Oswald was employed, persuaded, or encouraged by any foreign government to assassinate Kennedy, or that he was an agent of any foreign government. Although the commission has reviewed the circumstances surrounding Oswald's defection to the Soviet Union, his life there from October 59 to June 62, so far as it can be reconstructed, his known contacts with the Fair Play of Cuba Committee and his visits to the Cuban and Soviet embassies in Mexico City during his trip to Mexico from September to October in 63. So all this information is what we're going to learn in the next episode, which is the life of him and like what he did. He's got some weird shit. Like he went.
I'm not going to deny
he
that
defected
fact.
to the Soviet
I'm
Union.
really not going to deny the fact that he's done some weird shit.
He's doing weird shit,
He's involved
right?
with some
100% agree with you that he's done some weird shit.
Okay, so D,
Yeah.
the commission has explored all attempts of Oswald to identify himself with various political groups, including Communist Party, Fair Play Cuba, Socialist Workers, whatever, has been unable to find any evidence that the contacts with which he initiated were related to Oswald's subsequent assassination of the president. E, all of the evidence before the commission established that there is nothing to support the speculation that Oswald was an agent, employee, or informant of the FBI, CIA, or any other governmental agency.
So pretty much this is like the whole blanket statement.
Yes.
Oswald was alone.
Yeah.
He had no data, no information. Like it was him. Nobody helped him.
It has thoroughly investigated Oswald's relationships prior to the assassination with all of the agencies of the U.S. government. All contacts with Oswald by any of these agencies were made in a regular exercise of each different responsibility.
Yeah, and it was all legal, 100%. We didn't do anything wrong.
F, no direct or indirect relationship between Lee Harvey and Jack Ruby has been discovered by the commission. Nor has it been able to find any credible evidence that either of them knew the other, although a thorough investigation was made of the many rumors and speculations of that relationship.
I was gonna say, you gotta love a commission of like 5 dudes who are like have like pure sovereignty over a thing.
Right.
They're
I know.
like, just me. I hate that.
G, the commission has found no evidence that Jack Ruby acted with any other person in the killing of Lee Harvey. H, after careful investigation, the commission has found no credible evidence either that Ruby and Tippit, who was killed by Oswald, knew each other, or that Oswald and Tippit knew each other.
So,
they're
Ruby
saying
didn't know anybody. And
so they're saying Ruby didn't know Tippett,
right.
and Oswald didn't know Tippett.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's Tippett, yeah, like Tippett was just like
They're trying to cover
Tippett,
all the bases.
All the bases.
Every who knew who.
and they're saying no one in
Yeah.
the commission knew Oswald at all. No connection.
So because of the difficulty of proving negatives to a certainty, the possibility of others being involved with either Oswald or Ruby cannot be established categorically.
Yeah, like they're just saying like we can't. There's no such thing as 100% certainty because they don't know the data.
Yeah. But if there is any such evidence, it has been beyond the reach of all the investigative agencies and resources of the United States, and it has not come to the attention of this commission. In its entire investigation, the commission has found no evidence of conspiracy, subversion, or disloyalty to the U.S. government by any federal, state, or local official. On the basis of the evidence before the commission, it concludes Oswald acted alone. Therefore, to determine the motives for the assassination of President Kennedy, one must look to the assassin himself. Clues to Oswald's motives can be found in his family history, his education or lack of it, his acts, his writings, and the recollections of those who had close contacts with him throughout his life. The commission has presented with this report all of the background information bearing on motivation which it could discover. Thus, others may study Lee Oswald's life and arrive at their own conclusions as to his possible motives. And that's our next episode, which is we will look into Lee Harvey Oswald's life.
That's gonna be a good one.
And his motives.
It's gonna be good. So obviously. There's a lot more I'd love to say right now, but I can't. I gotta wait till that point where we talk about it. But definitely make sure you guys tune in next time. We're gonna get into more in depth. We want to hear your comments. We want to know what you think. We want to know your thoughts.
We told you this was going to be a big. This is going to be a big one. This is the mother of all conspiracies. We got to.
This is what began. This is what started conspiracy theories.
Well, and just like the last thing on it is I wanted to dive in and kind of make a decision for myself. Because before it was always, I don't really have a decision of who did what and what this, that, and
You didn't have all the data.
Yeah. And so what I'm trying to do is I try to get as much information as I could and then come to my own conclusion. So,
of course.
So from a podcast perspective,
we're going through this with you.
Yeah. So it was, okay, let's get the Warren Commission done. What do they think happened? Mm-hmm. We're going to now, next 2 episodes, I think, are learning about Lee Harvey Oswald, his life. And then we'll go into the conspiracies.
Yeah, and then like I said, I really want to know what you guys think. Yeah. So, because I think we're all over the board.
Yeah. Be nice to us, though.
Please.
Yeah.
Or be mean. That's fine, too. Just be with us.
This is all about Lee Harvey Oswald.
The man, the myth, the asshole.
Yeah, and so in our last episodes, we were all talking about, it was all the Warren Commission. It was the entire report, everything they went, like the official story of the JFK situation.
Supposedly.
And now we pretty much established it's Lee Harvey Oswald. Right?
Well,
according to the Warren Commission.
Yeah, according to the government.
So we can't go we can't go on without diving into Lee Harvey Oswald.
Obviously he's like besides JFK, he's the protagonist / antagonist of this entire thing.
Yeah, that's right. So
according to the government.
Yeah, exactly. According to the government.
Okay, so Lee Harvey Oswald. Lee Harvey Oswald was born at the Old French Hospital in New Orleans on October 18th, 1939. His father died of a heart attack 2 months before Lee was born.
Is that why they call him Lee Harvey Oswald instead of just fucking Lee Oswald? Jesus, leave the middle name out.
That's true.
I hate middle names. I hate my middle name.
What's your middle name?
What is your middle name?
Luis.
Jorge
Luis.
Do you have 2 middle names or just one?
Sean, what's your middle name?
No, you got 2 middle names and you got 2 last names.
So give me your full...
I'm sorry,
you have 4 names?
No. I got 2 names.
Yeah.
First and middle, and then you get 2 last names. In Mexico, you take the mom and the dad's last name.
Oh, how progressive.
Wow. All right. I was named after a 80s comedy. I
I was named after a novella guy.
Ooh,
telenovela.
telenovela.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He was probably hot.
All right. So his father died of a heart attack 2 months before he was born. So Lee Harvey never had a dad,
Sad.
right? Lee's older brother, Robert Jr., was also a former Marine in 1944. So that was 1939. That's when he was born.
You said also. So his dad was a Marine, or you're talking about
No,
Lee
also is Lee was
Lee
a
was
Marine.
Lee's former.
All right.
Lee's a
Just
Marine.
clarifying.
Yeah. In 1944, Lee's mother, Marguerite, she moved the family from New Orleans to Dallas. Oswald entered the first grade in 1945, and over the next half dozen years attended several different schools in Dallas through the sixth grade. Oswald took an IQ test in the fourth grade and scored 103.
in the fourth grade.
Fourth grade, but that's pretty good.
That's not
Dude,
bad.
I scored
That's not bad.
I scored 167 when I was in the fucking fourth grade. I know, it's true. I was meant
Scored
to.
like 103 like
Jesus.
last
I was
week
meant to
now.
qualify.
Yeah,
I was meant to.
jeez,
I was
man.
meant to qualify.
167?
Yeah.
In the fourth?
Yeah.
No.
That was,
Ask
that was
my
like
mom,
some
dude.
No.
offbeat fucking
No,
like,
ask-
That's
IQ
insane.
Straight up, ask my mom. It's her fucking claim to fame. She literally, she tells every motherfucker this shit. I think she's got it saved because she
You are
was
pretty
like,
smart,
"There's
dude.
no way he's this smart."
It's believable.
Pretty smart. Once I've never scored a 167 even as an adult.
No, same.
Well, trust me, the Michelob Ultras have shaved that number way down.
Did you just do the left side circles?
I was like ABC, ABC, ABC.
Smart, man.
I broke
You
the-
deserve it.
I hacked the system.
Yeah. So as a child, Oswald was described as withdrawn and temperamental by several people who knew him. When he was 12 in 52, his mother took him to New York, where they lived a short time with the half-brother John. Oswald and his mother were later asked to leave after an argument in which Oswald allegedly struck his mother and threatened John's wife
Damn.
with a pocket knife.
And he was 12? That's pretty
Yeah, he was
savage.
12.
It's gangster.
I
So
know.
then Oswald attended 7th grade in the Bronx, but
Perfect.
and this is just per this information, but was tardy, difficult, was submitted to a psychiatric assessment at juvenile reformatory. The psychiatrist, which was Dr. Hartogs, described Oswald as immersed in a vivid fantasy life, turning around the topics of power and things like that. So through which Oswald tried to compensate for his present shortcomings and frustrations. And that's from Dr. Hartog.
Yeah, because every psychiatrist is
Yeah.
fucking German.
Super, it doesn't really tell us anything. Like that statement by the
It
psychiatrist.
seems like it was his own like personal
Yeah.
outside of professional opinion. He's like, I just hate this asshole.
Like he listen to the sentence. Tries to compensate for his present shortcomings and frustrations.
Well, they drive like a big Dodge Ram
How
or
does
something
that-
like
I don't
that.
know. I don't know how that helps. Yeah,
What
I
do
think
you got
we.
against big trucks?
I think we all
Hey,
try
we
to
both
compensate for our present shortcomings.
Dude, I do that all the time.
Yeah.
How do you think I got through life so far?
So when Lee returned to school in 53, his disciplinary problems continued. When Oswald failed to cooperate with school authorities, they sought a court order to remove him from his mom's care so he could be placed in a home for boys that could complete his education.
Damn, it's like almost like a weird offshoot of Goodfellas.
Yeah, like
He's
he was
like,
put
I'm
in
not going to
homes
school.
and,
I'm
yeah.
working for the mob.
This was postponed partially because his behavior improved. So before New York family court system could address their case, the Oswalds left New York in 54 and returned to New Orleans. So Oswald then completed 8th and 9th grade in New Orleans. He entered the 10th grade in 1955, but quit after 1 month.
Damn.
After leaving school, Oswald worked for several months as an office clerk and messenger in New Orleans.
Oh, that's before child labor laws existed.
Crazy. So he didn't finish.
He's what, like 16?
Yeah, you're right.
at this
Okay,
point?
he's 16. That's a good point. That's a
Yeah,
good
but he never finished high school, is the point.
point. Not like us, boys.
Hey-o!
Speak for yourself.
Check the credentials at the biography.
The credits didn't get transferred over.
So in 56, Oswald's mom moved the family to Fort Worth. Oswald re-enrolled in 10th grade for September in Arlington Heights High School in Fort Worth. A few weeks later in October, Oswald quit school at the age of 17 to join the Marines.
I mean, this guy, this is a lot of flippy floppy.
Yeah.
Texas, New Orleans, Texas again.
All over the place.
So Lee Harvey never got a diploma.
But he got a rifle.
By
the Marines.
Wait, do you need that to get into the
The
military?
Marines? No.
Oh, fuck no.
I think
They don't give a shit.
I thought you needed that or a GED or
Fuck,
something.
hell no.
You might need it to advance further as like a career.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
it's true.
You know,
It's true.
like, you know.
Yeah, but like to serve, they're like, fuck it.
But just,
I'll take
just-
anybody.
Well, come on.
but just to summarize, so Oswald resided at 22 different homes.
That's a lot.
22.
Damn.
And attended 12 different schools. That
see-
was by the time he was 15.
I see Eric is trying to set the table here.
I'm just saying, like that.
He's disturbed.
trouble.
Yeah,
Disturbed
like,
youth.
So by the age of 15, he considered himself actually a socialist. So in his diary, and there is a diary, he says, and I quote, "I was looking for a key to my environment, and then I discovered socialist literature. I had to dig for my books in the back dusty shelves of libraries."
Book depositories.
End quote. Oh gosh. At 16, he wrote to the Socialist Party in America for information on their Young People's Socialist League, saying he had been studying socialist principles for well over 15 months.
I love how the fuck was that the key? Like that. Okay, continue, please. Just ridiculous.
So Edward Vogel, whom the Warren Commission had established was Oswald's closest friend in his teenage years, reports that Oswald was already studying communism was a lot of baloney. Vogel said that Oswald commonly read paperback trash.
Whatever that,
Yeah,
like
what the hell
pornos?
is that?
I don't
Like, was he
know.
reading like
Yeah.
Playboys?
I don't
Like, was
know.
it-
Yeah. So as a teenager in 55, Oswald became a cadet member of the Civil Air Patrol in New Orleans. Fellow cadets variously recalled him attending meetings 3 or 4 times. Oswald enlisted in the Marine Corps on October 24th, 56, just a week after his 17th birthday. Because of his age, his brother Robert Jr. was required to sign as a legal guardian. Oswald also named his mom and his half-brother John as beneficiaries. Oswald,
so beneficiaries to what? He's 17 years old and he fucking
literally
owns
has-
nothing.
Yeah, no money. Yeah. Oswald idolized his older brother Robert Jr. and wore his Marine Corps ring. And his half brother testified to the Warren Commission that Oswald's enlistment was motivated by wanting to get from out and under the yoke of oppression from my mother. So his brother testified to the Warren Commission saying that's why he joined the Marines.
He's like,
To get out of the oppression from his mother.
That's right.
she keeps
every other
making the same
teenager.
shitty
Yeah.
food. I gotta get out of here.
Yeah.
She won't
So-
let me go to the movies. Yeah.
She's my girlfriend. Let me bring her home.
Mom! So Oswald's enlistment papers said that he was 5'8" and he weighed 135 pounds.
So this guy's like a fucking
He's a
limp,
twig.
limp
He's a
wet
twig,
rag.
yeah.
Like,
Hazel eyes, brown hairs, blah, blah, blah. His primary training was in radar operation.
sounds good for a 5'8", 130-pound man.
Now, this is very important. So his primary training was in radar operation and it required security clearance. What security clearance is the big question?
That's true.
That's classified.
Yeah, only the Warren Commission knows.
So in 57, a document stated that he was granted final clearance to handle classified matter up to and including confidential after careful check of local records had disclosed no derogatory data.
Yeah, because you could probably know where like planes are, where bases are, and shit.
At Kessler Base in Mississippi, Oswald finished 7th in his class of 30 in aircraft control and warning operation courses.
Not bad.
Okay. Obviously, we did not require any physical
Or high school diploma.
I mean, he's 135 pounds.
I mean, it's like your son.
It's my right arm.
Seriously.
It included instruction in aircraft surveillance and the use of radar. He was given the military occupational specialty of aviation's electronics operator. On July 9th, he reported to the Marine Corps at El Toro in California. Oswald departed then for Japan the following month, where he was assigned to Marine Air Control Squadron 1 at Atsugi near Tokyo.
Cool. Well, what a dope place. I would love to go there.
Oh yeah.
So, like all Marines, Oswald was trained and tested in shooting.
Yeah, but not all Marines are good fucking shooters, bro.
Okay,
Not
so
all snipers. They're not
in-
all
I
sharp.
know,
sharp-
hear me out.
They're all Chris Kyle.
Hear me out.
Fucking, like I said, American Sniper. Like, fucking Jesus. Like, the guy was fucking 130 pounds. I'm surprised he can even hold a rifle.
So in December of 56, he scored a 212,
which means nothing to me.
which
IQ?
was slightly
What are you
above.
talking about?
No, this like I guess
It's a shooting
Okay.
score. Yeah, it's a shooting score, which was slightly above the requirements that were designated for you to be determined as a sharpshooter.
Seriously?
this is in the 50s, bro. They didn't know shit.
Yeah.
So Oswald was, per the Marines,
A
a
sharpshooter.
sharpshooter.
Okay, but that's like saying like I scored on my driving test slightly above that to be a Formula One driver.
I know,
like-
but if we were to look at it from this perspective, what would I score right now? A 0.
Yes.
What would you score right now?
like a 15.
A 50. Yeah. What would you score right
Maybe
now?
100.
Okay, good. So
better shoot
Oswald
than
was Oswald scored a 212, and he's now designated by the Marines as a sharpshooter.
Shooting non-moving
Yeah.
targets.
So 3 years later, just as another thing, 3 years later he scored a 191.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So a 191, he was reduced from the certification of sharpshooter to marksman.
Yeah, because like, everybody gets lucky sometimes.
I mean, that's still pretty good.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Considering, right?
Yeah, pretty good.
I would like to know what that means in the Marines' eyes. Like, what does
Yeah.
that mean you can do?
True.
Like being a marksman and being a sharpshooter, what does that mean that you're capable of in their eyes?
Well, if you're a sharpshooter, I mean, you at least got some very good aim. I
Yeah.
mean, maybe you're not a sniper, but like, you know,
Yeah, I'm
you're
sure.
above average for
Yeah,
sure.
for
And
sure.
at least according
Oh,
to
yeah.
the Marines, like, okay,
Yeah.
well, we got to take it, take the truth from
Well, because obviously,
what they have
in
on
order to be a
record.
sniper, you're actually doing like physics calculations.
Right.
Yeah.
Like you're
Okay.
fucking calculating like wind,
But
air resist, like all that shit.
but we're
1
gonna do a
degree
little
to the left and like,
we're gonna do a little
Exactly.
pause here. We're gonna do a little pause here because Jorge went to Dallas
yeah, like
a
what,
week
2
ago.
A week or two
2
ago?
weeks ago.
Yeah.
and he did go to the depository.
Yes.
I
had to find out what the fucking book
Yes,
depository is.
he went. He
Still-
went. He did
still
the
don't know.
tour.
Still don't know.
There's a picture of him on the X. He ran out into the street and took a little candid shot. I went there.
I still have not been there.
So Sean's the only one who has no real life experience here.
So all my opinions
But
literally
my
have no
question
voice.
is, my question here is, so you were standing there,
Yeah, they have.
and you have the window.
Yeah, exactly.
right?
They have the window blocked off, so
Yeah.
you can't get obviously right to the window, but you can definitely see it maybe 10 feet away,
Yeah.
something like that.
Yeah.
And they still have the boxes set up supposedly how it was back then.
And did you go to the other floor where you were able to see the view of the shot?
Well, you could see it from that floor.
Yeah.
It's just that you're like maybe 2 windows to the right of it
right.
because he was in the corner window. But so you can still see kind of like the view that he had, and I mean, looking down, that tree is still there. That one tree,
The oak or
Yeah,
the
that one
elm
oak
or
tree,
whatever.
yeah.
Yeah.
and it's definitely in the way, man. Like
Really?
It's like fucking right
But
there.
was it pruned?
It was a
In my
baby tree.
expert tree opinion. Are you asking me? Because are you expecting me to be a landscaping arborist? Because I'm
arborist?
Mexican.
All right, you're Mexican, so what would you say?
Was it pruned?
Here we go. No, but like, do you think the shot was hard?
It was definitely hard.
Really?
Definitely hard. Especially,
I had a different experience.
One-
Yeah,
one
because
shot-
you had
one
preconceived
shot-
notions when you went.
one shot I can see.
Yeah.
And I didn't have the exact view because, like I said, I was off to the right.
Yeah.
But multiple shots from there, and then we get into it of
Yeah.
under 6 seconds or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, so
We're gonna dive
remove
deeper
the
into
tree.
that.
Let's say the tree
using
was
the
not
world's
there.
The tree was not there.
Let's say the tree was not there. Was the distance?
Remove the time factor.
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect angle.
And it's not that
this
far.
distance was not far.
It's not
hard.
far.
No.
It's not really.
And especially you got that vantage point from from the 6th
right
floor.
above. Yeah. Okay.
So
We'll get into this later. I have a lot to say.
Yeah.
But I'm
No,
gonna,
I was just
I'm gonna
curious.
hold my
Now,
tongue.
I was curious.
They also
yeah.
have the rifle there, man.
Yeah,
And-
the
and-
Carcano.
Yeah,
Carcano.
yeah, I forgot the name,
yeah.
but that one. And it's definitely not like an easy, it's a bolt action. Like I think we went over this in the beginning, and it doesn't look like something you can easily shoot multiple shots in 6 seconds, like they say.
Especially while maintaining hyper accuracy.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Well, I mean, he is a
Marksman.
a
downgraded sharpshooter.
Sharpshooter, previous marksman.
A former sharpshooter.
All right, good stuff. I was just trying to understand what you thought when you were there in person. You know what I mean? Was it easy? I don't know, because before I went there, I was it was super far. Only a sniper could do it.
Right.
And then I got there and I was like, it's not that far.
Yeah.
It's not that far of a shot.
Yeah, I just gotta just for my personal opinion, because I've shot many rifles, and I've shot good rifles and I've shot bad rifles. There's so much that goes into it.
Yeah.
Even to shooting at 50 yards, which is not terribly far. If your sights are off, you're fucking way off. Your shit's not dialed in. Well, it's right in the crosshairs, but I'm hitting the fucking sand.
No, that's true.
So there's a lot.
And then you add the moving element to it.
Yeah,
which
the
makes
moving
it
element,
that
which is
much harder.
infinitely more hard. Jesus.
And then you got the obstruction of the tree. So, yeah.
So just saying.
But
a lot of factors here.
To answer your question, does it look? It definitely looks like it's doable. Let's say
It could-
not
it
easy,
can be
not
done.
easy, but doable.
Doable.
Yeah, it's not how we kind of thought where it was
super far away.
Yeah, hitting up, threading the
You need
needle.
You need one of those rifles in Mark Wahlberg shooter movie.
Yeah,
No, you don't
exactly.
need
It's
that.
50 cal, fucking bullets are heated up and shit.
All right on. Okay. Well, so after 1959, this is a funny story. Is Oswald was court-martialed because he accidentally shot himself in the elbow with a .22.
Fucking sharpshooter.
Literally, I don't know how you accidentally shoot yourself with a .22.
Damn it.
It reminds me of what's that guy in the Eminem movie? Shoots himself in the thigh or whatever.
Oh yeah, shoots himself in the
What movie?
It's in the 8 Mile.
8 Mile.
He literally
Really?
shoots
I
himself
gotta
in the.
rewatch
He's
that.
putting the gun and shoots himself in the leg.
So describe a
Bob.
22.
Cheddar Bob.
Describe a 22. It's a handgun.
Well, it can be handgun or rifle, but the bullet's very small.
This is a handgun, so it's a
Yeah, it's a 22. It's very low recoil, and the thing is
Almost like a BB gun.
yeah,
Really?
like a BB gun
mean,
that
So it's
that
like the
can kill you.
smallest.
Yeah,
it's the
it's
smallest
tiny.
kind
It's tiny.
of
It's a-
weapon.
it's a-
Dude, you
the
shoot
smallest-
that and
it's the
it's
smallest caliber.
No
There's-
recoil. It's just kind of
Really? I
You
see.
train your kids to shoot with the
Yes.
fucking 22.
I got it. Okay.
But my thing is, why was he got court-martialed for shooting himself on accident?
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah, actually. But there's not a lot of information about that afterwards. But then he was court-martialed again.
How can you be court-martialed
Damn.
twice?
So yeah, he was court-martialed again for fighting with a sergeant who he thought was responsible for the punishment of the shooting. So he got court-martialed for shooting himself in the elbow, and then the sergeant who punished him in the court-martial, he got into a fight with him. So then he got court-martialed again for the fight with the sergeant.
So it's not
Makes sense?
only are you
Yeah.
dishonorably discharged, but super dishonorably.
So he was demoted. He was demoted to from private first class to private, and then he was imprisoned for a little bit,
I was like,
a tiny bit.
What's
Yeah.
under private? Just
Yeah.
loser.
Okay, so then he was punished for another incident. So he was on a nighttime duty in the Philippines, and he
Little lady boys.
all it says is he inexplicably fired his rifle into the jungle.
So after a few drinks, he's like,
Yeah, honestly, that sounds exactly that sounds exactly right.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
He's like, bitch, I can hit
Yeah.
that tree over there. Which one? You'll find out.
He had 6 or 7 Philippine or
hold my beer. Watch this.
I'm not, that sounds racist.
No,
He had 6 or 7 Filipino beers, and then just started firing
some
into the
Tsing
woods.
Taos,
Yeah.
and he was like,
Yeah. So there you go.
so this guy's a fucking loose
So all
cannon.
sorts of things. So he was nicknamed the Aussie Rabbit because he was super tiny and he looked like a cartoon character, and he loved Russia or Soviets, so he was also called Osvaldikovich. That was another nickname. In 1958, he was transferred back to El Toro in California. But there, an officer is on record saying that he was very competent and brighter than most. So he did
with
better. He did better there.
Sterling 103. Like,
Yeah. So in 59, when he was in the Marines, he taught himself basic Russian.
that's hard to do. Russian's difficult as fuck.
Yeah.
So in 59, in February, he was invited to take a Marine proficiency exam in written and spoken Russian. His level at the time after the test was poor, but poor is better than
Then zero
was like not efficient or like not
I'm sure
able. Yeah.
to some degree.
Though he fared rather reasonably for a Marine private at the time in the reading and the writing. So in September of 59, he received a hardship discharge from active service, claiming that his mother needed care.
The mother that he hated, clearly.
Yes.
That he had to get away from.
So at that point, he was placed on the United States Marine Corps Reserve.
Hmm.
So he was now in the reserves. Yeah. So in October of 59, he traveled to the Soviet Union.
Here's where things get sticky with his poor aptitude for Russian.
So Oswald traveled to the Soviet Union just before he turned 20 in the later part of 1959. He saved $1,500 from his salary in the Marine Corps, and he spent 2 days with his mom in Fort Worth. Then they embarked by ship on September 20th from New Orleans to France.
On the Titanic.
Shit? Jesus. How long was that?
Probably a long time.
Like a month.
Oh, yeah. Probably
So
sucked.
and then he immediately traveled to the UK, and then he arrived in Southampton on October 9th.
Do we know why he went? Does it say there why he went to the Soviet Union?
Because he was upset. He loved him.
That nobody knows.
Okay.
That's part of the problem. It's like
You
he
mean part
was
of the conspiracy?
part of the, yeah. Like we don't like why? Yeah, you're right. Like why the fuck did he go there?
Yeah.
Like
Well,
know.
he was clearly he clearly liked socialism.
Socialism.
And you know what's the world hub of that?
yeah.
Fucking USSR.
But socialism is not communism.
It's extraordinarily similar, bro. It's like
no.
oh, dude, are you kidding me? It's very
you
similar
have,
principles.
You have,
I'm
and
with
correct me
Sean.
if I'm wrong.
I'm with Sean on this.
You have democracy, you have socialism, and then you have communism.
communism
It's right in the middle.
Communism is radical socialism. That's really what it is.
Radical. Yeah,
It's radical
exactly.
socialism, but the state owns everything. So instead of
In
like
socialism or communism?
in communism. So
communism, yeah.
socialism is like, okay, everyone is equal and even,
Yeah.
and everyone gets everything the same.
Yeah.
So radical socialism, which is communism, is where the state owns everything and you are just a subset of the state, and the state will allocate everything to you. The same principle of like you're all quote unquote equal, but the state's like God. And so like if you're in
So
like
you don't really have rights, too.
Oh,
right?
dude,
It's
they're
like
fucking
they say-
they'll disappear. Look at China, bro.
exactly.
China's fucking a classic example. The state will literally absorb your company, and
Yeah.
then you got patents. Sorry, it's our company now.
Cuba is another one.
Like, what do you want to do? And if you talk shit like Jack Ma did, you fucking disappear for a month. He's like he's like the one of the top 20 richest people in the world. He like vanished for a
That's
month,
true.
and he came back. He's
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say anything.
Yeah. Jack Ma is the Alibaba.
Yeah, he's the CEO of Alibaba.
Yeah,
It's worth
Alibaba.
like fucking $50 billion.
Probably more.
Dude, he's worth so much money.
Okay, so he arrived in Southampton October 9th, right, of 59. And he told officials at that time that he had $700 and he planned to stay for 1 week before proceeding to a school that was in Switzerland. On that same day, he flew to Helsinki, where he checked in at the Hotel Torni in room 309. We all know this. 309.
It's common knowledge.
And then he moved to Hotel Klaas Kirky. And he was actually issued a Soviet visa on October 14th.
All right.
Okay. So Oswald left Helsinki by train the next day. He crossed the border at a town that I can't pronounce. Vinicula. He crossed the Soviet border at Vinicula.
Vinicula.
And arrived in Moscow on October 16th. His visa, valid only for a week, was due to expire on the 21st.
I just got to say something really quick. What a fucking piece of shit that he gets discharged because his mother's not doing well. He only still left for 2 days. He's like, all right, I'm going on a vacay.
Peace.
Like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
Like,
Okay, so almost immediately after arriving, Oswald informed his tourist guide, which
Quote unquote.
which is an interesting thing that I had to study on the side,
Yeah, like-
which is what is a tourist guide?
I have no idea.
Like they don't have that now.
No. That's what your phone.
tourist
That's what your
guide.
phone is for.
What do you mean? Like
So back
that's-
then, you would hire
that's not
somebody.
uncommon. Or what?
Really? I have. For the
A
fuck.
tourist guide? Like you could everybody like I don't know. It just seems common to me. Like you would hire somebody
you
to
hire
take you
somebody
around
in
the
a foreign
city.
language.
Go
Jorge,
show me all the.
Name one time you have had
No,
a tourist guide.
Never.
That's fucking
I'm
common as fuck.
And you're hella rich.
Especially, yeah.
Compared to us.
But especially back then, you don't have iPhone, you don't have Google
Yeah,
Maps.
it's
you
true.
don't
This
have
is
Google.
the
Nothing.
50s. Yeah,
You don't even have maps.
that's yeah.
You
You don't have
maps.
Thomas Guide.
Mm.
That dates me.
Nice
by the
drop.
way.
Nice
Yeah.
nice drop there.
Yeah.
This podcast is sponsored by Tom Scott.
Dude. Oh my God. We should bring back Thomas Guide.
Dude, on the come up.
Yeah. To the corporate entities that own Thomas Guide, please contact us at info@the Conspiracy Podcast. We would love to sponsor the Thomas Guide.
Thomas Scott.
We feel like it's coming
The
back.
digital version.
Yeah. Oswald informed his tourist guide of his desire to become a Soviet citizen.
Meanwhile, he's still in the reserves. Fucking
Yes.
cock.
So
yeah.
when asked why by Soviet officials he encountered, all of whom by Oswald's account found his wish incomprehensible, he said that he was a communist and gave what he described in his diary as vague answers about the great Soviet Union. On October 21st, the day his visa was due to expire, he was told that his citizenship application had been refused. He had to leave Soviet Union that evening. He was distraught, so Oswald inflicted a minor but bloody wound to his left wrist in his bathtub. And this was right before the in-tourist guide was due to escort him out of the country.
I love how he's like literally in his diary. He's like, I gave them vague answers, idiots. Like, why would you? What? Like, what's the point of writing that down?
So basically, he was refused citizenship. Then, the day he was to be escorted out of the country, he tried to slit his wrist with like a Bic razor.
I know, it's like
In
a
a
little
bathtub.
cut. And he's like, shit.
Yeah, in a
It just
bathtub.
hurts. Like,
And he, in his diary, he says he wished to kill himself in a way that would shock.
Okay.
he shocked himself by how feeble he was at trying to kill
So
himself.
because he did that, his departure was delayed. And the Soviets then placed him under psychiatric observation
I see.
until the 20th of October. So it's another week.
He's like, yeah, you gotta extend my passport now, bitches.
Win.
Got him.
Yeah.
Vague answers.
According to Oswald, he met 4 Soviet officials in Minsk who asked if he wanted to return to the U.S. Oswald replied by insisting that he wanted to live in the Soviet Union as a Soviet national. When pressed for ID papers, he provided his Marine Corps discharge papers.
Interesting.
I know, and they're like, okay.
Yeah.
I know. So I told you we were going deep into like this is the
deep
play-by-play of Oswald and his like
And also, most people don't know this shit.
Yep.
yeah, absolutely. So on Halloween night, October 31st, Oswald appeared at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow and declared his desire to renounce U.S. citizenship.
And he was dressed as a Kalashnikov. He was dressed as an AK-47 for Halloween.
So he said, and I quote, he said, "I have made up my mind. I'm through." He told the U.S. interviewing officer that he had been a radar operator in the Marine Corps and that he had voluntarily stated to unnamed Soviet officials that as a Soviet citizen, which he never got, he would make known to them such information concerning the Marine Corps and his specialties that he possessed.
And how do we know this again? Because of the diary, or
This is based on the
Oh, this is from the embassy. The U.S.
This is from the embassy.
This is
It's on record.
This is U.S. embassy.
Yeah, it's on
was
record.
interviewing.
I think it's a Richard Snyder, U.S. Embassy interviewing
Yeah.
person. Yeah. And he said he had been a radar operator in the Marine Corps, and then he voluntarily stated to Soviet officials that as a Soviet citizen, he would make known to them such information concerning the Marine Corps and his specialty that he possessed.
Gotcha.
He said he intimidated that he might know something special of interest. Like he kept saying, I know the shit. I know all the
got the
things.
inside scoop.
This
Yeah.
guy didn't know fucking
And
dick.
he was
Like,
trying
he was
to-
all using it.
He was
like,
trying to get citizenship.
Yeah, of course. Well,
So he
of
was
course,
saying,
I got the juice.
I
By
got the
being a
juice.
traitor.
I got the tea.
Yeah.
I got the tea. I got the
got the
tea,
hella
baby.
tea.
The tea's
Yeah.
hot.
That's right. So such statements led to Oswald's hardship and honorable military discharge from being changed to undesirable. It's like he was determined as undesirable.
Well, yeah. I
From
mean,
there.
obviously.
Because he's like a traitor.
Well, yeah. I'm surprised the guy at the embassy didn't just like fucking shoot him in the head right there.
Then Oswald received a government subsidized apartment in a really nice apartment building.
See, it's really easy when the state owns everything.
That's right.
Like-
No, actually.
Like they literally
you
like,
know,
here,
yeah.
it's ours.
Now, here's the argument, right? So some people, conspiracy theorists say, okay, so now he was given an apartment by the Russian government.
And they don't fucking care about anybody.
Yes.
Yeah. So
So they're taking care
So-
of him.
yeah, so there's there is that like
Don't get me
why
wrong.
why was that happen? But at
I
the
agree.
same time,
I agree.
yeah, but at the same time, all it is a government subsidized apartment for factory workers.
And in hindsight,
So,
like
so did other factory workers get the same apartment?
Correct.
I'm gonna
Yes.
say like, but maybe the apartment sucked.
Yeah.
A shit apartment. Like,
It was like
We don't
Section
really
8
know.
apartment.
exactly. It's like
Yeah.
fucking. There's like rats.
We don't really
and
know.
shit.
Also, because if like we're in a democratic system, so we don't know, or at least I don't know. Like maybe they do that a lot,
Maybe they do.
where they go,
I
okay,
fucking-
this factory needs to be supported. We're the government, and
I mean,
we
here or over there? We talking
over there.
Yeah.
like maybe they do
like
because
here's the apartment building
it's
for
communism.
Factory A.
it's
Yeah.
communism, right? So
Yeah.
maybe they have to inject assistance into.
Well, in order to make you slaves,
'cause
they're
you're-
going to keep you alive.
And
Yeah.
working at a factory, you don't make that much money. So then they're like, okay, let's keep them happy with an apartment. You know?
We'll give you fucking 1 ruble an hour, and we'll give you an apartment though.
So this apartment was fully furnished. In addition to that, they supplemented his factory pay. So at that time, it was said that he had a comfortable standard of living.
In Russia,
In
which
Russia.
is which is like
Yeah.
you're fucking dead here. Like, that's the,
Though they were under a lot of surveillance and like
oh, I bet.
you check in, clock out, like that whole thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so from mid 60 to 61, Oswald was in a relationship with somebody named Ella. They ate together in the factory cafeteria every day. They dated a couple times a week. She later described Oswald as a pleasant-looking guy with a good sense of humor. Not as rough and rude as men here were back then.
Like, yeah.
Now, she says she did not love him, but thought he was lonely and continued to date him out of pity.
So like booty
Damn,
call.
dude, savage.
Super savage.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
She was like, I was boning his supervisor, but
I would
I
hate,
felt bad for
I would
him.
hate that any of my past girlfriends dated me out of pity.
I just felt bad. He's so
if you're-
sorry and pathetic.
Yeah. So their relationship became more serious in Oswald's eyes during the summer and fall of 60. But it began to deteriorate after she left, or she learned in October that Oswald was seeing other women. So he was on the sly side.
Okay. He was using the pity card.
Yeah, he was on the sly side. So on January 2nd, 61, Oswald proposed to her. She declined.
Yeah. Niet.
So in January 61, which is right after that, this woman declined his proposal. In his diary, Oswald wrote, I am starting to reconsider my desire about staying. The work is drab. The money I get has nowhere to be spent. There's no nightclubs, bowling alleys, no places of recreation except the trade union dances. I have had enough.
He's like,
There's no strip clubs like there is in America. I'm going back.
Oh.
I've been looking for a titty for 2 years. Can't find one.
So that's word for word in his diary, right? He says he's
sucks.
done with Russia and done.
He's
with
like, the propaganda was so good, got me hooked. And then I get here and it's trash.
So shortly afterwards, Oswald, who never formally renounced his U.S. citizenship, wrote to the embassy of the U.S. in Moscow requesting the return of his American passport and proposing to return to the U.S. if any charges would be dropped against him.
And he's like, hey,
Okay.
take backs. Like, I didn't mean it.
So now we're going to fast forward a little bit. So here we are in March of 1961. Okay. Oswald meets a woman named Marina.
Are we back in the U.S.?
No, not yet.
Okay.
So Marina is who he would end up marrying. Marina is
Right.
the woman, the
Yep.
Oswald's
and kids with her
wife.
too, right?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So he met her in March of 91. She was 19 years old. She was a pharmacology student. They married within 6 weeks.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's fast.
Yeah. The Oswald's first child, June, was born on February 15th. So he met her of 62. So he met her in March, and then they were married within 6 weeks. They had a baby March the following year.
So maybe she
was knocked up. When
that's what I was thinking. I was like, when did they have the baby?
A year later.
February of
So
62.
No, that makes sense. Yeah, 10 months. Yeah.
Oh, there you go.
Boom. She was fucking prego.
On May 24th, 1962, Oswald and Marina applied at the U.S. Embassy in Moscow for documents that enabled her to immigrate to the U.S. On June 1st, the U.S. Embassy gave Oswald a loan of sorts for $435.
Dude, okay.
For
This
what?
is crazy. This guy's life is like, it's like a Naked Gun movie. It just, he's been like,
That's why we wanted to go into like all the history.
So,
he's been court-martialed twice. He went to prison. Like, what the
Okay, so on June 1st, the U.S. Embassy gave Oswald a repatriation loan of $435. So a repatriation loan is to essentially get you back
into the States.
into the States. There you go. So Oswald, Marina, and their infant daughter left for the United States, where they received less attention from the press than Oswald expected. So Oswald expected it to be like a
Like a
coming home party. Like,
coming home.
like a fucking parade.
That's right.
what an idiot.
And I got my
Yeah.
full hundo.
It seems like a theme though with Oswald, right? Like where he thinks something should be like he should be given more.
Well, he also has
accolades
like
or more,
delusions
like,
of grandeur. Like
Yeah,
he
yeah,
thought the Soviet Union was going to be like this glorious fucking mecca, and it's like a shit show.
Yeah, that's
Like-
right. So the Oswald settled in Dallas, Fort Worth, where Lee's mother and brother lived. Lee began a manuscript on Soviet life. So he was starting to write about what it was like to live in the Soviet
This guy's
Union,
desperate for validation.
of which he gave up on that project. So that never came to light.
I worked in a factory,
It's shitty,
and
yeah.
like I had like a chick. She was like pity boning me.
The end.
Oswald found an unlikely friend in 51-year-old Russian George de Monraskuld. He's a well-educated petroleum geologist with like business connections internationally. He was a native of Russia. He later told the Warren Commission that Oswald had a remarkable fluency in Russian,
Oh, I thought it was poor.
which, yeah.
Oh, but he was there. He was there for a couple of years, so maybe it got better.
exactly.
Maybe it got
That-
better,
yeah.
but it does contradict everything
Yeah,
that we went over.
it was remarkable.
Yeah. So in July of 1962, so we're in now 62, right?
Okay.
July 62, Oswald was hired by the Leslie Wilding Company in Dallas, but he quit within 3 months.
This guy cannot complete things. Like my God,
Yeah.
he went to school 78 times.
I mean,
fucking
so
never
many
finished.
jobs
Like,
that he quit or got fired, etc. You know, it's just a never-ending thing. So on October 12th, he started working for the graphic arts firm Jaguars Chiles Stoval as a photo print trainee. A fellow employee there testified that Oswald's rudeness at his new job was such that fights threatened to break out, and that he once saw Oswald reading a Russian language publication. He was fired in April of 63. So he was there for
Couple more.
10 months, October to April.
Yeah.
So 8 months, something like that. So, okay, good. So now we're in April of 1963. This is the year that Kennedy was killed.
Yes.
Right? Okay, good. So now we come to the Edwin Walker assassination attempt. This
Oh
is
my God.
Colonel,
Right.
Yeah.
Yes, this is where not many people know this story, where that Oswald tried to assassinate somebody
And failed miserably.
Months before.
Political
yes,
figure,
months
right?
before. So Oswald, in a newspaper, he bought a Carcano rifle. He spent $19.95.
So it's like on the cheap
for a second-hand rifle,
which is
out of a newspaper.
which is probably automatically just 10 times shittier than it would be standard.
So in March of 1963, Oswald used the alias. Remember the alias A. Heidel,
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
right? And he made a mail order purchase of a secondhand 6.5 millimeter caliber Carcano rifle for $19.95. In addition to that, he purchased a .38 Smith & Wesson revolver.
Much more reliable than the Carcano.
Yeah.
And that's the one that was used to
Kill
shoot-
Tippett.
Yeah, kill the cop.
That's right.
Yep.
Okay.
So he ordered those two items. So he ordered the Carcano rifle, and then he ordered the Smith & Wesson
From his
38.
fucking Macy's catalog.
38. Yeah, basically.
Jesus.
All under the name A. Heidel. Yeah. Because he was trying to be sneaky. He was trying to be...
You sure that the
know-
lady in the column, what's the fucking A stand for?
Yeah, I know. Right?
Sir?
And
So-
then if you remember, that was also the name on his ID, right?
That's
when,
right.
When they found him.
That's right.
In the,
That's right.
But was it like A.
Movie
dot
theaters.
Heidel? Or was it like Albert? Or what the fuck did it say?
I think it was Alex.
Okay.
Alex Heidel.
Yeah.
Alexander.
I think so. I could be wrong on that one. But so for weeks, Oswald carefully plotted out how he was going to kill Walker. Oswald staked out the narrow alleyway behind Walker's house and found a perfect vantage point behind a 5-foot picket fence.
Yeah, because he's obviously short AF.
Yeah.
They'll never see me.
5 feet was his maximum. He planned how, after the deed was done, he would ditch the rifle at some nearby railroad tracks, double back through a park, and take the bus home. So on April 10th of 1963, which is April to November, so what, 6 months?
Yeah. Ish.
6 months before Kennedy was killed, Lee Harvey crouched behind a fence in the neighborhood, aimed his rifle at the window of they call him an ultra-conservative named Edwin Walker, and he was a former U.S. Army general.
Now,
Okay.
should we point out, and we're probably going to get into it later, but there was a picket fence about that height at
The grassy knoll?
At the grassy knoll.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Nice call, Jorge.
I don't know what that means,
Right.
but it's confusing.
I think it
But
means
you should know about that right now.
I think it
We're gonna
means
get into it.
clones were involved.
Hitler was there.
Hitler killed JFK.
Hitler was there, yeah, for sure. So on April 10th, 1963, Lee Harvey crouched behind the fence in the neighborhood, aimed his rifle at the window, and around 9 o'clock, Oswald was positioned behind the fence outside of Walker's house. He was super excited because he couldn't believe his good fortune. Walker was seated at his desk doing his taxes. He was literally doing his taxes. His head was perfectly framed by the upstairs window just 120 feet from Oswald's rifle.
Which is not a far shot.
It's not a far shot.
120 feet, that's 40 yards. It's
That's
like
right.
easy peasy.
So
I
this
could
story,
do that.
this story might actually be like against Oswald's ability to shoot
That's what
Kennedy.
That's what I'm saying. Like
You're right.
at a stationary target,
Yeah.
not fucking far.
At night. He's sitting there doing his taxes.
I know.
And then back then it was clickety clack, clack,
I know.
clack, clack,
He's got
clickety
his
clack,
green- he's got his
clack,
green
you know,
visor on.
yes. Why do they have those visors, by the
No,
way?
I say it's actually I looked this up because I
Yeah,
had the
do
same
you?
question. It's somehow the green would help to alleviate the eyes.
Calculator?
From looking at the fine print for so long. The
Kinda
green
like
would help.
nowadays we got the blue block.
Yeah, it would help. It would somehow
blue
help
light glasses.
counteract that effect.
Wow.
Yeah, because I was like, why? It makes no fucking sense.
Is it bullshit? Like
I
did
don't
it
know. I
actually
never
work?
tried.
Yeah, yeah.
I can only speculate.
That's interesting.
I have TurboTax
wanna-
in my taxes, bro.
I do wonder. I'm going to get one just for my eyes, I guess.
Like Goodwill.
Yeah.
eBay that shit.
So Walker was seated at his desk doing his income taxes. His head was perfectly framed by the upstairs, 120 feet from the rifle. Oswald pulled the trigger, and a sharp crack exploded behind Walker's head. At first, Walker thought some neighborhood rascal had thrown a firecracker at his window.
Neighborhood rascal.
That's what it says.
I love it.
Some rascal.
Like Dennis the Menace.
But so keep in mind that Walker, he's like a soldier. Like he should know when there's like I wouldn't
He was a
know.
fucking general.
Yeah, like if I heard a pop, 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 I wouldn't actually know it was gunfire. Probably, I'd be like, "Oh, it's the fireworks down at the."
I think it's more common that Eric would be like, "Those damn rascals."
Yeah.
But he's like a soldier, so at a certain point, he realized he's like, "Okay, well, something's happening." So he grabbed his pistol.
Was the window open? The glass didn't break, or was the window open?
No, the glass broke. That's what he heard, right?
No, I
was
think
like a crack.
No, it was behind his head.
Yeah, it was
so
behind
probably
his
the
head.
bullet fucking hit the
it was
wall.
behind his head.
Okay.
Yeah. Then he realized what was happening. He grabbed his pistol. He ran outside, at which point he noticed blood started pooling on his shirt sleeve from his glass. So he got a bit of a ricochet.
Like some particles of the...
Yeah, there was shrapnel from the broken window.
Oh, so the window did break.
Yeah, so it was shot through the window.
Oh, so maybe his head was, his face was turning the other way and he heard the crack of the glass behind him. So I think you were right, Jorge.
Right.
Yeah. Because I was thinking he's like looking out the window. And
So-
it's just like his head's there like a fucking watermelon to shoot.
So Oswald fired, but the bullet caromed off the windowsill. So carom is like a ricochet. So it's off the windowsill, missed Walker's head by an inch. The Dallas Police Department investigation came up cold, and Oswald was already flagged by the FBI, evaded additional scrutiny.
Why was he flagged by the FBI? Did it say?
Just because he was
He was a traitor.
He was a traitor coming back.
Yeah.
No, but see, the thing is, I don't understand is like, if they knew that he did that, he didn't get arrested for attempted murder?
Well, they didn't have enough evidence to, they didn't investigate it further.
But how do we know that he was the one who, like, you see what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
fucking sharpshooter my ass. Fucking bullshit.
But they did determine that the bullet that they did find ended up
was
being from a Mannlicher Carcana.
Okay, and which no one would buy. Because it's the
And
shittiest
later
rifle
on,
in the world.
it was determined later on that was the same weapon.
Yeah, that makes
used.
sense.
But it was-
That's the photo you took
Right.
of that weapon.
But
is
that
the
weapon,
Mannlicher Carcana.
wasn't it pretty common for like hunting?
Isn't
that what we talked about at the beginning?
Yeah,
Hunt-
I don't
hunt
know.
rascals.
Hunt rascals. Yeah. So I mean, it's all debatable.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm just saying, like, this is a
Yeah.
really big deal because I'm telling you guys, I could have hit General fucking what's his tits with a fucking
What was it?
slingshot.
100? What was it?
120 feet.
20 feet.
That's 40 yards, bro.
Yeah.
Like, that's
You could have missed.
that's not a difficult
by
shot.
an inch. By an inch.
But
It's not
in
a
a couple
difficult
of the,
shot.
in a
You know how
couple
big
of
a
the-
head is? It's a head a hit in.
I mean, granted, if you're a sharpshooter, you probably would not miss.
Dude, if you're a sharpshooter, you
Well, he's a
fucking
marksman.
smoke. Now
Hey.
Eric's backtracking here. He's a marksman, sir.
Not quite a sharpshooter.
Yeah, just below a sharpshooter.
But in a couple, I think it was a podcast or an audiobook that I listened to, they talked about the window that it went through fucked up the trajectory of the bullet. You know what I mean? Like the
Actually,
shot,
yeah.
the shot, like he had a direct shot
No.
and then the window went
Yeah, but like,
and then like went off an inch.
but have a deviation of an inch from a glass. You know how?
100
Well, we don't know how
20
far away he was from the window too.
No, he was.
No, it was
no,
120
he was
feet.
120
No,
feet.
like what's
Oh,
the senator?
Walker?
Yeah, Walker's name. Or
Yeah,
Walker.
no, but still,
like
like
if he was
glass.
2 feet from the
Oh,
window,
I
or
see.
was
glass-
he 10 feet from the window.
So depending on if he was, say he was 30 feet after the window,
That's what I'm saying.
the deviation of the window.
I just don't think that. I just don't think. So what happened is he hit the window sill. So that means his
No,
shot.
he hit the window.
It literally says it carammed off the fucking windowsill. We're gonna go
true.
back to
It
this.
did say that.
Listen, we're gonna go back to this, guess. Just hold on.
It did say that. You're right.
Yeah.
Oswald fired, but the bullet careened off the windowsill
Yeah, so it ricocheted.
and missed Walker's head by an inch.
Yeah, so it hit the
Right.
fucking windowsill. A windowsill could.
So he was way off.
But
So
no,
the sill is
fuck?
completely different than the window.
No, because it's wood. Like wood can definitely deviate a bullet. Glass is going to give you maybe a millimeter difference because it's not really
true.
hard, and the bullet's going so fast. It's like it doesn't give a shit about glass.
That's very true.
Wood though,
That's very true.
100%.
Yeah, that's very true. All right. Well, so the Dallas police investigated it, and they categorized the shooting as an assassination attempt, but their investigation turned up no suspects at the time.
I see.
So Oswald then retrieved his rifle, and he was likely super upset because he missed a shot
That was
that's so easy to do.
literally.
You know what I mean?
I'm telling you, like
I mean, this is all speculation, but it's all assumed that he was pissed off that he messed it up.
I could have made that shot with iron sights with the fucking 9mm pistol, bro. Like, come on.
So later on, the Warren Commission, like after like a year and a half or whatever later, the Warren Commission concluded that Oswald was the one who attempted to kill U.S. Major General Edwin Walker.
Super convenient. Sorry.
And that he fired the exact same rifle, the Carcano, 100 feet away or 120 feet away as he sat on his desk. This is from the Warren Commission. The bullet struck the window frame, as we had said.
There we go.
And Walker's only injuries were bullet fragments to his forearm.
Oh, so the bullet actually disintegrated, like it actually broke up when it hit the wood and just fucking.
Yeah. And the United States House Select Committee on Assassination stated that the evidence strongly suggested that Oswald carried it out. So he was never like charged, and he was never like, whatever. And this is later on after the fact.
Yeah, that's what I'm
After
saying.
So
the
they're like,
situation.
this guy tried to assassinate or kill the president. So let's just.
That's
blame
what I'm
this
saying.
other one
It's
on him.
a little.
Well,
It's
I
a
mean-
little. It's saying it's just a little convenient that now they're like, well, the evidence strongly suggests.
Yeah.
I just think it's a little convenient. I'm not saying that he didn't do it. Like he could have very well done it.
Yeah.
I'm just saying it's just very convenient that after the fact they're like, oh, of course Oswald did. Of course.
Yeah.
It's
So
Oswald.
just a couple other things that like support that he did do it. Just
Did he write in his diary?
No, so like
Major General
like,
bitch.
Like General Walker was outspoken about anti-communism, segregation,
just like everyone else in America.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah. He was temporarily held in mental institution on orders from Robert F. Kennedy.
Who was?
Walker. General Walker was
Really?
actually, yeah.
Oh, wow.
So there was a lot of turmoil between the Kennedy Association or the Kennedy administration and General Walker
But then why would Oswald want to kill him?
because he was very anti-communist and very
And JFK wasn't?
no, but it was just this is just what happened.
Okay, I'm
yeah,
sorry. I'm
like,
sorry.
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
like
it's just
I'm
what
like
happened,
fucking
yeah.
picking everything. My bad.
Yeah. So Marina, the wife, she testified that her husband told her that he traveled by bus to General Walker's house and he shot at Walker with his rifle. She said that Oswald considered Walker to be the leader of a fascist organization.
That's okay. That makes sense why you'd want to kill him then.
Yeah. So a note was left by Oswald for Marina on the night of the attempt, telling her what to do if he did not return. And this note was found 10 days after the Kennedy assassination, not the Walker assassination.
I see.
Tracking?
And how long was it between the Walker and the Kennedy assassination? Like, what's the time frame there?
April to November.
Okay, so
So
We left her
the
a note
Walker,
and, like, she found it months later, just conveniently after.
I just checked my side table and there's happened to be a note there.
Hey, baby, I'll be right back. Let me go take care of this dude right now.
I gotta go get
real quick.
gotta go work at the book depository.
that part is weird.
It's a
Isn't that
little
weird.
awkward. I found it at
6 months later,
Yeah.
you found a note.
She was like, I was dusting off the plates, the china,
Yeah.
and I found this note.
But so what's interesting, so let's just imagine that Kennedy has not been killed.
Okay.
Okay, so we're in, I don't know,
April?
May.
Okay,
Say May
May, okay.
63. Kennedy's still killing the game.
Yeah, this
You know.
this hitting this
Yeah,
slaying.
yeah. We choose not to go to the moon because it's hard.
Exactly.
Dallas police had no suspects.
Really?
You're saying in May. or what?
In May.
Yeah.
Before Kennedy assassination.
Right.
The assassination occurred, and then Oswald became the suspect.
Because of the note. Because of the note.
I'm just telling you the timeline.
Yeah.
So in May, there was no suspects.
Yeah.
He was just like Walker was shot at.
Yeah.
And he's like, fuck, I'm bleeding.
But then
we have no idea.
But then after Kennedy got shot, then they're like, Oswald.
Then Oswald was a suspect.
That's fucking sketchy as shit.
It's weird.
That's a
Smells
little
like a conspiracy to me.
That really smells like one.
So he was a suspect, but well, it's weird because it does talk about like they didn't have any legitimate suspects.
But he was illegitimate.
He was a person of interest. That's what they call it.
So
like
arbitrary.
A person of interest.
So
but
arbitrary.
the problem was that the bullet was too damaged to run ballistics.
But then they ran ballistics. They're like, it came from the Carcana.
Yeah.
This is fucking
That's right.
madness.
How the fuck did they determine that after 10 months? Or
they're like, now,
whatever it was, 6 months later.
in 6 months, our ballistics have really advanced.
Crazy, isn't it? I don't.
Especially since the bullet exploded and like
It's very
fragmented.
confusing.
It's
Yeah.
super confusing.
Especially, yeah.
Although it is 60 years ago, 70 years ago.
Yeah, but in
just
6 months of technology
logically, logically, you're like, okay,
No.
6 months ago I couldn't determine it, and now 6
I
months
can.
later,
Yeah, they're like,
even though
Yeah.
the same situation,
We
like
pieced
same
it together.
circumstances
the switch of samples. The
switch of samples.
switch of samples.
apply. Fool me once,
switch
you
the
can't
sample.
fool me twice.
And a Fuma can't get food again.
Yeah.
So there was this guy named George de Montranchlet,
Welcome to New Orleans, baby.
and he testified that he knew that Oswald actually disliked Walker. In regards to this, Montranchlet, fucking Montranchlet, and his wife Jean recalled an incident that occurred the weekend following the Walker assassination attempt. They testified that on April 14th, just before Easter, they were visiting the Oswalds at their new apartment, and they brought a toy Easter bunny to give to the child. As Oswald's wife Marina was showing Jean around the apartment, they discovered Oswald's rifle standing upright, leaning against the wall inside a closet. Jean told George that Oswald had a rifle, and George joked to Oswald, "Were you the one who took a pot shot at General Walker?" When asked about Oswald's reaction to this question, George told the Warren Commission that Oswald smiled. And when Montranchlet's wife Jean asked about Oswald's reaction, she said, "I didn't notice anything. We started laughing our heads off. Big joke, Big George's joke."
Okay, real quick. I'm sorry.
So Jean testified that was the last time she ever saw or heard
Dude,
from
everything
Oswald.
about this is insane. Like, they randomly found it in a closet. Bitch, why are you snooping through my closets? First off, why are you in my closet? Like, they're in the bedroom closet. What do we have here? Rifle
Was
standing
it you that
upright.
shot that shot? No, you shot that shot.
I always shoot my shot. Big George.
Shoot you a shot.
Big George.
Shot it.
Like, what the fuck?
Okay, so in April, Oswald returned to New Orleans. Marina's friend, Ruth Payne, drove her by car from Dallas to join Oswald in New Orleans the following month. On May 10th, Oswald was hired by the Riley Coffee Company as a machinery greaser.
It's a shit job, dude.
But he was fired in July because his work was not satisfactory and because he started loitering in the garage that was next door.
This guy, dude.
This guy can't hold a job for the life.
This guy is like a professional grifter.
Honestly,
Like,
have we learned? We still have a couple things more to go over, but have we learned that he's just a fucking loser?
Well, the
That's
thing
for sure.
is, he's inept.
Like he's a loser.
He's inept at literally everything. Yet he's literally one of the best snipers on the planet. like what the fuck?
Okay, so in May 26th, so now we're getting closer to May 26, 63.
Okay,
Right?
Yeah, we're getting real close.
We're getting close. Oswald wrote to New York City headquarters of the Pro-Fidel Castro Fair Play for Cuba Committee.
Damn, that's the longest name
Right?
ever. What's the acronym for that?
FPCCC. It's the thing, yeah.
And the fact that you snap answered that was great.
So he proposed, and he says, I quote, "a small office at my own expense for the purpose of forming a FPCCC branch here in New Orleans." 3 days later, the FPCCC responded to Oswald, stating, "At least not at the very beginning." So Oswald replied saying, "Against your advice, I have decided to take an office from the very beginning." So he wrote to this committee on the anti-Castro.
So pretty much they want him to establish it, then get an office. But he's like, no, I'm going to get an office, then establish it. Yeah.
Good. So at this point, this is where JFK the movie comes in.
Oh yeah, because remember, I remember he had the office. Yeah,
he shared an office with an ex-CIA person.
Right.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
And they were they were cahoots.
If you have not seen that movie, like
it's a good movie. You should definitely see it.
You should see it.
Pause this shit right now and go watch it.
Yeah,
like,
well, actually, fully listen to this, then you'll see it.
Yeah, and then
leave a
subscribe,
and then
and
start
paying us.
Fuck Oliver Stone.
Pay us the money,
and I will dictate the movie to you, audiobook style.
That was a really good movie.
It was a good movie.
It was good.
Yeah, it was good.
And it has every famous actor who's ever lived in this in this movie.
So now Oswald has written to this anti-Castro committee, and he says, "I'm going to open my own office." No, so what happened is he went against their wishes, and he decided to open his own office, the Pro Fidel Castro Fair Play for Cuba Committee, right? And so he opened his office. On May 29th, Oswald ordered the following items from a local printer. And this is what's the crazy part about this is everybody knows like every movement of everything.
I know.
So they literally know from a local printer, he went and ordered 500 application forms, 300 membership cards, because he was anticipating that he was going to sign up all these motherfuckers. He was going to just sign up a bunch of pro Fidel Castro people, right? And then he's 1,000 leaflets that he printed.
The thing is, I can't even find like my like Five Guys purchase on my fucking credit card statement. I'm like, where is it? I swear to God. Like,
but we know this.
We know exactly this.
The headline was "Hands Off Cuba." That was the leaflet. Hands Off Cuba.
Strong.
Right? And then, according to Marina, Lee told her to sign the name A. Heidel on all of the purchases. Yeah. So back to that. Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so on August 9th, now we're in August of 63.
So like 2 months before.
Yeah. Oswald turned up in downtown New Orleans handing out these leaflets. Oswald and 2 others were then arrested for disturbing the peace because they got into a fight.
Yes.
Yeah. Prior to leaving the police station, Oswald requested to speak with an FBI agent. Oswald told the agent that he was a member of the New Orleans branch of the FPCCC, which he claimed had 35 members, and the leader was A. Heidel. But in reality,
they had no members.
And Oswald had no members, and it was just him. So he was like, fake it till you make it.
Oh, dude, this guy is the definition of
fake it till you make it.
He's trying to fake every job. That's why he keeps getting fucking fired from every job he's ever done because he has no idea what he's doing.
Okay, good. So now Oswald stayed in New Orleans 2 more days or so. He was waiting for his unemployment checks.
This guy's such a piece of shit,
right?
Oh my God.
And it's kind of unknown when he left, but around September, he left on a bus to go to Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
So he arrived in Mexico City on September 27th, 63, where he applied for a transit visa in Mexico City to go to the Cuban consulate. So he wanted to go from New Orleans to Mexico City to then go to Cuba.
Yeah.
Right? Which is Fidel.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he arrived in Mexico City. He applied. He claimed he wanted to visit Cuba on his way back to the Soviet Union.
But see, this is why I'm getting confused because he's like, he tries to write a memoir because he thinks fucking Soviet Union and Russia sucks so bad, and now he's trying to go to Cuba thinking it's going to be better.
I know.
Well, he did finish it, so maybe he changed
He's
his
like,
mind.
look, they got mojitos. It's going to be way better than this.
Exactly.
So he claimed he wanted to visit Cuba on his way back to the Soviet Union. The Cuban consular officials insisted Oswald would need Soviet approval before he would get that. But CIA documents note that Oswald spoke like horrible Russian.
Oh, so
like he was bad.
So he's got his homie, like, so it's like he's poor. Then his homie's like, it's spectacular. Yeah. And then now they're like, he literally knows no words in Russian.
And so after about 5 days of shuttling between consulates and including a heated argument with an official at the Cuban consulate, He pleaded to the KGB agents and at least some CIA scrutiny. Oswald was told by a Cuban consular that he was disinclined to approve his visa, saying a person like Oswald, in place of aiding the Cuban Revolution, was doing it harm. So later on October 18th, 1963, the Cuban embassy approved the visa. But by this time, Oswald was back in the U.S. and given up his plans on visiting Cuba and the Soviet Union. So 11 days before the assassination of Kennedy, Oswald wrote to the Soviet embassy in D.C. saying, "Had I been able to reach the Soviet embassy in Havana as planned, the embassy there would have had time to complete our business." So while the Warren Commission concluded that Oswald had visited Mexico City and the Cuban and Soviet consulates, questions regarding whether someone posing as Oswald had appeared at the embassies were serious enough to be investigated by the House Select Committee on Assassinations. So basically it said there was some evidence that showed that some person who claimed to be Oswald, who was not Oswald, was in Mexico City claiming to be him.
It was the real A. Heidel.
Yeah, and this is this is that story that you were talking about, which is the duplicative, the Oswald doubled. Yeah, saying that. Yeah, I'm here to defect.
We're gonna get into that in the next episode.
Yeah, casting call. All 5'8", 135-pound males, please.
So, but according to a CIA document that was released in 2017.
Wow,
recently,
trillion years later.
It said it is possible Oswald was trying to get the necessary documents from the embassies in Mexico to make a quick escape to the Soviet Union after the assassination.
Yeah.
So he was kind of like they say that he was trying to plan to depart.
Get the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
He's like, I'm going to need the $400 loan again.
Yeah, 423.
I'm going to need I'm going to need that for the bus and then the ship.
Mm-hmm.
That's going to take me back.
So on October 2nd, 1963, Oswald left Mexico City via bus. He arrived in Dallas. Ruth Payne said that her neighbor told her on October 14th about a job that was opening at a place called the Texas School Book Depository.
So is this like sheer fucking dumb luck that he gets this job?
Well, so Payne's neighbor's brother,
oh my God,
Wesley, worked at the depository.
Payne's neighbor's brother's cousin's sister's husband.
So Mrs. Payne informed Oswald, who was interviewed at the depository and was hired there on October 16th.
My birthday, by the way.
Mrs. Payne informed Oswald, who was interviewed there, and he was hired on October 16th for $1.25 an hour.
What the fuck? I mean, this is a long time ago, so it makes sense. But what I just want to say, what do they do when they look at his resume? Like, you've had quite a few jobs, sir.
You've had 17 jobs.
I know. And you've only
You don't need a resume for a book depository.
I mean, the maximum length is
$1.25.
Yeah, for $1.25.
They're like,
how
can you
qualified are
they're
you?
like, can you breathe?
Like, yeah.
Okay, good.
That's still cheap. Like that's
It's
still
$1.25. It's
cheap.
minimum wage.
Yeah.
At that time, it was minimum wage. So Oswald's supervisor was Roy Truly. Now, if you remember from the episode,
I do remember.
a couple episodes ago, Truly was the guy running around going, I know that guy. He's not here.
Yeah,
you know,
where's Oswald?
Yes, exactly. He said that Oswald did a good day's work the first day.
At the book deposit. What's a good
And
day's work?
and so far, he was an above average employee. During the week, Oswald stayed in Dallas in a rooming house under the name O.H. Lee.
This guy with his fucking
Weird.
aliases. He's like, God.
But he spent his weekends with Marina at the Payne home, who got him the job in Irving, Texas.
Okay.
Okay. So he would go to work at the depository during the week. He would go home in Irving with Marina.
That's like 40 minutes away.
Okay.
Is it?
Yeah.
Oh, good knowledge.
I know. Well, Jorge's from
right out
Texas.
the
Well,
you
gate.
know.
Yeah.
I'm a Cowboys fan.
Right out of the
Like,
gate.
I've been all around there. Arlington and
He's
Dallas.
been to Cowboys games too,
Let's go,
unfortunately.
Romo.
Go boys.
They suck. Anyways,
So
continue.
Oswald did not drive a car. He commuted to and from Dallas on Mondays and Fridays with his coworker Wesley.
Oh, he stayed there?
And so he stayed during the week, and then he stayed at a rooming house under the name OHLE.
Yeah, that's right? Like a really rough sketch for minimum wage. Jesus Christ.
So on October 20th, he had another kid.
Fuck.
Oh, wow.
4 days after he got hired at this job?
October 20th is 30 days before the assassination.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Okay, good. So the Dallas branch of the FBI then became interested in Oswald. After its agent learned that the CIA had determined that Oswald had been in contact with the Soviet embassy in Mexico, making Oswald a possible espionage case because he had defected, he had gone back, he had gone this, he had gone that, etc.
God, this guy's like triple. It's like not like 007. He's like 000. Like he's just the worst possible agent imaginable.
So
like,
actual FBI agents twice visited the Payne home, which is the Payne home is the friends.
The friends of
that
him
said
and Marina
that got him the job, right? And they visited in early November. Oswald was not there, but they spoke to Mrs. Payne. Oswald visited the Dallas FBI office about 2 to 3 weeks before the assassination, asking to speak to an agent. When he was told that the agent was unavailable, Oswald left a note. According to the receptionist, it said, quote, "Let this be a warning. I will blow up the FBI and Dallas Police Department if you don't stop bothering my wife."
oh my God.
Wow. I
Lee
didn't know about
Harvey,
that.
and he signed it, Lee Harvey Oswald.
This guy sounds fucking out of control.
The note allegedly contained a threat, but accounts vary to whether Oswald threatened to blow up the FBI or merely report this to a higher authority. So that information is like disputed, like whether or not he said, "I'm going to blow up the FBI."
Let me speak to your supervisor.
Yes.
That
I know, he was
basically,
probably-
that basically means I'm going to blow you
He was
up.
going full Karen, and they're like, "Oh shit, it's a threat."
That's right. So according to the agent, the note said, "If you have anything you want to learn about me, come talk to me directly. If you don't, cease bothering my wife. I will take the appropriate action and report this to the proper authorities." So the agent said that.
Okay, so that's probably what it said.
So it might not have been a bomb threat.
It was probably just like a threat, like a stern.
Stop coming to my house. Yeah.
Leave us alone.
Yeah. That's right. So the agent destroyed the notes
Why?
on orders from his superior, which was his name was Gordon, after Oswald was named the suspect in the Kennedy assassination.
But then why would they
After.
been ordered to destroy the notes?
Now hear me out. Hear me out. Now, regardless of whether or not Oswald killed Kennedy,
it's a little sketch that they had him destroy the
but
notes.
wouldn't you maybe go, "Hey, the guy who killed Kennedy was here like a week ago, and I didn't do anything."
Well, no, see, they didn't want to get.
So
they didn't want to. They were like,
there you go.
He was fucking never here, bro.
That's right. So destroy all this shit.
Super sketch.
Right? So destroy it because
Yeah, they'll be. I guess.
I don't want to be implicated
Yeah,
in
when,
this.
when the Warren Commission's like, so we were checking the records here, and so you didn't respond? He asked to see the supervisor.
Exactly, right? And they were scrutinized, and they were really like, because
True.
the main suspect for the assassination of Kennedy was at their office 2 weeks earlier.
That's not a good look.
It's not a good look.
Yeah.
Right? Okay, good. So now here we are, Thursday, November 21st, 1963. This is the day before.
Mm-hmm.
Oswald asked Frazier, which is his boss, for an unusual midweek lift or drive to Irving. Right? So he said, "Hey, can you drive me there? Because I don't have a car. I can't drive."
To get the strap.
Right?
To get the
So
fucking...
he said he had to pick up curtain rods.
Oh, because curtain rods are long, just like a rifle.
So the next morning, which is the day of the assassination, he returned to Dallas with Frazier. He left $170 and a wedding ring, and his wedding ring.
$170. It's like 3 months' pay. What the fuck?
So he left it with Marina,
Here's the cash, baby. Take my...
and he left his wedding ring.
Yeah, right. He was going to the titty. It's like, babe, they can't know I'm married.
So he left. I got the
got the curtain rods.
I got the curtain rods.
got the curtain rods, you know what I'm saying?
So he left the $170 and his wedding ring, but he took a large paper bag with him. Frazier reported that Oswald told him the bag contained curtain rods.
In
He
a
took
fucking
this huge bag.
Oh, I was thinking like a lunch bag. I was like, what the fuck?
So he to work, he took this huge bag and he said, and it was covered in paper.
Oh, yeah.
And he said, Frazier, hey, don't worry. This is
It's
curtain
curtain
rods
rods,
that
man.
we picked up yesterday.
Remember the curtain rods?
Yeah, look
remember
over
the-
there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's go back.
Why
to
is
work.
it
Okay,
shaped
good.
like a gun? Because the curtain rods.
And as of note, the Warren Commission concludes that the package of curtain rods was the rifle.
Sure.
Yeah, because why would you take curtain rods to work? Like,
Yeah, like,
obviously
You're
that doesn't
taking
make any
curtain rods
sense.
away from your house
Yeah.
to the book depository. The lights is fucking me up. I can't deal with the curtain rods. Like,
Okay, good. So now we're here. Now we're at the point of the Texas School Book Depository, the day of the
reckoning.
assassination. Okay. So one of Oswald's coworkers, Charles Givens, he testified to the commission. He saw Oswald on the 6th floor of the Texas School Book Depository at 11:55 a.m.
And what time was the shooting?
35 minutes later.
Okay.
So there's a witness 35 minutes before,
Sure.
and that's Charles Givens. In an FBI report taken the day of the assassination, Givens said that the encounter took place at 11:30 a.m. and that he saw Oswald reading a newspaper in the first floor room at 11:50 a.m. William Shelley, which is a foreman at the depository, testified that he saw Oswald near the telephone on the first floor between 11:45 and 11:50 a.m.
Okay, so he was up reading it. He was upstairs. Then he was downstairs. And then he goes back upstairs like 6 minutes later.
So then the janitor, Eddie Piper, dope name.
The
Yeah.
name?
Yeah.
Eddie Piper also testified he spoke to Oswald on the first floor at noon,
So when the shooting happened, like 12:05?
12:20.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. How you doing, Oswald? Having a good day? Yeah. He's like, look at these. I just cleaned the shitter out. It's all yours, brother.
So another coworker, Bonnie Ray Williams, was eating lunch on the 6th floor of the depository and was there until at least 12:10 p.m. He said that during that time he didn't see Oswald or anyone else on the 6th floor, and he thought that he was the only person up there on the 6th floor. He also said that some boxes in the southeast corner may have prevented him from seeing deep into the sniper's nest. Caroline Arnold, the secretary to the VP of the Texas School Book Depository, informed the FBI that as she left the building to watch the motorcade, she caught a glimpse of a man whom she believed to be Oswald standing in the first floor hallway of the building just prior to the assassination.
So he was in the first floor hallway
Yeah.
before going up 6 flights of stairs.
So this is all the info of the witnesses that were there at the Texas.
So pretty much 7
So, like, 10 minutes before.
So like 7 people saw him on the first floor, and then like one dude was like, he was on the 6th floor.
Right.
35 minutes prior.
So there we go. That's the information leading up of Oswald leading up to the shots,
Yes.
right? And here we are, and now we know a synopsis.
this
We
guy
know a
is.
synopsis of Lee Harvey Oswald
Yeah,
and his life.
the man,
and,
the myth,
you
the
know, that
fucking
sort of thing.
loser. God, this guy was this a shitbag.
So there's so many things, and I hope it gave an explanation a little bit of Oswald and like what. I don't want to say his motives because we still don't know his motives, and we still don't know necessarily what he was trying to do, but it seems like he was grasping onto trying to make a change and trying to
Make a name for
force,
himself, too.
and
Oh,
trying to
fully.
force himself into history, I guess.
And I think it's good in order to come to your own conclusion. You think you need all the variables that you can have, and like knowing the backstory of this guy, it gives you a better picture of maybe like the mindset. Like, but obviously,
Yeah, because it's like what you're saying.
I'm
like
not
a
going
lot
to
of-
get into it.
A lot of people don't even know a bunch of the incidents that we went over, like the
Yeah.
prior assassination attempt that
Some shot-
allegedly is
Yeah.
linked to him.
We all agree.
or
that,
even like the whole Russia thing, like
Yeah.
and how he was what's it called? Like he left,
defector.
US, yeah.
Like yeah.
And then they like let him back in and give him like money to come back in. Like, what the fuck? Get the fuck out of town.
A majority of the first 3 episodes were basically like leaned, I guess you would say, towards Lee Harvey did it. It was the Warren Commission.
Speak for yourself.
But like, so these are the holes. These are what I consider the holes of the investigation, right? And in the final one, the next episode it'll be all about the conspiracy theories that exist over JFK. But these are just basic, small excerpts about each hole that exists and why the mystery. And I'm fucking rambling.
It's okay.
I'm
I like
edit
it's a
that fucking bullshit. It's so stupid.
It's a monologue.
Yeah,
Sometimes
yeah.
monologues are good.
But I do want to say one more time, please listen to the entire thing before you start yelling at me and emailing me hate emails and horrible comments on social media. Just listen to everything.
Dropping your comments on TikTok.
Yeah, and if after you listen to it and you hate us, that's fine.
Yeah,
cool.
totally.
Yeah,
I'll allow it.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
But you can't watch like 10 minutes of the movie and then be like, I hated the ending.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, good.
I heard somebody talk about it.
Yeah.
All right, let's go.
All right, so let's go. We're going to Dealey Plaza, right? November 22nd, 1963, JFK, et cetera. Okay.
Yes.
So there is something called the Grassy Knoll.
Yes.
You guys have heard about the Grassy Knoll.
Yeah,
You better have heard about
It
it.
is the joke of all times. Yeah, there was another gunman on the Grassy Knoll. Everybody knows.
I don't know if there's a joke, but
Well, no, I know. But
More like a conspiracy.
more like a something here.
well, in like pop culture, it's like everywhere. Like I was the second shooter on the Grassy Knoll. I think Jim Carrey did some whole thing on it. Yeah. But there was a man named Lee Bowers, and Lee Bowers was a switchman at a railroad yard that was right basically next to the Grassy Knoll.
And his name is Lee. Hold that for later.
That's
It's actually part of the conspiracy.
So what he said, so he had an amazing view of everything, basically.
Of the murder.
The Grassy Knoll, of where JFK was shot. He had a good view. And he was just sitting there, and he just sat there for like 12 years.
He was on his 8-year break.
Yeah. So he said that many people came around his tower afterwards, and some people were even arrested around him.
For what?
Exactly.
I know. That's
Wait, so like
unknown.
people that were in the crowd kind of like ran over there.
Yes.
yeah. They were arrested.
And that there were people arrested by Dallas police, which is confusing
Yeah.
because
Extremely.
in the Warren Commission that we did in episode 1 and 2, do you guys remember anything about people being arrested?
There was fucking no information
No.
about
Nothing.
that at all.
No.
Yeah, nothing.
And that was supposed to be like the government's like, ooh, we're doing the right
The
thing.
detailed report. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So photos were like emerged basically of 3 individuals that were arrested. Now I'm going to show you this photo, and we're gonna actually put this on our website eventually.
Yeah.
But
Or
you're gonna
we'll
see this.
Check our TikTok
this-
stuff. We'll
yeah.
put this up there.
3 guys were arrested by Dallas police, and they were said to be transients.
Oh, so
Okay.
just like
Bums.
grifters?
Hobos, drifters, bums.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, good. They were arrested right next to the Texas Book Depository right after the assassination.
Just
Okay.
for looking sketchy.
Now, I want to show you these photos, and you tell me if they are bums.
Those guys look like fucking GQ models.
Yeah. Definitely not bums.
Dude, the guy in the
That's
front,
right.
the guy in the front looks like he's got it going on. Like
Yeah.
he drives a Corvette.
Right.
Yeah.
Now, this is the 60s too, right? So if you were a hobo, would you have a clean-cut hair?
No, if
No,
you were a hobo,
no,
would you
no,
have a
hell
nice
no.
like?
Would you have a
nice-
blazer?
would you have pop collars with the tweed jacket?
That's what I'm saying,
Like,
right?
you got the collars pop.
Okay, so
The guy went to Cornell.
Now you said they were arrested by the railroad.
by the Dallas police, but it was right next to where Lee Bowers was.
Okay.
Right?
Interesting.
Strange,
Very strange.
very strange. Some reports were that they were just hobos
Those
and
motherfuckers are
that
not
they had
hobos,
nothing to do
bro.
with anything.
No, hell no.
Those are not.
But they don't. That's the argument. Is they do not look like hobos.
Because man, if those are the hobos
Yeah.
that are around here, they could be. I'll give them cash.
Yeah.
I actually might pay it.
Yeah,
It's super respectable.
Yeah, one of these guys is pop collar. He looks like Jude Law.
I know. Dude,
Yeah,
the pop
seriously.
collar's got the sharp jawline.
Exactly. So that's a strange thing. So then Lee Bowers, he was interviewed the day of November 22nd. And this is what he said, and I quote, "I heard at least 3 shots very close together. Just after the shots, the area became crowded with people coming from Elm Street and the slope just north of Elm."
It's
Okay.
also it's
Which is the
interesting-
grassy knoll, or no?
Yeah, the slope.
Yeah.
It's also interesting that it says at least 3. So he's for sure of 3.
So it's like
maybe
a
more.
small little crowd kind of came over, but here are 3 shots.
That's right.
At a minimum.
He says at least.
At least.
He says at least, yeah. Okay, good. During the Warren Commission, right, which is the next year,
Yep.
this is the interview with Bowers. There's a Mr. Ball, and he says, "Did you hear anything?" Bowers says, "I heard 3 shots. 1, then 2 very close together. Also reverberation from the shots." Mr. Ball, "And were you able to form an opinion as to the source of the sound or what direction it came from?" Bowers, "The sounds came either from up against the depository building or near the mouth of the triple underpass."
And that's where the Grasinola is right.
Yeah, like the mouth would be where they exited.
Yeah,
they
the exit,
expended,
but the
they got
knoll is
away.
right to the right of it. It's like right next to it.
Yeah,
Correct?
that's right.
Yeah,
that's right.
but it's not like, I mean, it's still a little bit of ways.
Oh, okay.
Like,
Yeah.
What would you say? Maybe
It's the shot.
40 yards, 30 yards? I don't
Actually,
know.
we just posted this on
Yeah, you
Instagram.
did. You did just post that. Yeah.
So you see the underpass?
And the
That's the
Grasinola.
mouth that he's talking about.
Okay.
The
Yeah.
grassy knoll is on the right. You can't see it.
So he's saying it's from that direction.
yeah.
like from.
Well,
that
he's saying
direction.
it's either the depository right up against the depository building or the mouth of the underpass.
Well, that makes sense. I mean, he's saying like, okay, the 3 shots, so like 1 and then 2 from the other
Yeah.
side. Okay, that make see.
Okay. Mr. Ball says, "Were you able to tell which?" Says Bowers says, "No, I could not."
Because it's both, motherfucker.
Ball, "Well, now, had you had any experience before being in the tower as to sounds coming from those various places?" Bowers, "Yes. I had worked the same tower for some 10 or 12 years.
Damn.
And was there during the time they were renovating the depository building, and had noticed at that time the similarity of sounds occurring in either of those 2 locations."
Damn, this dude's like fucking on point. Holy
Yeah.
shit.
Mr. Ball, "Can you tell me now whether or not it came, the sounds you heard, the 3 shots came from the direction of the depository building or the triple underpass?" Mr. Bowers, "I could not."
See what this fucking like weird line of questioning because they're like they're trying to. It seems like they're actually trying to put doubt into it.
It's almost like they set him up to say no. Like, I can't. Because
So you can't say where
Yeah.
it came from.
Yeah.
you can't say it came from here. You can't say it came from there. No, I can't. Because it didn't sound that clear.
Well, a lot of the people who hate the Warren Commission, or I don't want to say hate, but like they dislike it whatever,
Strongly.
Yeah, they are. One of the biggest arguments is that the Warren Commission decided it was Lee before they did the commission.
Oh yeah,
So
that makes sense.
everything's leaned towards it. Everything's like
It's almost like
you know.
when like you have like a murder trial or something, and there's all the media about it.
Yeah.
And then the jury ends up making the
True.
decision before the trial even happens,
Yes.
just because all the coverage.
yes.
That's kind of like what it is.
Exactly right. Okay, so Bowers says there is a similarity of sound because there is a reverberation which takes place from either location. So then Ball says, afterwards, did a good many people come up there on this high ground at the tower? Bowers says, a large number of people came, more than one direction. One group converged from the corner of Elm and Houston and came down the extension of Elm and came into the high ground. And another large group went across the triangular area between Houston and Elm, and then across Elm and then up the incline. Some of them all the way up. Many of them did as well, of course, between 50 and 100 policemen within a maximum of 5 minutes.
Shit.
I mean, this guy's recall on this stuff is amazing. Like, I had to be like, I don't know, there's
but
fucking
this is the
people
next
everywhere.
year. I mean, this is the next year, so it's not like that.
But I'm saying he's like
Yeah.
super crisp with this.
Well,
Well,
Like,
it
he's
was also
this
like
is
one of the
exactly what
biggest
happened.
freaking, things
Things
that ever
ever,
happened.
yeah.
And the guy's been there for 10, 12 years, so it's like,
He's just watching. He's just
Yeah.
watching hobos and transients.
My wife asked me if I switched the laundry over. I was like, I don't fucking know. I can't remember. I have no clue. I'm dead serious.
So Mr. Ball, he says, in this area around your tower. And Bowers says, that's right. Sealed off the area, and I held off the trains until they could be examined. And so that was the testimony of Mr. Bowers, Lee Bowers.
Dude,
So what, he kind of helped, like, citizens arrest these guys? Is that what he's saying there?
No, he's just saying, like, he just
like I held
shut
them
down the trains, and I don't know what sealed off the area means.
Yeah.
From a citizen's standpoint.
Especially he's in a tower. He's like, don't go over there.
I don't think I would
Sealed off.
I don't think I would seal off any area.
Hey, that over there, it's sealed off.
And
Stay
it was
right
like,
here.
what is he sealing it off with? Like, there's
Like, can you imagine something bad happens at 7-Eleven, and then the cops come and you're like, I sealed the area off.
area's sealed.
Yeah.
I stopped the trains.
It's all good. Yeah. Anyways, that's the story of Lee Bowers, and he's a switchman on the railroad yard.
I mean, that's
strange.
actually really, I think that's kind of important.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah. Why
Lee
was that
Bowers
left
is-
out of the Warren Commission?
that's the question, Jorge.
You know?
That is
a
the
good
question.
question.
Very good
I
question.
mean, they did interview him, and that's what that interview is
But they
for.
just-
But they didn't.
they
They didn't
decided
use
it
that.
wasn't important
They
enough to put
decided
in
it
the
wasn't
report.
relevant. Yeah, they decided it wasn't relevant to deciding what happened. I guess.
Yeah.
So
Idiots.
so now this one is.
I'm so sorry
Yeah.
to cut you off there, but I can't remember because I know on the Warren Commission episode, what was their verdict in terms of how many shots were fired? I can't remember that off the top of my head.
3.
Oh, so they did say 3. Okay,
Yeah.
I just wanted to see.
3 to 4 because they did that whole acoustic.
I wanted to see
study.
if that matched to what he said at least.
Yeah, I think it was 3 and 2 hit him.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that they.
Sounds right.
I just wanted to make
one
sure
missed
that
and they couldn't find the bullet, and
because if they were like 1 and this guy's like,
Yeah.
it was 3,
Yeah.
I'd be like, ooh.
So there's another story, and this is a story that's strange, and we had to include it. And I don't, from coming, like, my opinion of this whole thing is this part is a very strange part. and I
Sometimes
don't
the
know-
strange ones are like the best
Yeah.
conspiracy.
I don't
It's
know.
actually like that. You're like, I believe this one. This is mine.
There's a woman, and her name's Julia Ann Mercer. And I'm going to read her statement that she gave to Dallas Sheriff Department, right? She gave this statement on November 22nd, 1963. Okay, so the day of JFK. It was notarized. There was a notary there.
There, just in the fucking
so
police station.
That's how fucking legit this is.
I know, this is like fucking signed, sealed, delivered.
Exactly. So she said, on November 22nd, 63, I was driving a rented white Valiant automobile west on Elm Street.
It's so specific.
I know. And I was proceeding to the overpass in a westerly direction and at a point about 45 or 50 feet east of the overhead signs of the right entrance road to the overpass. There was a truck that was parked on the right-hand side. The truck looked like it had 1 or 2 wheels up on the curb. The hood of the truck was open, like it was broken down or something, right? On the driver's side of the truck, there were printed letters in black and oval shaped which said air conditioning. This was a pickup truck, and along the back side of the truck were what appeared to be toolboxes. The truck was a green Ford with a Texas license. I remember seeing the word Ford on the back of the truck.
Maybe people just fucking remembered shit better back then. This is the most specific.
This is the day of it, right?
Great, okay.
Yeah, it's the day of it.
I
right?
cannot do this. I'm a smart dude, and I'm like, what? I'm like, it was a vehicle of some sort.
I saw some green shit on the
kinda
side.
I don't know if the car was
It's kind of like it's
or
kind
if
of
it
like
was the
this. Yeah,
No,
it's kind of like
you
this.
would
Close your
remember.
eyes. What color pants is Jorge wearing
I'm
right
like, pants.
now? No idea.
The answer is pants.
Yeah. Okay, so a man was sitting at the wheel of the car and slouched over the wheel. This man had on a green jacket. He was a white male and about his 40s and was heavy set. I did not see him too clearly. Right? Remember that. I did not see him too clearly.
Alien.
Another man was at the back of the truck and reached over the tailgate and took out from the truck what appeared to be a gun case.
Or in Lee Harvey's, circumstance, it was this big paper bag.
This case was about 8 inches wide and at its widest spot and tapered down to a width of about 4 or 5 inches. It was brown in color. It had a handle and was about 3.5 to 4 feet long. The man who took this out of the truck then proceeded to walk away from the truck, and he reached down to free it. He then proceeded to walk across the grass and up the grassy hill, which forms part of the overpass. This is the last I saw of this man. I had been delayed because the truck, which I just described, was blocking my passage, and I had to wait until the lane to my left cleared so I could go by the truck.
Holy shit.
So she's just sitting behind it, watching this whole thing unfold.
During that time, I was at this point and observed the above incident. There were 3 policemen standing, talking near a motorcycle on the bridge just west of me.
Then they didn't see this.
The man who took what appeared to be the gun case out of the truck was a white male who appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s, and he was wearing a gray jacket, brown pants, and a plaid shirt, as best as I can remember. I remember he had on some kind of hat that looked like a wool stocking hat with a tassel in the middle of it.
Well, whatever that means.
I believe that I could identify this man if I see him again. The man who remained in the truck had light brown hair, and I believe I could identify him also if I were to see him again. And that's the statement of Julie Ann Mercer.
And they were like, nah, no more questions.
So this is before the assassination. She's saying that she sees a pickup truck on the side with
broken down.
On that same street right there, right next to the
grassy knoll.
And he walks up the grassy knoll.
With a rifle.
With a rifle.
What else could it be? I mean, shit.
I know
the way she described it is like...
Unless he's got like a fucking saxophone in there.
Yeah.
Like, there is no other shape that could be that. Like,
okay, now this is where it gets weird. It's going to get really weird here now.
She get fucking nicked?
So on November 25th, she was then interviewed again by the FBI. Or not again, but she was interviewed by the FBI.
Oh, because before it was with the police department.
Yeah.
Police, yeah.
She was shown a group of photographs, including Lee Oswald. Mm-hmm. She said the photo of Oswald did not look like the person who had taken the rifle from the truck. This was noted in the Warren Commission.
Yeah.
Very small note.
Yeah, it's like
Right?
it's actually in white. It's in white font.
Yeah.
So the students can't see it.
Okay, it's good. So then 3 days later, November 28th, she was interviewed again. And she was shown a set of photos including Jack Ruby. Now remember the description above. One guy was in his early 20s, late 20s or early 30s. The other guy was like in his 40s, heavy set.
Yeah.
All right? Okay, on November 28th, she was interviewed again and shown a set of photos including Ruby. When specifically shown the photo of Ruby, she said the man in the truck had a round face similar to Ruby's, but she couldn't identify him as the person. And that was noted in the Warren Commission. Okay? Now, she was then again shown a photo of Oswald. She said he had the same build, size, and age, but couldn't identify him as the man. Okay.
And like interviewed again, they showed him 7 pictures of Oswald.
So now,
it's one of these guys.
7 out of 8.
So now,
Exactly.
fast forward 20 years. 20 years forward, 1983. She's interviewed by a author named Henry Hurt. Now, Henry Hurt is a conspiracy theorist.
My kind of guy.
Okay?
Yeah. We got to have him on
take
the
that.
show.
I know, right?
Take that with
Henry
what
Hurt,
it
listen
is,
to this.
right? 1983, she's interviewed again. And he wrote in his book, Reasonable Doubt, and she said in the interview, she said at 4 o'clock in the morning the following day, men came to her apartment, 4 a.m., and they showed her FBI identification. She went with them to the sheriff's office.
Why at fucking 4 a.m.? Let's go get her in the morning. Why is it going to be at 4 a.m.? That's so
Weird,
ridiculous.
right?
Well, the president just got shot. I mean,
That's right.
heightened
So she's in 83. She's now telling this story of the next day.
Okay, I thought this was in 83. I was like, why the fuck would they do that?
No.
Like,
Yeah,
20
so
years
it's the
later?
next day.
Like,
Yes, the
wake
next
up,
day.
bitch.
Yeah. So she accompanied them back to the sheriff's office where they showed her a dozen or so photos, asking her to pick out any she thought might be the men she saw Friday morning. She selected 2 pictures. Mercer had no idea who these men were because at that time,
There was no suspects at the time.
there's not really anything going on, right? On Sunday morning, the day after Miss Mercer made the identification, she was watching the assassination coverage on TV with friends, and she saw Ruby shoot Oswald live on TV. Instantly, she shouted out to her friends that those were the 2 men she saw on Friday, and she told the FBI that.
What? That it
Meaning
was
Ruby and
Ruby and Oswald?
Ruby and Oswald in the truck.
But how the... Wait, okay. So Oswald's supposed to be in the book depository, but he's also on the grassy knoll?
Right.
So is he like a twin? Is he a clone? Like, what the fuck? Oswald is actually a magician.
So she said Ruby was the driver,
And Oswald was...
Oswald was the guy who took the rifle and walked up the knoll, or the grassy area.
Did it say at what time she saw them? Because that would be an interesting note.
This is like right before. This is like 30, 40 minutes before the assassination.
Okay, so this, that's what I'm saying, like, maybe... I don't know. I don't even
And
know
that
where I'm trying to
doesn't
go.
check out with the
The
other
official statement that was notarized.
the supervisor inside the book depository, because he saw
Yeah, he saw Oswald there.
Like
That's
at
why I was
least
like,
30
right.
minutes or something like
right.
that.
That's why I was
With the
confused.
Coke,
Yeah,
yeah.
the Coke. That's why I'm confused as fuck.
Yeah.
Like,
I know, right?
Yeah.
This whole thing's confusing.
I know,
That's
but like,
that's the problem.
How was he in two
Confusing.
places at one time?
Yeah. So Hurt, who's the guy, the conspiracy author who interviewed her, he said, some years later, when Miss Mercer saw the official reports that the notarized statement, she was aghast. Miss Mercer adamantly denounces the reports as corruption and fabrication by the FBI and the Sheriff Department of what actually happened.
Wow.
Oh, wow. That'd be super easy for them to do. It'd be like, notarize it.
And Oliver Stone there's one part in JFK, there's a woman who is in the movie and she's saying, I didn't say that.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah,
I remember
she's
that part,
like,
yeah.
I didn't say that at all. I saw this guy in a truck and like they were like broken down
I
and
totally remember
that
that
whole
now.
thing.
Yeah.
So that's a very weird story. That's Julia and Mercer.
Super weird.
You know,
God, that's so bizarre.
Isn't that strange? I thought
There's
that was
anything
strange.
to that. I mean, it definitely was. I don't think it was Oswald, and I think it was possibly our second shooter. That goes with the conspiracy that there was a second shooter.
Maybe we should look into Jack Ruby's military record. Maybe he was a sharpshooter.
All right, so there's here's a few other things that are I consider holes in the investigation. There were several witnesses who claimed to see two men in the depository top floor looking out the window.
At the time of the shooting?
Right before it.
Oh, right before. Okay.
Right before it. Of which, and when I say several, it's several. Like 3 people are claiming that they saw a man and another man and they described them as Mexican and black.
Of course. So it's me and Jorge. In the book depository.
Does it say if it's on the same 6th floor?
Yeah, 6th floor.
On the 6th
Same, same window.
6th floor, same window.
The
Everything.
same window.
I mean, how?
So maybe Oswald was on the grassy knoll and
know,
then
but
ran back
true?
to the depository.
It's. I mean, how do you get a black person mixed up with a white person though?
You don't. It's impossible.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's one thing that's never
Maybe
happened.
a Mexican though.
No, you'd be. Well, it is Texas. Everyone's kind of tan.
Yeah.
Everyone's kind of tan.
Maybe
I mean, I don't know how it was back then, but like I was there a little bit ago, like we've
Yeah.
said, and you can't get a clear picture from
I
the
know
bottom.
from that far away.
Yeah, you're like, it's a dude. But if it's a black dude, you're like,
I know.
that's a black dude. I mean, come on, let's be honest. If like
know.
Idris Elba's in like the 6th floor, you're like, hey, like you know it's him.
I know it's very strange. I don't know, but these witnesses, you know,
See, the thing about that is, like, I understand, like, if people are looking out the window, for sure, it's like the president's coming. Like, you want to see? Like,
Right.
I'd want to see. Like, hey, let's take a look. But the fact that it's also from the 6th floor is super sketchy.
right?
Yeah.
Right. In addition, so the Mannlicher Carcano was said to be the murder weapon, right?
Yes.
That's the
shitty-
bolt action.
shitty bolt action rifle that sucks.
Okay, so when it was picked up, I guess, and when it was inspected by the FBI, the initial reports were that the sight was so misaligned.
Remember I told you about that. I
Yeah,
told you
that's right,
if that
you did.
shit's not dialed in.
So it was so misaligned that you couldn't see out of it.
It was that bad.
It was that bad.
What?
So it was like
It's just so wrong.
warped. Yeah, that you couldn't see out of it at all. So
Wow.
So allegedly, this sharpshooter
yeah. Now
didn't even use a scope.
No. Now, there's a possibility, though. Okay, so there's a possibility, though. Now, hear me out.
That he got lucky?
No, okay, you take a shot. You have a shot with the man liquor. You bolt action, 3 shots, whatever, 7, 8 seconds, whatever it is.
6.
And then you throw it or you put it somewhere.
And then pick it back up.
No, and it hits the scope.
Oh, I see. If you
And then maybe it's warped out.
Discarded it. Sure. I mean, I guess that's a possibility, but it doesn't seem likely.
So a couple other things on the
Well, first of all, if you remember, like they didn't find it just kind of thrown on the floor.
No,
it was like
hidden.
placed, hidden in the corner
So
behind a box.
Yeah, so he threw it into the perfect hiding place. After it ricocheted off the ground and landed perfectly into the hiding place.
One other thing, so they did find the shells, or they found shells. They never found the clip.
You mean the magazine?
Yeah. So they never found that.
So wait, he took the fucking magazine out?
Makes no sense.
That's just the most random thing.
I know. I'm just saying
leave,
they never had it. They
I'll
never
leave,
found
I'll
it.
leave the gun.
Does it say how
I'm gonna
many?
keep the magazine.
Does it say how many shells they found?
3.
All in the same place?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, I'm sorry. Like, I'm not trying to be like Mr. like anti everything you say. It's just, it's super simple to get cartridge like this like empty
Yeah,
cartridges,
and just
spent
throw them.
cartridges, and be like,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
here they're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know?
So then the FBI took the man liquor. That's what the worst name.
Man liquor.
The FBI.
They took the man liquor.
I mean, I guess it just doesn't translate well.
No,
because it's an Italian, right?
I wonder what that means in
Yeah.
Italian. It probably
Yeah.
means like war god.
So
or something.
the FBI, they ran fingerprints and they found no prints or even partial prints of Oswald's.
That's weird. Because you think like you're in. If let's say he shoots the president.
Yeah.
It's not like this guy who has had 7,000 jobs in 4 years.
Totally.
And it's like
Totally true.
You know, like he's
Yeah.
not going to have the wherewithal to be like, oh, I'm gonna wipe down all the prints because there's going to be
know.
prints. There'll be prints on the top, like where the barrel is, where he's holding it. Prints on the handle where he's holding. He's going to wipe it all down.
Prints on the cartridges.
But let me ask you a question.
Exactly.
Let me ask you a question. So, because I'm not like a gun aficionado, right? So if you had prints on something, say I had prints on this can, if I could just get a duster, and I just go, are they gone?
No.
Like
because-
what does it take to
so-
remove
no,
prints?
so you gotta
Is
wipe.
really
You have to
wipe it like wipe.
No, because look, okay, so the
That makes sense?
reason.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
you have
pretty
to,
much.
you have
Here's
to
what
really-
If
leaves
it's oily,
Here's what leaves
usually.
a print. Yeah,
That's what it
there's
is,
actually oil on your skin produces oil to keep your skin from like turning into dust.
Yeah.
So that's the oil is what leaves the print. So you have to actually wipe the oil off. Usually you have to use some sort of solvent. I mean, I'm sure you could just use a dry rag a couple times, and it would make it. So even if the oil was still there, they're not going to be a clear print.
Okay. So it'd be
not that-
partial.
yeah, it's
or
not that
whatever.
difficult to
Yeah.
do.
Okay.
Just wipe it off. But
Okay.
but still, I don't think he'd have he'd probably be like, oh my God, I did it.
Yeah.
Hide the
Just
rifle.
throw it. Yeah. Well, a lot of people, by the way, on our social media, they posted about how, there's a test that you can do to see if a firearm was discharged.
Correct.
Right?
Very true. Very true.
I forget what it's called, but it's where.
It's probably
You mean like a test on the person or
Yes, on the person. on
it's,
Oswald itself.
GSR, the gunshot residue.
Yes,
So when
there
you
you
fire a firearm, there's obviously a chemical reaction between the gunpowder and it lights on fire, and that. So when the gunshot is shot, that smoke and powder goes out, and it'll be actually on your hands, so they
Gotcha.
can test your hands for gunshot residue.
Yeah.
which
Okay.
is what's left
Yeah.
behind after that.
And I just bring that up.
Did they have that? You know,
So they did
kinda-
test Oswald,
Okay.
right?
And what was the test?
and it was on his hands, but it was not on his face.
So
Meaning,
What was on his hands?
the argument was that
Oh, so-
that it wasn't on his face. So like you're on a rifle, and
Yeah.
it's gonna be on your face.
Oh, 100%.
So I just
ma-
wanted to bring
well-
that up because a lot of people were posting about that, and they were like saying, "Hey, he didn't have it on his cheek."
That's extra interesting because you literally when you sight in your hand is
Yeah.
within 2 inches of your face.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
that is weird. Why
Yeah.
wouldn't it be on his face?
I know.
That's fucking
Yeah,
bizarre.
so that part was weird.
Maybe you got a facial afterwards.
Or, I mean, the only thing that gives, I guess, credence to is that maybe he just shot Tippett
Yeah, I'm saying maybe it's just from the Tippett shot.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, because it killed Tippett like a couple hours afterwards, right?
Yeah.
No,
45 minutes.
No.
Tippett was killed 45 minutes later.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah,
That's right.
Dallas
right down
police
the
officer.
street.
Sorry, Dallas.
Yeah.
Sorry, my bad.
Anyways,
That's
was
actually a
an
good point.
Yeah,
That's
that was
actually a
interesting.
really good point. Holy shit.
But can you just wipe your face off?
I mean,
No. The thing
you
about
probably could. No?
the thing about GSR is like you'd have to actually use soap,
What's GSR?
gunshot residue.
Oh, there it is.
You have to use soap to get GSR off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so unless he washed his face with soap.
Or with a Coke?
Oh.
He was not that fucking smart.
He really was.
With a Coke bottle down the cafeteria?
If I'm not mistaken, it was 103 IQ.
Yes.
Like, that's not a 103 IQ
In the
play.
fourth grade.
Well, bro, look at how many jobs he had. How can you get fired for the jobs that this man has had?
No, the
Yeah.
thing that makes the most sense is, okay, if it was on his hands but not his cheek, definitely makes sense that he is just from
shot a
shooting
gun-
the
handgun.
tippet.
True, yeah. But, like, granted, if he did wash his face with soap, that would explain
it.
it. But if he washed his face
yeah.
with soap, he would have washed his fucking hands.
Exactly.
True.
You need to put soap on your hands to put
True.
soap on your face.
That's true. That's true. That's true. All right. Well, speaking of Tippett, so Jim Garrison, who's the district attorney for New Orleans, he was who Kevin Costner played in Oliver Stone's JFK. He claimed, and this is a big thing about his aspect of the Tippett murder, is that that the bullets that were pulled from Tippett's body were not from Oswald's revolver.
What the fuck? Were they a different caliber? Or?
The problem is that they ballistically were not confirmed to be a revolver.
Oh.
But in the report that I read, it doesn't mean it wasn't them, but they couldn't confirm that it was.
Maybe the bullets were too fucked up to like decide.
Yeah. So that's another part that's Garrison's, like, oh, if he didn't kill Tippett, then he's just a guy. Like he's not a murderer. He didn't do anything, blah, blah,
I mean, the thing about that, how many
Yeah,
times?
but there was
how many-
witnesses. Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
there was
shit.
there was 100 fucking million witnesses.
Yeah.
But the thing about that is, like, I do believe he killed Tippett. I 100% believe that.
Yeah.
But
That's what I'm talking about. Witnesses when he killed Tippett.
Yeah,
and
no.
then he ran into
the fucking movie
the
theater.
movie theater.
Yeah.
Right.
But like, how many times did he shoot Tippett?
4?
And they couldn't confirm any of the bullets.
Yeah.
See, if it was one time and they couldn't confirm the one bullet, understood.
Yeah.
But like 4 times?
Yeah.
Yeah. So in addition to that, this is on the Tippett, is that there were 3 witnesses that the Warren Commission never called. And these 3 witnesses say that there were 2 people that were standing near the police car.
Oh, shit.
And there were 2 people.
And
So they were saying, oh, yeah, there was a guy who fled.
Oswald.
And he had the zipper jacket, he had the revolver, he went to the theater, he
Yeah.
stood there, blah, blah, blah. But those witnesses also said that there was another person standing at Tippett's car.
That's interesting, too, the fact that it was 3 witnesses, not just
Yes.
one. Like, whenever it's more than one, I'm like, okay.
Yeah, but they're not saying that it wasn't him.
That's
They're
a good-
saying that
No,
they-
absolutely.
But they're saying there's
And
somebody with him.
They did find the revolver on him, right? When they
Yes.
found him in the
They
movie
were-
theater.
It was
That's right.
on him. Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
That's
An
why I
interesting,
think
interesting
he-
side note. If you go to our Instagram or TikTok, there's a video that we posted of the interview with Oswald.
Yeah.
He had, like, the reporters kept saying, how did you get that cut over your eye?
Yeah.
Did you notice that?
I know. I
Yeah.
did see that. Yeah.
So that is one of the policemen hit him
Just like
in the
fucking
theater.
Pistol whipped him in the theater.
Remember the part where he gets picked up in the theater?
Yeah.
Somebody hit him over the eye.
I know, because you see,
That's where
it's
he got-
clearly.
yeah, he's got a big old.
And I just gotta say, the casting they did in JFK with
Yes.
who played
Gary
Oswald?
Oldman.
No, who played Oswald? It was Gary Oldman? No, it wasn't Gary Oldman. Was it? It might have been. So, anyways, yes,
Bigley.
You're right. It was Gary Oldman. He looks fucking just like Oswald, bro. Like, if you look, like when we first posted that video on TikTok and Instagram, I was like,
This is Gary.
I actually was a little pissed at Eric. I was about to text him like, "You fucking idiot!" Like, why
posted Gary
Why are
Oldman?
you posting?
You posted
like,
the movie?
You're posting the movie, and I was like, "Oh shit, that's actually Harvey
Yeah,
Oswald."
yeah, no,
I was
it
like,
was really
"Man,
good.
Gary Oldman looks just fucking like."
So a couple other things that just stood out as big holes. So we're gonna get into a little bit of Oswald's what he did that year. I know the last episode we went over Oswald and his whole, life leading up to
Bizarre
it.
life.
Yeah. So when Oswald returned to the U.S. from the Soviet Union, he started working at it's called the Riley Coffee Company. Researchers found his resume that when he submitted to work there.
I would love to see this.
Yeah, and here's the strange part. He listed his height as 5'9".
He was 5'8", though. What? I thought he was 5'8", 135. Oh, no.
And that's the strange part, and this is confusing. And
No,
this is
because
all
I'm telling you, we
I know
just
this
did the
is-
fucking... I swear to God, he was 5'8".
It's super confusing because this is Jim Garrison. He spends 3 chapters on how he's 5'11". But then if you watch the video on our TikTok or on our Instagram, he's shorter as
he doesn't
short as
look
fuck
5'11".
compared to everybody.
Dude, I swear to God, I'm going to go back and listen to
maybe-
the footage. I'm pretty sure he was 5'8".
So
Yeah.
maybe Garrison's just wrong on this.
I think Garrison is
think
wrong.
so.
Yeah.
Because I'm telling you, I just re-listened to it.
Yeah.
I just re-listened. Yes, I
episode?
listened.
Yeah.
Yes, I listened to us. Sorry,
Listen to our own
our
episodes.
own podcast. Yes, because I find it entertaining. I swear to God, it was 5'8", 135. Because I remember we were like, we made like 17 jokes about it.
I mean, so Garrison goes into this whole thing for like 2 or 3 chapters, and he's like, why would he lie about his height
Yeah,
on his own resumes? He would lie about his height. So
he lied about his skill set.
Well, here's where Garrison's getting at that. Garrison is trying to prove that he was being impersonated.
Oh, that there was someone who.
So there's someone else. So they had to put the right height because they were going to physically be there.
I see.
And they were going to
so
be
they
a
put
different
their
height.
exactly.
That's
They put
right.
their height. I
That's
see.
right. That's right.
Okay.
Because, and then I go into the next one right here, which is, so the CIA claimed that Oswald went to Mexico City. And when he went to Mexico City, he was going to contact the Soviet and Cuban embassies.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Right? Remember that. So it was claimed that Oswald went into the embassies and the CIA was watching those embassies and it took a photo. The photo, though, was of a completely different person.
Oh, so there was like an Oswald body double.
Right. That's right. And so Garrison believed that Oswald was being impersonated in Mexico with the whole purpose of creating this
Creating
backstory.
suspicion, creating like
Right.
this.
Yeah,
Right.
like where you go, like just imagine I'm framing Jorge, right?
Yep.
Framing Jorge for the murder of my dog. And then, I go, okay, good. So I'm going to go pretend to be Jorge.
He's gonna go to the vet.
And I'm going to buy poison. And I'm going to be like, hi, my name's Jorge. I'm buying poison.
Yeah.
My name is
And I write-
Heidel
yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes. And I'm signing Jorge Rodriguez buying poison. Do you know what I mean? And that's the
so
backstory.
now there's this like documentation or
Documented
whatever.
backstory, right?
It is like, well, now that you mention that, it is kind of interesting because I remember specifically that. So he went and he was trying to get he's trying to get a visa to go to Cuba when he went to Mexico City, and then he got the visa, but then he left and went back to the U.S.
Yeah, that's right.
So after he literally got the visa approved, he went to the U.S., which is weird. Like
Why
you
would you
went
do
there
that?
to get the visa,
Yeah.
you get the visa, but then you come back to the States.
Right.
So that is, I always thought that was a little odd.
Strange, yeah. There's another story. In September of '63, a young man applied for a job at a parking lot in Dallas. And he asked the manager, Albert Bogard, he said, hey, is there a good view of downtown Dallas from this building?
Like, why you're working?
So then the manager did the interview, and then he wrote his name on the back of a business card, and the name was Lee Harvey Oswald.
What?
Weird. Oh, so he's like.
So this is what Garrison is saying, is that there was a built backstory. Like people were going around going, hey, do you think you could kill somebody from this window? I don't know. By the way, here's my ID.
Yeah.
Here's my ID, just in case.
See, one of the things I always thought was weird too is, and sorry, just to kind of digress.
Yeah.
Like I know. So remember when Lee Harvey went to Dallas and he was staying with their friends, and it was the wife, her brother, who worked at the book depository, told him about that job.
Yeah.
So it's like, how would he have known that getting this job from his friend's brother at the book depository would give him the vantage point to
Right,
shoot
the
the
perfect
president
shot.
Because that was months before, right?
It was like 2 months before, 3 months, and
but I wonder if the route already had been established.
we
didn't, right?
we talked about this. We
Yeah,
talked
that's
about
right.
this.
That's right.
We did.
Like the route wasn't released till I think it was like 2 or 3 weeks
right, that's
prior, so he was already working there. So I'm like, how could he have planned this out? Like,
Right.
this guy's not like,
It seems more happenstance.
no, it's just like,
Yeah.
got lucky, and then was like, oh, fuck yeah.
Yeah.
You know,
I
but
got the best vantage
I know,
point
but
now.
is he like checking like the fucking like, waiting like when are they gonna release the route? You know, like is he checking
hope
that
this is
shit?
the right job.
I know. It's
I
like,
hope this is the right job.
well, remember that he also said he had a good day's work, and he's probably like, I'm gonna quit this motherfucker.
Damn it, I should have stayed at the Riley's Coffee Company. Shit.
No, free cup.
Down the street.
Hope I get that garage job.
All right. Here's another part of this whole investigation that is absolutely insane.
One of the many holes.
Yeah. So 5 days prior to the assassination, there was a telex that was sent to the FBI warning them of an impending assassination.
Holy shit!
Yeah. The FBI
On
received,
the president, or just in general?
Yeah, on the president.
Okay.
Because they knew that he was coming, and it was like, hey, alert, Dallas office.
And they
This is happening,
swept it under the rug.
The
Shut up.
FBI received a specific warning about the assassination 5 days prior. However, none of the agents followed up or even gave the slightest hint to any agency or even the Warren Commission that they received the telex.
Wow, it's just like remember the agents when what's his face, Lee Harvey went into the office and was like,
Yeah.
and they were like, he was never here.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, dude. And I there's more. That's exactly we're gonna touch on that. Yeah. Perfect.
So they just ignored it.
They just ignored it.
Nobody will kill JFK.
Or I don't want to say ignore, but like
They didn't
nothing.
act, they didn't
happened.
act
Yeah,
upon
they didn't
it.
give the priority.
So maybe somebody got it and then they were like, we get these all the time.
yeah,
and
yeah,
just
I'm-
brush it aside.
Because I am sure
you know.
that they get a lot of like bullshit.
Yeah.
All the
Right.
time. Just constant bullshit. And they're like, I can't follow up on every lead, but it's a pretty big big statement.
That's pretty
Right.
big, yeah.
Yeah. And also the FBI and the Secret Service are fairly new. This is not
That's true.
like they're fairly new organizations.
60 years, 70 years.
So there's another story. It's I guess a two-parter. So it was revealed after the Warren Commission. So this is not
So this is like this is
Later.
after, because the Warren Commission was the year after, and then
that's right.
This is
So this is after, and it was revealed that Oswald sent a telegram to D.C., the FBI in D.C.
Western Union.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, telegram.
yeah, basically.
And he threatened to blow up the Dallas office
What?
if they didn't stop questioning his wife.
Okay, this is what that's what I was talking about. Okay,
Yeah. So he sent the telegram to them saying, "Hey, stop questioning my wife."
but didn't we establish that he didn't actually threaten to blow it up? I don't know. Maybe, or I thought it was that he was just pissed that they were like talking to his wife, and he was like, "If you want to talk to me."
Yeah. We
Yeah.
touched on it a little
We
bit,
touched-
but that's
okay.
all we said.
Yeah. No, you're right.
So I don't
And,
know I don't know what actually happened.
Well, here's the full story of
Okay.
it, right?
Yeah, sure.
So sometime between November 4th and November 8th in 1963, which is 3 weeks before the assassination, Lee Harvey Oswald came to the FBI office in Dallas. He delivered a note to the receptionist, and it was supposed to be to one of the FBI agents, right? And this is from a New York Times article that was written in December 12th, 1975.
Okay,
Just
so
to-
it's
source.
it's way
This is where
after
the
12
source-
years
yeah.
afterwards.
Yeah.
So it says an agent who investigated the assassination of Kennedy testified today
Oh wow.
that he flushed down the drain a note that Lee Harvey Oswald delivered to the Dallas office of the FBI.
Damn. He even said he flushed it
it down the drain.
He didn't even throw it in the trash. He flushed it.
So James Hoisty Jr.
James Hoisty.
solid
What a
name.
fucking
Yeah.
Especially as a junior too. There's another James Hoisty who existed.
So he testified, and he was still in the FBI. It wasn't like he was disaffected FBI
so
agent.
he was still in the FBI. Okay.
Yeah, you're still an active
Yeah,
duty.
he wasn't fired
person.
for being a
Yes,
piece of shit.
exactly. He was in the Kansas City FBI office. Said he had been ordered to destroy the Oswald note by Gordon Shanklin, who was at the time the chief of FBI operations in Dallas.
Wow.
Really?
Wow. Why did it come from so high up?
Yeah. So
You're the
Hoisty.
chief of operations.
So Hoisty testified before the House Judiciary Subcommittee that is looking into the charges that the FBI withheld evidence from the Warren Commission.
how much you want to bet they were never charged? I bet you good money.
I know,
probably.
I bet you good money. Nothing ever happened.
So
from
in the
that.
testimony, Mr. Shanklin, who was now retired when he did the testimony, denied ever knowing about a note and said he never ordered anybody to destroy anything and he just didn't even know about it.
How much would I bet Mr. Shanklin has a fucking house on like Nantucket?
So
Killing it.
Shanklin said, now this is the conflicting part. Shanklin said he was out to lunch when said note was supposedly delivered to the receptionist.
I have an alibi.
Between November 4th and November 8th. He said the note, 2 paragraphs on bond paper, said, if I did not stop talking to his wife, he would take action against the FBI.
That's what it was. Okay, take action. But like, he'd blow it up.
Yeah.
Right.
Kill us all.
So Mr. Hoisty said, now this is the conflicting part because above he said when it happened that he didn't know about a note. And then later he said, oh, well, that
I was
note
out to
was
lunch.
a stupid note. I was out to lunch.
I was at lunch. Sorry, the note was dropped
That's right.
at 7 p.m. I was at lunch.
conflicting info, right?
Yeah.
So Mr. Hoisey said that he had previously gone to the home of Ruth Payne on November 1st.
And Ruth Payne is the friend that they were
right.
staying with.
That's right.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. In
And
Dallas.
he was trying to find Oswald because he was looking into his contacts with the Communist Party. He said Mrs. Oswald came out of an adjoining room and he interviewed her with Mrs. Payne acting as an interpreter because
His wife was Russian. Yeah.
She didn't speak English that great.
Wait,
right?
Payne spoke Russian?
Yeah.
Apparently.
All right. Probably better than fucking Oswald did.
So on the day of the Kennedy assassination, Hoisey said he was dispatched to Dallas Police Station to assist in interviewing Oswald. So Oswald said to Hoisey, he said, you're the one who's been interviewing my wife.
He's pissed. He's a territorial at a strapping 135 pounds. You talk about my again.
5'8" to 5'11".
I know, 5'8" to 5'11".
Who knows?
His bones are very, very frail.
Yeah, so Mr. Hoisey related and said it took some time to quiet Oswald down because he was all like razzled up. Yeah.
I'm a sharpshooter.
So later he said Shanklin called him into his office at FBI headquarters and was quite agitated and upset about the note. Mr. Hoisey said that Shanklin ordered him to write a memorandum detailing receipt of the note, its contents, and the interviews with Payne and Oswald. Hastings said he dictated a memo to a stenographer and delivered it to his boss the same day. But on November 24th, which is 2 days after the assassination, and also a couple hours after Oswald died.
Oh, shit.
Right? He said he was again called into Shanklin's office. So 2 to 3 hours after Oswald was shot by Ruby,
killed.
he was called into Shanklin's office again. Right?
There was no note.
Shanklin reached down into the lower right-hand drawer of his desk and took out the memorandum and note in question and said, Oswald is now dead. There can be no trial.
Flush it down the toilet.
So Hosty testified that. That's what he said happened. Okay? So several days after the Kennedy assassination, Hosty said Mr. Shanklin ordered him to destroy another Oswald document.
Jesus Christ. This is way too... How many fucking documents?
So the document was a rough draft letter that Oswald wrote to Soviet embassy in Mexico City, and he said that Mrs. Payne gave it to him. Hosty said he had gone to Shanklin's office to inquire how he should put the document into the file, but Shanklin became angry and told him, I thought I told you to get rid of it.
See, this is... Why? Like, why?
Hasty said it was clear to him that Shanklin had confused the FBI, the Oswald note, with the Soviet embassy letter. So basically, there's a letter that he wrote to the Soviet embassy, and so he thought that his boss was saying, destroy the note.
Oh, to the Soviet embassy, but not the note that he dropped off.
Saying, stop talking to my wife.
Yeah.
Yeah. So they got confused, basically.
But why would you destroy any of them? It's so unnecessary. It's like... People only destroy shit that incriminates people you don't want to be incriminated.
So he said he did not destroy it, but put it into the Oswald file that went to D.C. He said the document was highly pertinent and confirmed Oswald's contact with the Soviet embassy, so he did not destroy it, even though he was ordered to do so. He was asked if he told the Warren Commission about the FBI Oswald note, and Hasty replied, no, I wasn't asked.
These motherfuckers. Oh, my God. Well, they didn't ask me about it. Why would I say anything? I only answer questions I'm asked.
So he said he was instructed by both by commission and FBI personnel to answer questions put to him, but not to volunteer information.
This is so...
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's just
So
only
you
answer questions you're asked.
Yes.
But it's like almost like you do an
Yeah.
interview, but it's like if they give you the interview questions, you don't have to answer any bad questions.
Yeah.
I only answer the interview question. Well, they asked me the interview question. What do I want to do?
Another agent that was there, Kenneth Howe, he confirmed that the testimony existed and it's correct.
But see, nothing fucking happened. Like, homie's still retired, full pension, like living the dream. No, see, like this is why I don't fucking trust the government, bro.
Yeah.
This is why I'm always on the side of the conspiracies because like they just get off.
It's so corrupt.
But I hate to be the guy, but
We need you as the guy.
but it's possible that they were just covering up their laziness in the investigation.
But that still doesn't
let's
mean that
just
it's
say-
not a problem.
I know, and I hate to use Jorge over and over as the bad guy.
Robbing 7-Elevens.
But let's say you and I are cops.
Use Sean.
Okay, good. Okay, Jorge and I are cops, right?
Beat cops.
Yeah. And Sean commits some atrocious act. He's a serial killer.
Heinous.
Whatever. Like
He
he's
don't have
horrible.
to. He's black. You just go after
Yeah,
him.
there are no black serial killers.
That's actually true. They're all
It's
white.
crazy.
They're all
That's
white.
true.
Every
we
serial
should do
killer is fucking
it's
white,
insane, actually.
It's actually
I was talking to somebody
bizarre.
the other day, and I was like, "What's the deal with no black serial killers?"
No, because the thing is, like, because black people will just kill you because, like, you piss them off. Like, serial killers are like, it's like a weird fetish. They're like, oh, yeah.
All right, go.
So Jorge and I are cops.
Got it.
Sean ends up being a serial killer.
So
Sean became a serial killer. But 6 months ago, Sean came to us and said, "Hey, I'm having bad thoughts about killing people." And then we were like, "Well, just go deal with it."
Now, here's the thing. I wrote you.
And we
I wrote
did
you,
nothing.
I wrote you a note.
Yes. There's all these red flags.
Everybody has thoughts. Everybody writes notes.
And then 2 days after,
Get outta here.
Jorge's like, Eric, destroy the note.
No. And here's what happens, right? Here's what happens. And then Jorge and I are like, "Dude, we got to go to Applebee's, bro. Like, let's go get like 2-for-1s, right?" And we're at Applebee's getting wings and 2-for-1s.
Happy hour.
We should go to Applebee's. I'm starving.
and it comes out that he's the serial killer. But he came to us, and we were busy at Applebee's, and we're like, "Fuck."
No one can know he
could've
can't.
stopped
him.
No one
Interrupt my
can
happy hour.
no one can know he can't.
Yeah,
do
no,
this.
we could have stopped him. Like, we could have done something. We didn't do our job. Okay, so then we're like, "Fuck it." Let's delete his emails.
Yeah.
Let's delete his that he came and saw the receptionist.
He was never on the podcast.
He was never here. We don't know, and then we're not liable for anything.
Yeah.
We're not gonna get fired.
I can understand that, like trying to
I
cover
can
up,
understand that.
trying to
Yeah.
cover up negligence for
Yes.
sure.
Yeah.
I totally. But the fact is, like, he had him. He told him to destroy shit before. Like, when was the first?
It's 2 days later. It's when Oswald was killed.
That was the first time he said destroy the shit.
Yeah.
Fuck. All right, it's possible as negligence.
Yeah.
But like,
Anyways, but it's weird.
it's still weird.
It's
yes,
where a
for
lot
sure.
of people like go, "Hey, the FBI fucked this up."
They fucked it up hard.
You know, like
Yeah.
they could have
I
done
mean, look
something.
at all the shit that's like, you've got homies
the
being
warning,
like,
the
you got the
telex.
warning, like, hey, someone's gonna kill the president. They're like, whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not gonna happen.
But and what you said earlier is right. What if you had 10,000 notes about killing? Let's say you were the Secret Service for Trump.
Oh my god, there's like
probably get so much
500,000
shit.
death threats.
Yeah.
10,000. Let's say Trump got killed. No, I'm not saying Trump's going to get killed, and I'm not whatever. But I'm just saying
we don't condone this.
But just imagine you're the Secret Service agent who got 10,000
and,
leads.
and you didn't do about the one, and
the
you were
one
like,
lead
no.
that you maybe didn't follow up on, you didn't really look into. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyways.
I mean, maybe they would have been like, maybe he shouldn't be in a convertible.
Yeah.
Like,
yes.
maybe that would have been like a good play. Like,
Yeah.
sorry, sir, convertible's
right.
out.
That's right.
Like, you know, like-
Okay, so now we're going to move on to Parkland Hospital.
oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Parkland
yeah.
Hospital is where JFK went, immediately to, and he, was bleeding, and he died.
Yes, unfortunately.
This is the thing that makes me go, it's all bullshit.
You know what really grinds my gears?
Yeah. So this is the one thing that I go, fuck, that's so wrong, and it doesn't make sense at all.
I know where you're going
Yeah.
with this.
And this is that a whole bullet was found on Governor Connolly's stretcher at Parkland Hospital after the assassination.
An entire bullet. And this is the bullet that literally went through JFK's body, and they hit like 6 different places, and then magically, it's on the fucking stretcher.
That's right. So
yet they couldn't identify the 4 bullets that was shot at fucking at Tippett.
And I find this to be the biggest hole because there's no chain of custody like forensic.
Nope. It's just there.
It's just literally
sitting there. Anyone could have dropped a fucking bullet there.
So basically, a nearly whole bullet was found on Governor Connolly's stretcher at Parkland Hospital after the assassination. After his arrival at the hospital, the governor was brought into trauma room 2 on a stretcher, removed from the room on that stretcher a short time later, and taken on an elevator to the 2nd floor operating room. On the 2nd floor, he was transferred from the stretcher to an operating table, which was then moved into the operating room, and a hospital attendant wheeled the empty stretcher into the elevator. Shortly after, a guy named Tomlinson, the hospital's engineer, removed the stretcher from the elevator and placed it in the corridor on the ground floor.
So it's just sitting there alone.
And it was alongside another stretcher that was unconnected with the care of Connolly. A few minutes later, he bumped into one of the stretchers against the wall, and a bullet rolled out.
No, my God.
What do we have
Come
here?
on now.
Oh my goodness, it's a bullet.
Tomlinson said he was not certain whether the bullet came from Connolly's stretcher or the other stretcher.
The fact is, like, nobody saw this bullet at all.
The Warren Commission concluded that the bullet came from the governor's stretcher.
How could they conclude that?
Yeah.
There was like 50-50 chance.
Let's flip a coin.
I know, but the fact is, like, you realize that bullet went through JFK multiple times and then went into the governor.
It went through governor's.
JFK once. Governor
like 3 times.
Oh no! It went
the wrist.
No, it went
the thigh.
through his back. I
Back.
think,
yeah,
right?
okay. But still, the fact that the bullet was intact,
Yes.
like
Come on.
intact,
No, I could deal with the bullet being intact, but the forensic chain of evidence
it's so fucked.
is so off that you can't. Like nowadays,
It's on a different floor.
It becomes admissible. You cannot use it if you can't determine that it was in your body.
No,
you know what I mean?
Even if police fuck the chain of custody up, it's gone.
It's gone.
You can, if they make one mistake and it's like, oh shit, I took it out of the bag though, and they're like, well, sorry, motherfucker.
That's why I say. That's why I say it's the most.
It's so
glaring hole in this entire thing.
But also, how could they conclude with the data that they have? Like, what's the conclusive evidence that this was the bullet that was in both of their bodies?
Because it came off the stretcher.
Well, it's on the stretcher, bro. Let's switch the samples.
And then there's the other idea, which is there's no other bullet.
Well, duh.
Well, that's the magic bullet. That's all you need.
No. But he was shot twice.
Well, apparently it was 3 shots, but he was shot twice. Yes.
But so there's only one bullet though.
Yeah, where's the other fucking bullet?
So there's 3 shots. There's one bullet. So I just don't like it. I don't like it. Like it really rips everything apart and it makes it so horrible. Like,
well, it's not like it's total bullshit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's just total fucking bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, like, even let's say hypothetically it was the right bullet. Did the bullet just like pop out of his body? Just randomly? Just like whoop whoop. Just like shit out of his body onto the stretcher? Like, where did the bullet come from?
When we get into the autopsy, there's a part that we'll talk about that where it's like you're trying to resuscitate somebody.
And you press their chest hard and poops out the bullet?
No. So just imagine the bullet went through JFK, then it went through Connolly, then it went through his wrist, then it went to his thigh.
Yeah.
So it's probably not in his thigh a lot. Like it's probably just like...
Just poking out?
Yeah, like because it's already been
slowed.
It's already been through 4 body parts.
Okay.
So then you're trying to like resuscitate people, you're trying to do surgery, and then it comes out.
But no, the thing is like, All right.
Intact.
No.
Fully
It's not even that. Okay, I understand what you're saying about resuscitation and all that stuff.
Yeah.
But it was on the stretcher that brought him in, and they move him in the operating room.
Yeah.
So, like, what the fuck are they doing on him? They're not doing, like, serious shit. They're wheeling him in the operating room. He wasn't, like, in... The governor lived.
He was shot under the... Yeah, but he had surgery.
Yeah.
He got shot
in
like
the
3
operating
times.
room.
Yeah, but
He
when
didn't get shot
when they
fucking
moved him
3
to the
times?
operating table, like,
No,
you know,
one bullet, three wounds.
He got shot 3 times.
Yeah, no, he got shot right under the nipple, right? Under the nipple, and then the wrist, and then to his thigh.
Yeah.
And to his thigh.
But you think they would notice a bullet just, like, flailing out of his
So
fucking leg?
I guess it does make
I don't
sense
know.
that it would be on his stretcher because that's the bullet.
I mean, well, sure. If there was a bullet...
Sure.
I can agree.
if you're gonna put it on somebody's stretcher, it might as well be his.
I think this is the logic the Warren Commission was using.
I know, right?
Well, I mean, the bullet ended in him, so it wouldn't be on a stretcher, right?
Yeah.
Conclusive.
Yeah.
That's conclusive.
Okay, so now... So put the bullet aside. The bullet is crazy.
Next.
Bullet is crazy. Okay. So now let's talk about the autopsy.
I'm surprised the bullet wasn't like in his
Okay.
pocket.
So we're at the autopsy. Okay. So JFK was he died at Parkland.
Yeah, at the hospital.
And they said, okay, he's dead. Okay, good. So then Lyndon B. Johnson said, I'm not leaving without Jackie, and I'm not leaving without the body of JFK. Right? Texas has this thing where you can't remove the body. It's now jurisdiction of Dallas.
Oh, they own it. That's ours. Like,
So you need
even if
you
it's
need
the fucking president.
Yeah. You need the pathologist of some, like in Dallas, the coroner or the pathologist.
like the chief.
The Dallas
fucking,
chief medical,
Whatever the guy.
whatever. Yeah. So the Secret Service said, fuck yourself.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
we're
they were
taking
like,
him.
fuck this.
What are you
Taking
going to do about it?
Yeah. We're gonna, there's a great, I thought it was a good movie. It's called Parkland. It's with Billy Bob Thornton. You should check it out.
Is he drunk? Because it's all the only thing Billy Bob Thornton only plays a drunk guy.
He's a Secret Service guy, and it's all just about the hospital. So like the movie starts, he gets shot, he's at the hospital, and it's all about everything that happens at the hospital.
Oh,
it's
cool.
actually pretty good.
I don't watch that.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. But anyways, so they remove JFK. They get into the Air Force One. You know, Lyndon B. Johnson gets signed in. You know, Jackie's wearing the pink dress with the blood, and let them see what they did to my husband, and you know that whole thing, right? So JFK's autopsy was performed that night at Bethesda Naval Hospital, and the hospital though was not really experiencing unnatural autopsy deaths.
So how was it unnatural? He got fucking shot.
That's like like natural would be like natural death.
Oh, just like dying.
Yeah, like heart
attack.
flu, pneumonia,
I
like,
gotcha.
you know, that sort of thing.
Weird being a naval hospital. They never like autopsied a shot dude. It's a military hospital.
It's true, right?
Some motherfuckers get shot. Like in the military.
JFK's physician, which was Admiral George Berkeley.
Damn, this is admiral's this physician.
He's an admiral. So JFK's physician advised
Steady
Jackie
hands.
that it would be best if the autopsy was performed at a military hospital for security reasons, and because JFK was in the Navy.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd be fine with that. Yeah,
So the surgeon in charge was a pathologist. He was a Navy commander, James Humes, and his second in charge was Commander Thornton Boswell. Both doctors, you know.
Yeah.
But they were not really like
they're like, this is my first autopsy.
okay.
I've never actually seen a dead body.
So then they brought in a third, and the third was Colonel Pierre Fink, and he was a doctor, and he was with the Armed Forces pathology, right? But they had not done an autopsy in like 2 years.
Jesus fucking Christ. They're like, wait, do we cut his chest open?
No, and it's marked. Their jobs were like ivory tower pathologists.
Oh, so
meaning
they're like,
they didn't actually.
they're like, where the
hands-on.
where are the forms?
Yeah.
Give me the
Yeah.
papers. Let me sign them.
Yeah, that's right. Right.
This is so sketchy. It's the fucking president of the United
Yeah.
States.
That
What
is
the
sketchy.
fuck?
Yeah.
Get some like green pathologists here?
So there's 3 inadequately prepared pathologists rolled up their sleeves to unravel the mystery of JFK's murder. And the
they were
key to
like,
the case was
I
to
have no idea.
determine the evidence of where the direction of the bullets had come from, right? Mm-hmm. And whether or not there was another gunman.
Perfect.
So that was like,
So they
you know.
used 3 dudes who have never done gunshot autopsies, and they haven't done autopsies in years, and they're like, determine which direction the bullet came from. They're like,
that's right.
okay.
So
We'll give it a shot.
So the final conclusions though of the autopsy report was that there was no conspiracy. Essentially, if you read, like, you can go online and you can read the autopsy report. It's pretty obvious that it's like, no, it's all good. Like, nothing happened.
They're like, what direction did it come from? No direction.
But what's interesting, and this is the interesting part, is they were given information ahead of time, and the argument is that they
Made their minds up.
kind of
made
biased.
their minds up.
They're like,
Yeah.
So they
Oswald killed her from this angle. This is the angle that it came from.
right.
They're like, yeah, it came from this angle. That's right.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
you're a colonel? Well, I got a general saying it came from this angle.
So
Admiral.
they were given the following, which was 3 shots were heard, and the president fell forward, bleeding from the head. Right?
He got shot in the fucking neck, though. And then he got shot in the head
There you go.
afterwards.
That's the interesting
What
part
the
about
fuck?
this whole thing.
You don't
right?
bleed from your head and get shot in the neck?
Yeah.
Damn, that's so sketchy. This is
Yeah.
fucking...
Yeah.
Fucking back of his head blew off. No, because it's weird, because he got shot... Because even in the video... Jackie's picking up his brains off the back of the of the car.
Was it the brains or the ear? Wasn't it the
No,
ear?
it was his brain. She's scooping up his brains off the back of the car. So that means he had to get shot. I guess you could get shot in the back of the head and your brains go about the back, but usually you think the exit wound would blow the fucking brains. And she's scooping up his fucking skull and shit. Like, yeah, it's fucked up. And the fact that she was like had the wherewithal to scoop it up. Good for you. Good for you. I'd have passed out. I'm just like straight up, jumped out of the car. Sorry, honey, I'm out.
So here's the weird part about the autopsy. The report is that there were 2 shots that hit him, right?
Yeah. One in the throat, one in the head.
throat, and then remember he grabs his wrist.
He grabs his throat. He's like, "Fuck!"
It's like, "Hey, I'm actually like dying or something."
And he gets
And
shot- and he gets shot in the
and he
head.
gets shot in the head.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Then he gets to Parkland Hospital, and one of the doctors says there's a pulse.
Which is a miracle.
It's a miracle.
I don't know how he had a pulse.
Or a heartbeat, or like the
There's
faintest.
something happening.
There's something alive,
Yeah.
right? Okay, so they do a tracheotomy.
Which is pretty much putting a breathing tube through your throat.
That's right. So where's the other wound?
In his head.
No, the other one.
In his throat.
Throat. The first one.
The first one was in the throat.
So now where would you do a tracheotomy?
In the throat.
Throat.
It's where your trachea is, which is right there.
So they fucking took the throat wound
And cut it.
and cut it and enlarged it.
Oh, so ooh.
So now all traces of the wound, of the throat wound, is tampered with and messed up.
Oh,
Yeah, but you're not thinking about that when you're trying to save the
No,
president.
but here's
I know, but I mean,
here's
but
here's the thing.
yes,
Here's the thing.
It gets complicated.
Still, yeah, the fact remains.
The Jorge, it gets complicated.
So where's this hospital? Maryland?
No.
The Naval Hospital?
Oh, the medieval.
the naval one. I don't.
Bethesda?
Bethesda's Maryland.
Yes, in
That's
Maryland. Okay,
yeah.
good. So just imagine you're a pathologist in Maryland. You get a body, right? And all you see is a tracheotomy
Wound? Yeah.
and a head wound.
You're like,
You don't see the throat wound.
No, not at
Yeah,
all.
yeah.
So
No,
you,
that's
in your,
tracheotomy.
in
Yeah.
your autopsy report, if you're kind of like amateur,
Well, no, you would see it from the back.
Yeah,
if
you
you got
definitely
shot, if
see
you got
the
shot in the
back.
back of the neck, there's
Yeah.
still a bullet hole in the
but
back
that's
of the
where
neck.
it gets all really fucking confusing. So the initial reports were that the pathologist didn't even know
He got
that there was
shot
a
in the
throat
neck.
wound.
Oh my God.
What?
They didn't even
They
turn
thought
it.
it was a tracheotomy.
They didn't even turn him over. They're just like, headshot.
And then
Rookies.
additionally, in the report, it's not a throat wound. It's 5 inches below the Adam's apple. So 5 inches is down here.
Oh wow! So it's like almost like through his shoulder.
So
Shit.
so the initial report was that there was
so it
there's
comes
a
up.
hole
It comes
here.
up like right here, and he's like, like fuck.
Yeah.
You grab here because it's like you don't know what to fucking do. Dude, weird.
So the pathologist
No,
claimed,
but then, once they do the autopsy, then they would have reported that there was a wound in the chest cavity.
but there wasn't.
So that's what I'm saying.
Dude, there's better autopsies for like randos.
Yeah.
Than there is for the president.
damn.
Like, Jesus Christ.
So the pathologists claimed that during the time they had access to JFK's remains, they only knew that JFK had what they believed was an entrance wound in the back with no exit wound.
Oh my God.
But in addition, a tracheotomy wound in the throat, which is what we're saying.
So it's meaning like the exit wound could have been through the throat, but the tracheotomy, it like made that unseeable.
Unseeable, that's right. They were also convinced that the bullet must have come out somewhere.
Well, obviously, it's not his fucking body.
Because the x-rays had shown that there was no bullet left in his body.
Right.
So initially, if I saw it, I'd be like, oh, the bullet's somewhere in his body.
They're like, it came out his butt.
Yeah, but
That's
there's
the
no...
only way to explain it.
No, like it's stuck in there, but then
But
the
it's
X-ray,
huge.
there's nothing there.
The huge problem is
Plus,
there's
that
no
was
bullet.
the magic bullet, so obviously it had to come out and
Yeah,
hit,
so
hit Connolly.
it hit Connolly, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, it had to come out.
Yeah. So the only explanation that they said had occurred to them during the autopsy was that perhaps a bullet had entered JFK's back shallowly and was later massaged out during resuscitation at Parkland.
Oh, please.
Come on.
Get the fuck out of town.
So in other words, when JFK's body left the morgue, they were supposedly still uncertain about the fate of the bullet that they believed
Okay, so they're saying that
had
like
hit him in the back.
They're saying like, okay, that bullet massaged out. So out of the 3 shots, 2 hit JFK and 1 hit Connolly.
They're not saying what happened to the bullets. They're just saying they couldn't find the bullet and it must have been massaged out of the back.
No, but I'm saying like if that bullet was massaged out of his back, there had to be a third bullet because that was supposedly the bullet that went through him and hit Connolly. So if it was massaged out of his back, that bullet could have never been in Connolly. Therefore, the third shot would have had to have been the one that hit Connolly because 2 bullets hit JFK, and if the one that went through his throat was massaged out of his back, how the fuck could it be on the stretcher that went through Connolly? Like, it's impossible.
It made it to the stretcher.
It was massaged down.
Yeah, 2 elevators.
Literally 2 floors down in the lobby. It falls
Oh
out
my
the window.
God.
See what I'm saying?
So
like,
yeah,
it makes
no,
it impossible.
I hear you.
Because that
So-
was the bullet.
So after multiple phone calls back between the Naval Hospital and Dallas and Parkland Hospital, like going, hey, what happened with the throat wound? They had like 4 phone calls, like back and forth. Like we don't really get what happened. Essentially, they determined that the wound that went in his back exited out his throat.
Yeah. See, this is why you can't do. After the '60s, political assassinations became a thing of the past because like people started asking questions.
Yeah.
After the
Yeah.
'60s, we're like, well, wait, what?
Yeah, exactly.
And then they're like, oh shit.
So then,
we should cut this out.
yeah. So then, in 1969, Pierre Fink, which was the third pathologist, he said an out-of-place general who was in the room in the morgue, who was not a physician, ordered that the pathologist not dissect the back wound.
Oh, maybe.
So there was just some guy who was a general. He was not part of his physician network or whatever, department.
Yeah.
And he said, don't dissect the back wound.
See, my thing with that is like I'm really curious because like nowadays, like they're super thorough when they do these type of things. Like I'd be really curious to see if like the diameter of the entry wound, because an entry wound is going to be almost virtually the exact size of the bullet. In most cases, because the exit wound is one that's always bigger. The entry wound is always like. So what if the entry wound was like a different caliber, like different size?
That would have been the
He's like,
evidence.
don't look at it, bro.
That would have been the evidence.
Don't even think about it.
I know. That's weird. The main thing here is that even the pathologist didn't know that there was a wound in the neck. They thought it was
The tracheotomy.
the tracheotomy.
Yeah.
Right. And that's the big
bullshit,
confusion.
man.
Yeah, that's the big confusion that occurred. And honestly, it just sounds like a sloppy autopsy and a sloppy.
Super sloppy.
Yeah.
3 dudes
Sloppy
have no
rookie,
fucking clue what they're doing.
fucking, yeah. Why would
So-
you put those guys on it?
Yeah, so one of the pathologists, their assistants, revealed that he was unaware of a throat wound, and he said, I quote, "I was real surprised at the fact later on that the tracheotomy site was supposed to have been a bullet wound." So obviously the whole crew there just didn't even know,
What was going on?
that there was a throat wound.
Jesus Christ.
So the argument is either it was ineptitude or like
a slip shot,
it's just,
fucking
like
shit
lazy,
job.
horrible, like they don't know what they're doing, or it was a cover up.
It just seems that like when it's something of that magnitude,
Yeah.
Like the odds of it being this ineptitude are like zero. It's the fucking it's the most important motherfucker in the country, and you're gonna have some dudes who have no idea what they're doing.
Yeah.
It just seems too weird. Like, I could get a better autopsy tonight if I got killed. Like, I'm not even kidding, and I'm nobody. Like, I'm literally no one.
So there was one interesting part. So author Harrison Livingston reported that another Parkland source, I don't know who that is.
Can't repeat my source.
It's a random
source.
It's like the janitor.
Yeah. So in a 91 interview, Livingston said that the Parkland hospital nurse named Audrey Bell told him.
Oh, that's her source.
Yeah, okay. Audrey Bell told him, Dr. Perry was up all night. He came into my office the next day and sat down and looked terrible, having not slept. I never saw anybody look so dejected.
Slap me on the butt.
They called him from Bethesda 2 or 3 times in the middle of the night to try to get him to change the entrance wound in the throat to an exit wound.
What?
Confusing.
What the fuck?
So the idea, the conspiracy here is that it was from the front.
Right.
Oh.
Entry. Yeah.
Entry.
Crazy. Oh, maybe that's why they're like tracheotomy now. Stat.
Maybe.
But usually the exit wound is far
Pretty apparent.
far
It's
bigger.
pretty obvious.
It's usually bigger than the entrance wound, typically.
Yeah. Anyways, the autopsy was just
a fucking
shit show.
Yeah, it was definitely a shit.
Like, how do you fuck that up? It's the fucking president, bro.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, but you think it was on purpose that they put these guys on there to cover it up, or just happened to be that
or
they
just stupid.
They were just so stupid.
No, I think it's like they did just graduate and they're like, you want to get a promotion, motherfucker? You better do an autopsy.
Okay, and then just the last thing on this part, which is so in the autopsy, obviously you remove the brain.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So you remove the brain, and then you're supposed to like archive it and put it in the archives. I mean, it's the president's brain, so I would assume that you would put it in like a vault.
It's an important brain.
And do something.
Put it in
with
like a
right?
jar.
So in 1966, it was
like a standard thing. Like I don't know about this. Like,
really?
As a president, you just like
I've never done an autopsy.
It's like what the fuck?
we haven't had a president shot and killed, so I would assume that would be a thing.
Important.
An important.
I don't know.
Thing. I
actually don't know.
Anyway, so
sounds weird to me, but keep going.
But so in 1966, it was requested from the archives to retrieve his brain.
Oh, so there are archives. They're like, we need the brain.
Yeah, so they were like, let's do more research on this.
3 years.
More
This is
information.
3 years later.
Yeah, 3 years later. Gone.
We misplaced it. I don't know. It was on layaway, and we must have just
literally JFK's brain
is gone.
went missing.
What the fuck?
Can't find it.
You can't find his brain
to this day.
I mean, I put it in there. It's in the archive.
Didn't we just do an episode on Hitler's bones? They still have them in the Soviet Union.
Yeah, the Soviet Union is like, we're never giving him up.
But like 2 years later, after JFK is killed, we lost his brain.
I know, they literally still have his
That's
like ashy fucking burnt bones.
So weird.
And like JFK's brain, like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. What brain?
What brain?
So this episode was the episode where I was like, oh, there's so much.
It's just so much weird shit.
So many holes.
Yeah, so many holes. Like either stupid or.
It's just insane.
I guess the only thing I try to chalk it up to maybe is there's so much chaos that people don't know how to deal with chaos. I mean, right? Like, like the foundation of the United States was shook.
I understand that,
and everybody didn't know what to do.
Trauma.
What do you do?
Like,
what do you do? Everybody's in the operating room.
Yeah.
There were 40 people while they were trying to resuscitate him. Okay. 40 people in one room.
No,
you know what I mean?
No, but dude, when you're doing an autopsy, it's your sole job is to cut open human bodies.
Yeah,
and to figure out. What
you don't really get shook when you're doing it for like the 3,000th time. You're like body. You're like, whatever. Like you're just like fucking. It's just like it's what you do for your job.
It's like a very mechanical, like going through the motions. Like
you can't.
It's a procedural.
You don't see it as a human. You see it as like a mechanical thing. You're like, all right, this is what I do. I gotta cut open the rib cage. I gotta look at the organs. Okay, whatever. It's not like you're. I understand in the operating room for sure. Like I guarantee everyone's like freaking the fuck out in the operating room.
Oh yeah,
100%. But like, he's already dead, and you're doing an autopsy. He's dead. It's already too late.
Yeah, it should be.
He's already
It should be calmer. is
Yeah,
what you're
it's
saying?
like he's,
it should
yeah,
be-
it's like you're not really freaking out at that point. Operating
it's
room.
not even in Dallas anymore.
No, it's like operating room freaking the fuck out. He's dead.
Yeah.
Autopsy. Okay,
Yeah.
get to work.
Yeah, but I don't think Eric was saying that they were freaking out in the autopsy. That was more like before, right? Like
Just
operating room, like
the whole
yeah, like the
story
whole thing,
is like
for sure.
like everybody's just the whole thing,
which
And
I understand.
I'm just saying
But-
mistakes are made, and I don't know.
I
a
understand
lot of
that.
this stuff is concerning.
And if like going over the details you were going over, like when they were doing the autopsy, they were definitely maybe not freaking out, but they just didn't know what the fuck they were doing.
They didn't know
Those
what they
guys
did.
calling the
no
you know
fucking
I
calling
know,
clue
like,
what the-
hey, like, what's
Hey,
the
are you
thing in
sure
the
this was
throat?
up?
Like, is this JFK? You sure this is JFK?
You said it was a BB gun? Oh, it was a
It's John Fitzgerald, right? John Fitzgerald Kennedy? So stupid.
You guys got coffee up there?
Although we're not doing the right accent. Anyways, that's the episode on holes, man. I was pretty certain before this episode, like I was like, I get it now. But like these, I don't know, these ones really kind of like made me go, ooh, this
I know.
is weird.
It's just because I'm sorry,
this
but
is
like
strange.
when the stakes are that high and when it's that high profile a person, there can't be that much ineptitude.
Yeah.
Like if it was a random dude, obviously there's people are gonna make mistakes. They're gonna be like, no one cares.
Yeah.
But like there can't be that many fucking mistakes
I agree.
when it's the biggest thing in the history of the United States. Like Jesus Christ.
And it wasn't even after with all the trauma going on and the chaos, and it was even before. Like we were going over like all these things that were reported to the FBI, and
all
just
these
happened to
things.
lose this shit, and
I know.
yeah.
I know. Now we're going to talk about basically all the conspiracy theories that exist and what our conclusions are of the assassination of John F. Kennedy.
I believe them all.
So I'm going to start this podcast off with a poll that was taken in November of 2013.
That's
not too long ago.
Not too long ago,
Yeah,
right?
nine
And
years.
this poll showed that 61% of Americans believed that Kennedy was killed because of a conspiracy.
See, this is why you're listening.
30% thought Oswald acted alone.
And you know what's cool? If you guys are listening on Spotify, you can leave us a comment. Let us know which side of that poll you're
what
on.
percentage you like?
We are curious, yeah. And so that means 9% said, I don't know.
They're like fucking no answer.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Who's John F. Kennedy?
Yeah, 9%
that's the
of
other.
the lack of history. Yeah. But anyways, 61% to this, I mean, at least as of 2013, believe that it's a conspiracy.
Shit might be
So
higher now.
majority.
Might be higher now.
Yeah, that's right. So we're going to start with a couple of the major conspiracies, and then at the end of this, we'll get to our conclusions and solve the murder.
Yeah, obviously.
Yeah, we're going to solve.
We're going to
this.
reopen the case.
Yeah, we're going to solve this. We'll take it to the Supreme Justice, and we'll see what happens.
Yes, it's the Eric Commission.
Yeah. So the first conspiracy that I always just found to be, I don't know, hilarious or great is the Umbrella Man.
Mm-hmm.
So the Umbrella Man is in a lot of the photos.
Yes.
Photos of everybody scrambling on the grassy knoll. Jorge, you were there. You know what the grassy knoll looks like.
And I think we talked about this in the last episode too.
Mm-hmm.
We touched a little bit on the details of this guy.
Yeah.
But yeah.
So you're there, right? So you stood on the X.
Yes.
Yes. So on to the right of that is this grassy area, and they call it the grassy knoll.
I know, it's just like a hill.
Yeah. So in a lot of the photos, go ahead.
I was gonna say, and then behind him, what's the guy's name again that was taking the video?
Zapruder.
Zapruder. I always
Zapruder.
mix up that name.
Yeah.
But yeah, so behind him there's the guy taking the video,
That's
and the
right.
umbrella man's in front of him. If you watch that video, you'll see what Eric's
There's a
talking
guy.
about.
Yeah, there's a guy. And so on our website, eventually, we'll put up an image of the Umbrella Man. You know what I mean? You
So
can see it.
you'll have the info for yourself.
But so there's this a man, and he's carrying a black umbrella. Okay,
On a fucking sunshiny day.
This is November in Dallas. It was a sunny day. There's no reason that he should have been having a black umbrella.
Exactly,
Exactly,
just
right?
ridiculous.
he was one of the closest people to JFK when he was struck by the bullet. So he was super close to him. So as Kennedy's limousine approached, the man opened up and lifted the umbrella high above his head. Then he spun or panned the umbrella from east to west as the president passed him.
That's super sketchy.
Signals.
The hell?
So then he was shot. Kennedy was killed, you know. The man sat down on the sidewalk next to another man.
Had a sandwich.
And then he, after sitting there for a while, he got up and he started walking towards the Texas School Book Depository.
Oh, School Book Depository.
So the what people are confused about or like concerned about is how calm he was and how calm the man was next to him. And so they just sat there. Anyway, so the idea of this conspiracy is that the umbrella man was the signal caller for either Oswald or whoever killed him.
I see.
So he opened the umbrella and said, pop, 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 that's a shot.
But it's so like dramatic, like the waving it east to west. I'm like, couldn't you thought of like a simpler, just like open the umbrella and that's the sign.
No.
No. I need to shake it.
So, I mean, in short, that's the conspiracy of the Umbrella Man. There is another like offshoot of the Umbrella Man, which is that he.
This is like he had like an umbrella gun.
No, this one's crazy, and it's endorsed by a colonel. That's the craziest part. So the Umbrella Man, and this is a little bit far fetched of the Umbrella Man, which is that he used the umbrella to fire a dart to paralyze JFK. So he hit him. So he opened the umbrella and shot a dart and paralyzed JFK. And so that's the part when he grabbed his neck.
But he got shot in the fucking neck.
Yes.
Was he also a sharpshooter? Like,
Seriously, it's a sharpshooter.
Jeez.
I know.
I'm sorry.
Hit a moving target with a dart.
With the umbrella dart gun.
Yeah.
Get the fuck out of here.
So it sounds pretty crazy.
I love who's this colonel who's like, oh, this shit's legit.
Honestly, it's Colonel
fucking
Fletcher
dumbass.
Proti. Fletcher, where are you at?
Yeah, Fletch,
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
Yeah.
You're full of shit.
So, but the idea is that he shot him with a dart, and then he
But why
he paralyzed him, and then the headshot came.
Yeah, you know a good way to paralyze someone? Shoot them in the fucking head. Like,
Yeah.
You don't need a dart for that. Like, come on.
Okay, so later on in time, there was a journalist named Penn Jones. He was approached by somebody who was named Louis Stephen Witt.
I'm just gonna say sorry real quick. Like being a journalist and your first name is Penn, that's like clutch. Like that's super legit.
So this Louis Stephen Witt, he said that he was the Umbrella Man. And he said that he just wasn't like, he doesn't understand why there's a conspiracy. he's like, I just had
open
an
my umbrella.
Yeah, he's just like, I had an umbrella. And like this was in 1978, and he claimed to be the Umbrella Man. He claimed that he actually did it because he was anti-Kennedy, and it was like a black umbrella, and it was going to be filmed, and he didn't like his dad, which was Joseph Kennedy, and that the reason why is because he was a supporter of of Neville Chamberlain, which was the British Prime Minister, and it was a Nazi kind of like, it was like an old, like I'm going to rebel, and so I'm going to have a black umbrella. I don't want to liken it to Colin Kaepernick, but a very
that's his way of
protest.
Yes, a protest.
That's his way of protesting.
Yes. So this guy says he was the Umbrella Man, and that's why he had an umbrella.
Yeah, because that's the way to show them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Look at my umbrella. Fuck you, Kennedys.
Yeah.
Arms dealers.
So he testified, and Witt said, I think if the Guinness Book of World Records had a category for people who were in the wrong place at the wrong time, doing the wrong thing, I would be number one.
Okay, first of all, no, because he wanted to be there.
I know.
And I thought
But
it
I
was
mean,
a
he didn't know
protest.
he was going to
He
be
didn't know that
assassination.
somebody was going to kill the president.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's like, and he's like, oh, shit.
Watch me protest. And
He's
it's
like, I'm going to go to the most inconspicuous place ever. Book depository. I'm going to go there.
No, it would be kind of, I don't want to liken it to Colin Kaepernick, but it would be kind of like Colin Kaepernick kneeling
But
with a black
instead
flag.
of kneeling,
no, and then
he just
the
opens it up.
president was shot at Niner Stadium.
Oh my God.
And he was like, I didn't have anything to do with this.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, it had nothing to do with this. Yeah. Anyways, that's probably what it. Anyways, so this guy Witt, he died about 8 years ago. So
And all of his secrets died.
so that's the Umbrella Man.
I don't buy that one.
You don't like that one?
I mean,
Well, I kind of buy the last part of it. I think he, he definitely
There was a reason, and maybe he wasn't normal.
I feel like that makes more sense
That makes more
because
sense. He was protesting.
if you have a direct line of sight to take a shot, like you don't need someone to flail an umbrella to be like, oh, let's go time. I have the shot. Take the shot.
Yeah.
Right.
But did you do any research, like as far as fact checking that that's really a thing, or I don't know, like
what the
whole that's how you protest? You know what
I mean, kind of like you have a black. There's a lot of people
independent fact checkers have approved this.
No, there's a lot of people who would do the black fist, right? At the Olympics.
Yeah.
The Olympics.
Right.
I forget his name.
It was Jesse Owens.
Yeah, Jesse Owens
Yeah.
did the black fist.
Well, it wasn't the black fist. He was just black, and it was his fist.
No, he wore a black glove.
Yeah.
Oh, he did. You're right.
So it was a black.
Okay.
It was a black item.
There's also like you see the posters where it's like it's the black fist.
All right, so that's the Umbrella Man. I don't know. I think it's pretty.
Yeah,
it's pretty. Dumb.
I think it's a little far fetched.
Yeah, it's pretty dumb.
Yeah.
But it's kind of cool to look at some of the images. So if you
for sure, and I can see like at the time you look at it, you're like, this is sketchy. This is out.
Yeah.
What's happening here?
Yeah, the guy's like randomly with a black umbrella, sitting on the curb.
Yeah, it's
and
like
the chaos.
It's like 79 degrees and it's like sunshine. You're like,
Yeah.
okay.
Some people are calm in chaos. Like he's
I know, that's
probably
true.
like, what the fuck just happened? Let me.
He's in shock.
Yeah. Like everybody's running around. I'm just gonna like chill.
Right.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I
All
said.
right, so that one's dumb. We're all in
agreement.
Yeah, we're all agree. That one's dumb. So the next one is, and I call it the Oliver Stone conspiracy.
Yeah.
A majority of the American public, or even worldwide, has seen JFK.
Yeah,
right.
The movie.
Kevin Costner. The movie.
Dude, that movie, by the way, has every famous human who's ever lived.
Yeah,
it's got like 30 famous actors, and it's crazy.
Real quick, you want to tell them who Oliver Stone is in case they're listening? They don't know.
Yeah, Oliver Stone is probably in history of cinema is one of the most famous directors of all time.
Easy.
Actually.
And then he made the JFK movie. So.
He did, yeah. So in the 90s, he did a movie called JFK. It's about 3 hours. It starred Kevin Costner. And Kevin Costner played the New Orleans District Attorney, Jim Garrison. And Jim Garrison brought forth, I guess you would call it, a conspiracy to assassinate the president.
Yes.
And so it's a good movie as far as it's the JFK and
solid,
like looking into it, but I find, and you guys both saw it, so I find it to be interesting because what he does is he goes and finds all the things that are wrong with the situation.
Yes.
Yeah.
But at the end of the movie, do you actually go, I know who did it?
No.
100%. You're like,
not at all. And I think that was
Not
the
at all.
point. I think that was the point, was just to get people to think about it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was his whole thing of doing it. Is like, okay, think like here's what's wrong. Think about, is this narrative really what happened?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So in short, essentially, the Jim Garrison was a district attorney for New Orleans, and he wrote a book in 1988 called On the Trail of the Assassins. And he was the only one who prosecuted somebody for the assassination of JFK.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody else because Oswald got
killed, yeah.
And nobody actually went to court saying, this is like, I'm charging you with the murder, right? So he did that, and he prosecuted a person by the name of Clay Shaw, right?
Played by Tommy Lee Jones.
Tommy Lee Jones, that's right. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And so it was a fully complicated, like, conspiracy of, CIA and like...
Yeah, so pretty much there's
yes.
Clay Shaw was like this, he's like a rich New Orleans guy, and he was involved with these pro-communist groups, and
right.
he also had ties to the CIA, and that he was kind of behind the scenes orchestrating and providing funds to set up this situation.
Yeah, that's right. And I mean, we're not going to go over the entire movie.
No,
you know,
you can just watch it and then
it basically it had somebody, and he was a PI, and his name was Guy Bannister, and he was in New Orleans, and he had an employee named David Ferry, and they say that he was involved with the JFK assassination, and that he planned it. They were heavy drinkers and heavy.
The movie,
like,
the movie portrays them as like they're having like weird sex parties and shit.
Yeah, like there was a lot going on, and like smoking and crack and like cocaine and
man prostitutes.
Yes, yeah. So a lot of different things, and then on top of it, Ferry was in the New Orleans Civil Air Patrol, and he was in that air patrol with Oswald.
I see.
And there's a photo of Ferry and Oswald together in their teenage years together.
So that's a connection. And one of the 8,000 times that Lee Harvey Oswald moved between New Orleans and Texas, 17 times.
Right. That's right. But I find that kind of like, just because you're in a photo, I mean, it is suspicious, but at the same time, it's kind of like...
It doesn't implicate you.
like
everything about
you're just
Lee
in a
Harvey
photo
Oswald's
of a
suspicious,
team. Yeah, you're in a photo of a team.
We're coworkers.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Exactly.
Like,
so
I didn't do it.
Yeah.
Another Guinness record of being at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Fucking knew I should have joined the air patrol.
Now, what I like about that movie is it does put together different people that maybe we didn't fully go into detail, you know, in the previous episodes, but like how they were all like building this, you know, plot of like working together and how to set it all up. And it kind of made it seem like they set up, you know, Lee Harvey Oswald to take the fall.
It really does. It does kind of give you that vibe. Like he was like the patsy.
Yeah.
And a lot of it comes from where Bannister said something to this guy named Martin, and Martin worked for Bannister. And they were in a bar, and they got into a fight, and it was like a heated argument, and they were like pushing each other. And
you want to go, bro? Fucking do this?
So,
take it outside.
And he said, "What are you going to do? Kill me like you did Kennedy?" And then Bannister drew his .357 Magnum and whipped him.
Oh man, pistol whip, Goodfellas. Yeah. Damn.
So that's like the formation of the conspiracy of like, oh, he must have had something to do with it, and like, oh, you know what I mean? Like,
oh yeah,
you know.
I mean, that's a pretty big implication there, especially in a heated fight. Like you say some shit that you're not supposed to say.
Yeah,
happens all the time. You know, where someone's like, you know, getting a fight with your wife, and she's like, oh, okay. Says some shit you told her in confidence 10 years ago.
Remember that? Like you said, 7 years, 32 days ago.
I know,
20 seconds.
It was 2:22 and 35 seconds.
The other part of this is that Oswald shared 544 Camp Street with Bannister.
They were literally in the same building, but the addresses were different because they were on like, it was like the corner of two streets.
Yeah. So I don't know on that point.
I mean, I do
think
it's
it's coincidence, or it's just.
I mean, one can say there is no such thing as coincidence, like when it happens multiple times. Like obviously coincidences do happen, and like, you know, there is a thing, but when there's like multiple coincidences within one situation,
right,
it does lead you to believe that like, okay, it becomes impossible. It becomes impossible for like
it becomes clues into the
exactly, like, you know, it's like it just, you don't just like happen just randomly we have the same building, and this homie got mad at me and said I killed JFK, and then he's in this fucking pro Castro shit. Like it's just too many like random things to be random.
But you know what I don't like is that they kind of give too much credit to Bannister.
That
like,
he's like some he's a Sherlock
guy.
Holmes
like
mastermind.
He's literally like a drunk PI who's retired.
It's a dick.
Yeah, he's like a Bruce Willis character from many movies. You know, he's sleeping in his car.
That's a good one.
And I'm just like, all right, so he shared a building with him. All right. What does that mean? It's not like you know what I mean?
That's true.
I just don't like it.
I understand.
I just don't think
but then weren't there like other guys that were also connected to both of them?
So in the late 70s, the House Select Committee on Assassinations investigated the relationship between Oswald to Bannister's office. The committee was unable to interview Guy Bannister because he died in 64, but the committee did interview his brother, Ross. Ross told the committee that his brother had mentioned seeing Oswald hand out the
Little
flyers,
yeah.
on occasion, but Ross theorized that Oswald had used that address on his literature to embarrass Guy Bannister and he didn't have an address. He literally just wrote a fucking address on something because he didn't have an address. Remember, he wrote to the main office in New York.
Well,
remember that?
Well, they said that they didn't want him to open one, but he opened one anyways.
Yeah,
but then he had an address. Oh, well, he was making what, $1.25 an hour?
He doesn't have any money to do the downtown office.
I don't know. Maybe back in the day, and remember he got that $400 fucking stipend from the government to come back to the U.S. But he had a little stashed away.
Maybe he was bankrolled by.
I know. What's his name?
Shaw.
Guy. Yeah. Clay Shaw. Yeah. Clay Shaw was like down payment.
So in 1966, Garrison's investigation led him to conclude that a group of right-wing extremists, which included Ferry, Guy Bannister, were involved with certain parts of the CIA in a conspiracy to kill Kennedy. Garrison would later claim that the motive for the assassination was anger over Kennedy's attempt to obtain a peace settlement in Cuba and Vietnam. Garrison also came to believe that New Orleans businessman Clay Shaw was part of the conspiracy and that Clay Shaw was his pseudonym for Clay Bertrand. Garrison believed that Shaw, Bannister, Ferry conspired to set up Oswald as a patsy to kill JFK.
Mm-hmm. I mean, see, to me, that makes possibly the most sense because as you probably concluded, listeners, after listening to the last episode, like Lee Harvey Oswald is like, he's like the one kid at the party who like will do anything just like be cool
to get
Part of the
attention.
Like
cool.
literally, they're like, he's like, yeah, you kicked me in the nuts for sure, and you're like, like he's so desperate to be relevant because he's been not irrelevant, and everything he's ever done in his entire life has been like super subpar and like shit.
Yeah.
That like he would be like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna be the man. And they're like, yeah, man, you're the man. And they're like, this guy's a fucking retard. They're like, we're gonna totally got this guy got.
So on March 1st, 1967, Garrison arrested and charged Shaw with conspiring to assassinate Kennedy. On January 29th in 1969, Shaw was brought to trial on these charges, and the jury came to the conclusion and found him not guilty.
Dun dun dun. I mean, it's really
So that's
there is it's all the evidence is like circumstantial. It's not like really like hard.
There's nothing, right?
There's like hard like documents, like
I know. There's nothing. Yeah,
But that's what makes it cool. Part of being a conspiracy. It's
I
like,
know.
Yeah, because
You
like
know.
you,
But he was
if you
grasping
would've-
at straws. From a legal standpoint, he was grasping at straws.
from a legal standpoint.
yeah.
But from like a human standpoint, you're like,
Yeah.
I know you did this, motherfucker. But it's like I can't prove it, but I know you did it.
Or at least
It's like
you
one
did
of those
something.
cases.
Yeah, at least you did something.
I kind of go like, because I've seen all of Oliver Stone even came out with a new documentary later on,
Oh,
and it's like further evidence since new documents were released, and it's a documentary. It's not a Kevin Costner.
no.
It's a docu. Yeah, and he spends a lot of time breaking down the holes that exist in all of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so
There's quite a few, and that's why I think the conspiracy has persisted for so long because like, there's so many like
There's nothing concrete.
okay,
that you can,
it's like
yeah.
okay, it's just even down to the fact that he used the shittiest gun on earth.
I know.
To like shit,
It
it's like
never
the
ends.
worst
It
possible.
never ends.
Like, come on, like,
It never ends.
it's
on that.
ridiculous. It's hilarious.
Okay. So going forward, right now we went over Oliver Stone's scenario and in the 70s. So now from a history standpoint, RFK, Robert Kennedy, was killed in, I think, 69 or 68-ish.
And Robert Kennedy was the Attorney General.
Yeah, and
of the
he's
United
his
States.
brother. Yeah, that's a whole other one that we're going to do a
good
great
one.
podcast on that. So
Stay tuned
for that.
Yeah.
Then Martin Luther King Jr. was killed.
Mm-hmm.
He was also assassinated. So the government put together something called the United States House of Representatives Select Committee on Assassinations. And this was to dive in further.
Like, how are these
Like,
keep
what
happening?
the hell is going on?
Yeah, more so. Yeah, everybody's getting killed.
Yeah.
Like, fuck.
Yeah, everybody's getting killed. This was put together in 76. It completed its investigation in JFK in 1978. And it issued their report the following year. And it concluded that Kennedy was probably assassinated as a result of a conspiracy.
Wow. See,
Damn.
fucking our shit is like proven by the state.
That's crazy. I mean, they did say
They're
that.
like,
Yeah,
you
but
know-
they don't say like what the fuck happened.
Well, because they're probably not allowed to speculate further.
here's
like,
the
They don't
really
have to
weird
give their
part.
speculation.
Yeah, here's the really weird part. And this is where I would love some emails from people.
Please,
right?
I wanna hear
Is
from
What's the email?
info@theconspiracypodcast.com.
All right.
So
Or
actually,
Spotify. You can leave a
yeah.
comment.
So the confusing part to me is that they say at the beginning, or they say in their, I guess, results or their conclusion of investigation that it was probably a result of conspiracy, right?
Mm-hmm.
But then later on, they say, literally, here are the conclusions from the committee. You ready?
Yeah.
They say, Lee Harvey Oswald fired 3 shots at Kennedy.
didn't hit him. Just fired 3 shots.
The second and third shots fired struck the president. The third shot killed the president.
That's it.
Then, I mean, it's just so I guess what they're saying.
Like,
so later on, they say they do say scientific acoustical evidence establishes a high probability that 2 gunmen fired at the president.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, see, that's
right.
okay. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I
'cause-
remember that.
yeah,
They set up. I remember I saw like a video on it. They set up
Yeah.
on the street and like pretty much everywhere.
Yeah.
They shut the whole place down.
Yeah.
And they set up all these like acoustic things or whatever.
Oh, to see like that was.
and they're trying to like recreate it, and they're like, no,
It's
not
impossible, yeah.
It's not probable that it was
Yeah.
all shot from.
Okay, so maybe what they determined is they don't know who did it.
That's pretty much what they're saying.
They're
It's
saying
like,
Okay,
they're saying
agree to disagree.
but
yeah,
but they're
they're saying that Oswald did it, but with somebody else.
Yeah, but there was like, homie, like,
Yeah.
who helped?
Then they say other scientific evidence does not preclude the possibility of 2 gunmen firing at the president. Scientific evidence negates some specific conspiracy allegations. So they're saying some of it is bullshit,
But some of it
but
is
some
possible.
of it they can't prove it's wrong.
Yeah, so it's like it's possible that that happened.
So the committee believes, on the basis of the evidence available, that Kennedy was probably assassinated as a result of a conspiracy.
I see. So it wasn't like a one-man show.
Yeah. The committee was unable to identify the other gunmen or to what extent of the conspiracy.
So they're like,
Right.
it was a conspiracy. We just don't know anything else.
But then they keep going, right? So just to nix some of the things, it says the committee believes that on the basis of evidence available, that the Soviet government was not involved.
I would personally agree with that.
Okay.
This is me.
So then the next one, the committee believes on the basis of the evidence available to it that the Cuban government was not involved.
All right.
Okay. The committee believes on the basis of the evidence available that anti-Castro Cuban groups were not involved in the assassination, but that the available evidence does not preclude the possibility that individual members of
said groups
were involved.
Well, that
anti-Castro or
Anti-Castro.
because they're like
Anti-Castro
because
Cuban.
JFK was trying to make peace with Castro.
Yeah.
To like fucking chill things out.
Right.
And so they're like, fuck Castro.
Yes.
You're a sympathizer. You
Yeah.
you got to die too.
Yeah.
The committee also believes, on the basis of the evidence available to it,
I know, God, it's like seriously, like copy paste, like fucking
that the
state-
National Syndicate of Organized Crime as a group was not involved.
How the fuck would they know though? Like, you know.
Somebody
that's
snitched.
that's what it's saying. Like
That's how they
on
know.
the evidence available, which is none.
The Secret Service, the Secret Service, the FBI, the CIA were not involved.
Oh,
in the
of course,
assassination.
of course,
Yeah,
of
of
course.
course.
They're like
Come on
they're
now.
like definitive proof.
Yeah.
That they are not involved.
I'm not gonna throw them under the bus.
The committee further concluded that it was probable that 4 shots were fired. The 4th shot came from a second assassin located on the grassy knoll,
Exactly.
Oh, so they're like saying,
but missed.
Oh, they weren't a sharpshooter.
Eh.
We're never going to let that
The
joke die.
HSCA, which the House of Subcommittee of Assassinations, concluded the existence and location of this alleged fourth shot based on the later discredited Dallas Police Department recording analysis. So the HSCA agreed with the single bullet theory. So that was the magic bullet where
where it went through like 7 parts of his body.
Yeah. So they agreed with the single bullet theory, but concluded that it occurred at a time point during the assassination that differed from any several points the Warren Commission theorized it happened. So here is a very important part
I see.
Yeah.
to my belief of this, which is so. Remember when we were talking about and we were arguing how many shots could you get off in 6 seconds?
In 6 seconds,
Yeah. That's saying it wasn't 6 seconds.
Because basically it's saying
They're saying the timeline's wrong.
right.
Right
Before that they said
it was longer.
They think it was 4 shots.
They think it was 4 shots over a longer period of time rather than 6 seconds where you had to go pop, 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 pop.
No, but my thing is like if they're still theorizing that Oswald shot 3 of those shots, but his window of opportunity to hit him in the back, like at the back, had to be so slim. That car, okay, let's say the car is traveling even
6
5
seconds
miles
is
an
so
hour.
much different than 15 seconds.
I still don't think. I still don't.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I just don't think it's 15 seconds. I just don't think the window of opportunity from that vantage point, especially after the first shot, you think like homie would like hit the gas.
Yeah.
Like the driver's gonna be like, oh, I'll just keep going 2 miles an hour. You think he would? Maybe I should get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. I understand maybe 6 seconds isn't the correct time frame. I still don't believe it would be greatly above that.
Yeah.
At all.
So what? You think like
Well,
8
that's-
seconds or something?
Maybe.
Yeah.
But that's when somebody comes to me and they say, "Oh, how could you do
that.
the man liquor in 6 seconds?" I'm like, "You can't."
It's impossible.
Yeah, but doesn't. Why is it 6 seconds?
I know. I don't know who came up with the 6 seconds.
Yeah,
that's
you know
a
what I
good
mean.
point.
It's usually like audio. Oh, there's a pop, pop, pop on the Zapruder film, or like when were the shots? But then you have delayed. You know, you have a rifle shot and maybe the sound. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it's
a
all
lot of-
different.
yeah.
There's a lot of variables.
But I just know that there are protocols in place. I don't know them because I'm not in the Secret Service, but like there are protocols in place for those type of situations. You know, shots fired, like your immediate next act is okay. I need to escape, like get out, like you know. It's
Well, they did. You know, if you remember, like Secret Service was right behind them. Then they run up to the car, and then they jump on, and they're trying to like kind of protect him at that point. Then they take off. I don't know how many seconds that was.
true.
But yeah, to your point, like it should have happened faster, but it didn't. I mean, first of all, nobody's expecting that. You should be prepared for anything, but
You should.
I don't know. I definitely think there was another shooter.
Fully agree. I fully agree. There's a second shooter.
Yeah.
Who was an actual sharpshooter?
Whoa. Don't jump the gun. Yeah, we're not jumping.
I'm not jumping anything.
jump the
Well,
gun.
you said fourth shot. I'm just adding.
I mean,
I'm just sprinkling
that's
a
true.
little more to the
Yeah,
conspiracy.
That's conspiracy sprinkle.
So they went further and they said the Department of Justice, the FBI, the CIA, and the Warren Commission were all criticized for not revealing to the Warren Commission information that was available in 64.
Ooh, you fucking dicks. Oh.
Then it was determined that the Secret Service was deemed deficient in their protection of the President of the United
Yeah,
States.
no shit.
Well, remember last episode we talked about how the FBI had like homie like in the lobby and they're like, yeah,
Right.
that never happened.
Yeah.
And then they're like, but we have the records. They're like, fuck.
So, and then they talk further about like how, you know, the Secret Service should have come forward more to the Warren Commission, provided more information, more, I guess the word is responsibility of like, hey,
but they just lost
we
the
lacked,
fucking,
we didn't
you
do
know,
the right
most
thing.
prized
we didn't do-
person
yes.
that they have to like take care of. Like they're so
only person he must
embarrassed.
protect. Like,
Yeah. So anyway, so the HSCA found the FBI and CIA were both deficient in performing their duties.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah. That's from the committee.
Yeah, the HSCA.
Yeah, that's from the committee. So it's interesting to see like an actual entity
Be like,
Say-
hey.
something's a little off.
And it's so funny because like this is a point like I do feel like whenever someone hears the word conspiracy, it's instantly like proclaimed to be some far-fetched thing. But like the actual definition of the conspiracy is like more than one person like deciding to do a thing in secret. That's all a conspiracy is. It's like more than one human.
You know what's crazy is
plotting to do the thing.
We've had multiple messages of that's not a conspiracy or whatever, or people talking to us and saying that's not a conspiracy. And so I think we should actually define.
I will pull up the Merriam.
What a conspiracy is, because it gets a bad rap. It does get a bad rap.
Here's the. I'm gonna give you guys the Merriam-Webster definition. So the definition of conspiracy is a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful. That is the definition of conspiracy, or similar definition, the action of plotting or conspiring. So
to do something unlawful.
No, a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful. That is definition of a conspiracy. It's not like crazy far-fetched idea by right-wing extremists. It's not. It's a secret plan by a group.
That's interesting.
To do something unlawful or harmful.
Yeah.
So it means by a group means more than one human. So that's been more than one person.
More than two. Even.
So Lee Harvey
like
also
a group is like 3 or more.
No, but I think a group. You can have a group of 2 people.
Yeah.
As long as it's not a singular human who's deciding to make an act on their own.
Okay.
That's not a conspiracy.
No, it's not a conspiracy because it's just like I'm pissed.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something bad.
I want to kill him.
I know. Kill him.
Okay, so that's the House committee.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the next one, the next major conspiracy that exists in the JFK assassination is that the subsequent president, Lyndon B. Johnson, conspired to take him out and become the president of the United States.
I mean, that's the conspiracy of humankind,
right?
Power, baby.
So in 2003, there was a poll to Americans that 20% suspected Lyndon Johnson of.
Oh, they're like, I don't trust
20% of Americans.
I don't trust that guy. That's
a lot. Yeah. And they say basically he plotted the assassination because he disliked the Kennedys as a whole.
How did he get to be the VP then?
Yeah,
he was just like smiling and nodding.
And he feared that he would be dropped from the Democratic ticket for the re-election.
Ooh. So he was like, I'm on the outs.
So it was, 64 was his re-election, but he was killed in
63. Yeah.
So he was going to be...
He was going to be on the outs and he loses everything.
Yeah. So, but here's just some interesting info on this conspiracy is that JFK was seriously considering dropping him from the ticket in favor of Terry Sanford, which was the North Carolina governor. And so that's the main motive behind it. Kennedy's personal secretary, which is her name was Evelyn Lincoln, she wrote a book. And the book was called Kennedy and Johnson. And that President Kennedy told her that Lyndon B. Johnson would be replaced as VP of the United States. And that conversation took place 3 days before the assassination.
Ooh, so maybe he had like the inside scoop and he was like, oh shit.
So in the diary or the book or whatever you want to say, Miss Kennedy sat in a rocker in the office, or Mr. Kennedy sat in the rocker in my office, his head resting on its back, and he placed his left leg across his knee. So he crossed his legs. He rocked slightly as he talked.
Man, this is super descriptive.
I know. In a slow, pensive voice, he said to me, you know, if I am reelected in 64, I am going to spend more and more time toward making government service an honorable career. I would like to tailor the executive and legislative branches of government so that they can keep up with the tremendous strides and progress being made in the other fields. I am going to advocate changing some of the outmoded rules and regulations in the existing Congress, such as the seniority rule. To do this, I will need a running mate in 64 who believes what I do.
See, this is back when like the Democratic Party was actually dope.
Yeah,
I dig the old. Dude, this is back when like the Democrats were like the shit.
I agree.
I agree. Now I'm like, ugh, but like back then, dude, you could. Those guys were. They had your back. Like JFK gave a shit.
In the 60s, I would be a Democrat.
100%, me too, dude. I'm not even lying. 100%, I would.
Maybe the 50s even.
100%, I would.
I would have been
because they were like legit.
So Mrs. Lincoln, her name was Evelyn Lincoln. Mrs. Lincoln went on to write, she said, I was fascinated by this conversation so much fascinated, I wrote it down verbatim in my diary.
Yeah, especially because he's like, I'm your secretary. Why are you telling me this?
Now I asked, who is your choice as a running mate? He looked straight ahead, and without hesitating, he replied, at this time, I am thinking about Governor Terry Sanford of North Carolina, but it will not be Lyndon.
Ooh. And Lyndon's got like a glass against the wall, like, that motherfucker.
So therein lies, she's the secretary of Kennedy.
That's motive too.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, and it's a big motive because you lose hella power.
Do we have any kind of evidence?
This is the evidence.
This is
all we got.
That's just
all
her.
we got.
That's
all
just
we have
her
is
trying to get a
motives.
paycheck.
We don't. Yeah, I know.
No, but
it's a little
anything
sketchy.
at all. No, it's just her trying to get a paycheck.
I know.
Man.
You think so?
Come on now.
It's her trying to get a paycheck.
You might be right. You might be right.
You
might be right.
Buying it at
all right. So just the next person. So there's this person named Madeline Brown.
Yeah.
She said she was Johnson's.
What? Like call girl?
Yeah.
Booty call.
Like a little mistress.
Yeah.
No, she didn't. Johnson didn't pay.
Oh, of course not.
Yeah, no, it's freebies.
His secretary paid.
Yeah, freebies. So she says, her name's Madeline Brown. She says
he was doing a little like pillow talk with her.
Well, she basically implicated him in the conspiracy to kill Kennedy.
Oh.
In 1997, Brown said that Johnson, along with somebody named H.L. Hunt, had begun planning Kennedy's demise in early 1960. Brown claimed that by its fruition in 1963, the conspiracy involved dozens of people, including FBI, mafia, politicians, journalists, all these things. There was a documentary called The Men Who Killed Kennedy, Madeline Brown. Anyway, it gets real complicated with the oil men, that even J. Edgar Hoover came together and he gave the blessing and he said, okay, let's do it. That one's really fucking out there, to be honest. But Brown reiterated her allegations in 2006 in another documentary.
Well, see, the thing about that is like I think the true makings of like the best possible conspiracy, especially if it's true, is to make it seem so outlandish that it won't be believed.
Kind of like hiding in the truth.
Exactly, hide in plain sight. Because it's like
plain sight.
It's like how could the government actually betray? We love you. It's like it's so like they couldn't do that to us.
They would never do wrong.
We're in charge. We're are we? That's why I'm always on the side of like if the government's involved, I'm always like, well,
anything can happen if the government's involved.
Like they made that movie with Tom Cruise where he's like running coke for the fucking CIA, and that's a movie. And that's a true story.
What movie is that?
It's called what the fuck is it called?
It's Made in America or Made
something like that. I think something
American Made.
No, but I'm saying, but that's a true story.
Yeah,
he was actually doing that. So it's like it's so weird that we're like, but I'm like, he was literally running coke for the CIA, like, and that's proven. Yeah, like they've all admitted that was true. What the fuck?
So there's a lot of people. Literally, I have 3 pages of different people who said that Johnson was conspiring to do it. There's in 1984, a convicted guy named Billy Saul Estes made a statement that Johnson had inside knowledge on the death of Kennedy. Howard Hunt, who was part of Watergate, if you ever really research Watergate, he was a big figure in Watergate. He said that, he had firsthand knowledge that Johnson knew about it and allowed it to happen. There's a lot. I don't want to say that they're reliable sources, but there are.
But if enough people say something, like you have to give it merit.
Yeah.
It's like you were saying, there could only be so many coincidences before it starts to add up.
Yeah. There's another guy, political consultant, but he was also a convicted felon named Roger Stone. He believed that Johnson orchestrated Kennedy's assassination. He also claims that Rafael Cruz, who is the father of Ted Cruz, Ted Cruz.
I know Ted Cruz, my man.
Oh, yeah.
So he's the father of Ted Cruz. He was tied to Lee Harvey. Anyways, there's just
I feel there is going to be like there probably 30 to 40% of it is additional bullshit.
Yeah.
People just adding stuff on, like just trying to get their 15 minutes of fame. Oh yeah, by the way, guess who else was involved?
Right.
Like just
I know.
adding shit in there.
Right. So, anyways, that's the Lyndon Johnson one.
That one, you know, it's more believable than the Umbrella Man.
Yeah, no,
there's that.
For sure. Like, 100%.
We do have that. Yeah, we do have that.
In comparison.
Yeah, that's true. But, I mean, we'll talk about it at the end. But at the same time, I don't know. It's so hard. There's so much. It sounds like everybody's just trying to get theirs. I think Jorge
like that.
hit it on the nose. People are just trying to get theirs.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. And
You know what I mean? And they're,
everyone's
Or
so,
their little 15 minutes of fame.
Yeah.
they're so selfish. And that's why
Infamy.
people have done far worse things to get power. I mean, just look at the history of the human race. It is literally, it's just strewn with just murder and fucking betrayal just to usurp power. Look, they killed Caesar, and he was a dub dude.
Right.
Granted, he became a tyrant, but whatever, you know.
Granted.
You know.
Yeah.
But hey,
Before that, he was chill.
So
super chill.
we have two more.
Before that, he was chill.
You know, just saying.
Dude, he had all the good vibes. Like, good
Then he just became a tyrant.
Dude, good vibes only before he was like, I run this bitch. You know? Live, laugh, love. Caesar.
Okay, so at a certain point in time, they sealed a lot of the government documents about JFK and the investigation. And it was a 50-year seal.
Jesus. That's a long ass seal.
But no, think about it. This is 63. So 50
out
years.
now.
Oh, it's out, yeah. Well, that's
you
the
go.
Freedom of Information Act, too. Like,
So
probably like,
a few years ago, a lot came out. There's a person named Mr. Donald Trump who extended that time period because he felt that it should be extended more years. Yeah. So Donald Trump extended it.
How many more years?
So I think it was 5.
so
So now Biden has to.
Random. Like,
So I think
not
Biden.
50. We're going
I
to
know.
do
Yeah,
55.
I think he just didn't want to deal.
he's like, you
Yeah,
know,
I think
like,
he just didn't want to deal.
He's like, I don't deal with this.
I'm already getting all this heat, like fucking shit.
So, but some was released, and then I think it was put, and then the other parts were pushed forward a little bit. In 2017, 55,000 documents were released
Whoa.
on the release.
That's not a small amount of documents.
Yeah. And it's just going to take a long time to go through all those documents.
Well, yeah,
And so not a lot
shit.
of things, but there are a couple things that are related to Jack Ruby that came to light that were a little bit like confusing. Or Jack Ruby is the guy who killed Oswald in the garage downstairs.
Correct.
In the garage. Yeah.
Club
And
owner.
he was like a club owner. Yeah. He was a club owner. He really, what's crazy about Jack Ruby is he wanted to be part of everything.
Yeah.
He was like hanging out at the cop station.
Now, clubs, we're talking about like strip clubs and shit,
strip
right?
clubs.
And,
Oh,
and
yeah.
he
Yeah,
used to host like some of the biggest
Oh, yeah.
celebrities, politicians,
Mafia guys.
Mafia guy.
guys.
All the
And that's
things.
where the ties the mafia comes in with Ruby
Yes.
because of the company that he would keep.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Now, I just want to say out the gate, I don't like that tie just because, for example, if you were a mob of Cincinnati, like you were the chief of Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Just because you go to a strip club doesn't mean you are
Affiliated
tight with the owner.
Well, I mean, how
You're just-
often
you're
did I go to
there-
that strip club, though?
Yeah, but you're just there for the strip club. You know what I mean? You're not.
And you're
Like,
like,
if you go to
and Jack's
Dallas,
like over there, like, hey man,
Yeah.
I'm like, leave me alone,
Yeah,
bro.
and
Like,
Jack,
I'm
yes.
not here for you.
No, and then later, Jack would be like, "Yeah, I know Sean."
He just like
tight.
name dropped Sean.
Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about the drug dealer from Cincinnati? I know that motherfucker.
Yeah, I know Sean.
Name dropping is like,
Yeah.
look, there's pictures of us. I got
Yeah.
selfies at the titty. Like,
So you
what
see
are you talking
how
about?
like that's how I believe he's associated with the mob.
I agree.
He's just a
I agree
titty
with it.
bar
He's just
owner.
a titty bar owner. Yeah.
Yes, and he's like just wants to be in the thing.
No, but it's not like
Yeah.
Tony Soprano titty bar. It's
No.
just a regular,
Yeah, that's
titty
right.
bar.
That's right. So, but what was interesting in these documents is that, and if for those who are going to criticize us, so document 321499267.
Jesus
Is that
Christ.
fucking real number?
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yes. So document 321499267.
Okay.
Why is there so many numbers?
There's a lot of fucking documents. 55,000 of them. Yeah. So it says, quote, recently, a group manager in Dallas Intelligence Division received information from a confidential informant that might be helpful in the investigation of the Kennedy assassination. The informant stated on the morning of the assassination, Ruby contacted him and asked if he would like to watch the fireworks.
Oh.
Wow. He was with Jack Ruby and standing at the corner of the postal annex building that was facing the Texas School Book Depository. And that was at the time of the shooting.
That's a little...
Wow.
But I personally hate confidential informants.
I know.
I fucking hate
So
that.
later on, though, it was discovered that the informant is named Bob Vanderslice.
What a fucking fire-ass name.
Just call him the rat. The rat, not
the rat.
That's
Fucking
true.
snitch.
So that's Bob Vanderslice. He relayed this information to the FBI handlers in 1977, but in the document, it doesn't state why it took him 14 years to tell them.
Maybe because his last name is fucking Vanderslice.
Because for 14 years, he's like, I ain't
14
no
years.
snitch.
I know.
Yeah. And then later on, he
all of a
decided
sudden
to do
he's
it.
like,
He got a deal.
all
He got arrested. He got like arrested like blowing a stop sign. He's
Yeah.
like, I got get me off. I got something for you.
I got the right shit. Only if you let me go. I'm going to tell you what happened 15 years ago.
Confidential
So,
informant.
but the file goes on to say that as soon as this shooting occurred, Ruby turned, headed for the Dallas Morning News building, and he didn't say a single word to the guy, Vanderslice.
That's a little weird.
So if the
It would have
informant...
been funny if he's like, enjoy the fireworks, and he just like leaves right before.
I'm out of here.
So if the informant is to be believed, so if we believe this story by Vanderslice,
Bob Vanderslice.
Ruby was among the crowd who saw JFK get shot, and he seemed to have prior knowledge of what was about to happen with his fireworks comment.
Yeah.
So conspiracy theorists tied Ruby to the assassination via organized crime. They believe the mafia are the ones behind the wider one mentioned by the House Selective Committee.
But see, I think that, like, first, there are two things on that. On this particular one. The fireworks thing is a loose thing because, like, the fireworks could be like, hey, the president's coming. Do you want to see the fireworks? Like, the president's going to be here and it's going to be great.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a fireworks presentation afterwards. You know, maybe like,
I know.
But they canceled it because he got fucking killed. So there's no more fireworks.
Yeah.
But the other thing is the mob, they don't want to, I don't think they'd want to be involved with something that high profile.
Yeah.
The mob
seems pretty big.
forever has always been in the shadows. They don't want to be involved with this high profile shit. Even when, when was it? This was in New York, and they had one of the mob bosses, Colombo, I think, was just getting super fucking political about shit and like was trying to get Italian rights, and they were fucking stop it. What are you doing? Like, stop doing this. And then they end up killing him. But, you know, that's what I'm saying. I don't think the mob wants to be involved with something, the highest possible profile you can get, killing the president.
I mean, we're kind of at the end of Ruby, which is a lot of people say, oh, maybe there was mob debt and, you know, but I don't know why that would have to do with Ruby having mob debt and,
Like
you know what I mean? Like,
kill
it just doesn't
JFK
really...
for us, brother.
But Ruby died in jail from an embolism in 1967.
What was he in jail
What
for?
was it? Yeah.
Killing Lee Harvey Oswald.
Oh,
that's
yeah.
right.
That's right. Oh, totally forgot about that one.
Yeah.
Whoops, it is he?
So,
Makes sense.
If you're going to saw Eric's face,
yeah.
killing Leo, like, what do you, what?
Literally, I thought we did this. We've done this for 5 hours.
Yeah. Okay.
He never did.
Yeah.
Like,
Never spilled,
I was
never
part of
spilled the tea.
something. He actually said that he lucked out on being able to enter the garage. He was like, there was no security. There was no.
It's like, let him in.
He's like, I didn't know I was going to kill him at that moment. It was just an opportunity. You were
Oh, it's sweet.
You're guy. You're right open.
You're
like,
right here.
Pop, pop, I'm going to kill you. Yeah. So he never, you know. So, anyways, and then he died in 1967, and
Yeah, and
you
that's
never
it.
know. You know what I mean?
So they have a whole wall and like a bunch of different conspiracy theories, and you were just talking about the mafia, the mob, and so it reminded me of this. And there was one theory about the Cuban government. Many people suspected that Fidel Castro or his government were behind the Kennedy assassination. Oswald was pro-Castro and attempted to visit Cuba in September 1963.
Right. No.
Disclosures during the mid-1970s that the CIA was involved in 2 plots to kill Fidel Castro, one using the mafia.
Ooh.
Okay, so the CIA was basically using the mafia to kill Fidel Castro, and suspicions that Kennedy might have been killed in retaliation.
Yeah.
So, but then it goes on to say the House committee, found no evidence of this or whatever. Like you just kind of touched on that point there before. But yeah, I just thought it was interesting. So the CIA working with the mafia.
I mean, that doesn't sound weird to me.
Exactly. You were just talking about that. That's not far-fetched.
That sounds about right.
It's weird. I mean, I do kind of think it's weird that he went to Cuba and he went, you know what I mean? He went to Mexico City, right? And all those things are weird.
And
they're weird.
Russia or Soviet Union, whatever.
So they're all, they
lived there
they
for
are
a while.
weird.
Yeah.
Okay, so the final conspiracy that I have here is, and I call it it was an accident conspiracy. Honestly, this might be my favorite one. Here you go. You ready?
Oopsie doopsie.
So a majority of this story or the script or whatever is taken from somebody named Daniel Arkin. He's a writer, and I just wanted to give him the credit because a majority of this written word is from him. But here's the theory of it was an accident.
I didn't mean to do it, bro.
So the theory is that after Lee Harvey Oswald fired multiple shots at the motorcade carrying Kennedy, a Secret Service agent riding in the car that was immediately behind the presidential limousine, he grabbed his Colt AR-15, his rifle, to return fire because he heard shots.
They're shooting.
So he grabs his fucking AR-15. So, but when his car stopped immediately, the theory says that Agent George Hickey, George Hickey, lost his balance,
like pulled the trigger 4 times,
accidentally discharged his weapon, sending a
flurry,
a .223 caliber.
Yeah, 223.
223 caliber.
Yeah, the 223 is a normal, normal AR caliber. That and 5.56.
So he accidentally discharged his .223 caliber round, rocketing into Kennedy's head.
God,
into his head.
Why the adjectives? Why does that have to be rocketing?
Well, he's a writer,
I know it's a gun. Of course, it's rocketing.
Rockets into Kennedy's head, and that's the wound that killed the president.
And so this guy's like, it was Oswald. 100%.
So the idea is that Oswald was shooting.
Like, you know what? We're not cooperating with you right now.
So here's the theory: is that without script, right? The theory is Oswald shot. Oswald sucked. He missed.
Yeah.
We already have evidence.
That he missed.
We have evidence that he tried to kill somebody else
and missed from a very easy range.
So he went and he shot, and then Agent Hickey fucking freaked out.
Just trigger happy.
AR-15, and it misfired. And that was the end headshot.
Dude, that actually is probably like the most plausible.
I know, right?
Isn't that crazy?
It's probably like
a crazy theory.
It's like the most realistic theory that I could ever imagine.
Okay, so I'm just going to give you a couple minutes of maybe backup evidence on this. Okay. So 20 years ago, there's somebody named Menninger, and he wrote a book called Mortal Air, the shot that killed JFK. And it was a book that premised on the work of somebody named Howard Donahue. He was a firearms expert who in 1967 began probing the ballistic and forensic evidence. And he concluded that Hickey was the elusive second gunman.
Oh, because he was behind him.
And it was just called...
He was behind.
Yeah, and it was just friendly fire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So over nearly a quarter of a century, Donahue reportedly poured over evidence, tons of evidence, and it included the locations, the diameter of the entrance of the exit wounds in Kennedy's skull,
he's getting scientific on that
the trajectory of the explosive impact of the fatal bullet, the testimonies from witnesses who smelled gun smoke near the motorcade, right? And this is the grassy knoll smelling, but it's just
it's
in the area.
Yeah, it's just like the space.
The area. On all fronts, Menninger, the guy who
the expert,
the evidence pointed squarely at Hickey as an accidental job.
That's crazy.
But no eyewitnesses have gone on record claiming to seen Hickey firing a shot.
Because
So-
No
I have a
Secret
question.
Service has said any of this.
They ain't gonna snitch.
oh no,
they're never gonna snitch.
protect your own, bro.
Yeah, but let me. I have a question.
Yeah.
So was this guy? He was in the car behind
Mm-hmm.
the Kennedy car, right? Okay. Was he one of the ones outside riding on the side, or was he inside the car? And if he was inside the car, is there any kind of
Like shell casing or like
or maybe like it
Yeah.
penetrated the windshield, right?
Ooh.
So
or maybe
you-
no, it's maybe like drop top. It's like convertible. Maybe it was like sitting up.
The one in the back was as well.
I don't know.
No, I think the one in the back was not a backdrop. The car
That's a
right
great
the car riding behind him was a regular car, and it had the what do you call it, like the side steps?
I know,
guess,
yeah,
or-
the guys on the side, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a great question.
Hickey was seated in the car behind,
Oh, okay.
so he was not on the the side
the side.
So he
steps.
shot
he
through
was-
the windshield?
Yeah, exactly.
of the car behind.
Yeah.
No, he
had to have-
stood up.
Oh, so it's a convertible.
Yeah,
Oh, okay, it was a
Oh,
convertible.
yeah,
okay.
he
Okay.
stood
Yeah,
up
we're just- okay.
and then
Oh,
pop, 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 pop.
okay.
Yeah.
So he stood up.
So, but
he pointed
again,
exactly in the right
Or
direction.
maybe it was like on a hip, like a hip fire.
yeah.
so but again, so there's 7 other people in that car. None of them testified.
They're probably all
Same.
they probably all hung themselves in a prison with the cameras off.
But none of them,
Accident.
none of them said shots were fired out of their car. None of them said bullets were whizzing. None of them said anything.
Dude, it's like a brotherhood.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
it's
not
like you
gonna
can't,
say
you
it.
can't,
Yeah.
you
They're
can't,
not
you
gonna
can't, you
say
can't rat on your own.
But nonetheless, manager book he put out the book in '92, and there you go.
I'm pretty sure
So
OJ
he-
killed
so-
Kennedy.
Yeah,
if there was reports of the gunpowder smell, like you definitely wouldn't catch a whiff from the 6th floor of the book depository
Catch a whiff.
all the way down to the grassy knoll.
Ooh,
So-
smells like gunpowder.
Yeah.
So now, just the last thing on Hickey, right?
Yeah.
Is in the Warren Commission, it said the following. Okay, in the Warren Commission, it said Special Agent George Hickey in the rear seat of the presidential follow-up car picked up and cocked an automatic rifle as he heard the final shot. At this point, the cars were speeding through the underpass and had left the scene of the shooting, but Hickey kept the automatic weapon ready as the car raced to the hospital. So the Warren Commission is just saying that he was cocked and ready.
He had it.
He stood up, cocked, ready.
But he didn't discharge.
Didn't discharge. That's
Or
the
not.
end of.
I
That's
mean,
the end of the Hickey conspiracy. You know what I mean?
I mean, the
That's-
Hickey
that's-
one is like
Isn't it great?
it's
That's a good
actually
so
it's-
great.
I had never heard that one before.
I've never
It's
heard it either,
cool.
but I'm like, I can see that happening.
Yeah,
because
right?
like you're so like
I know.
you're like your fucking adrenaline's cranked.
yeah.
Like
Right?
your fingers on the,
it's
your fingers on the
possible.
trigger,
I know,
you
for
accidentally
sure.
pull it. Like
I know.
you don't, and it just a random,
I know.
it just fucking bing.
So here we are. This is the culmination of
The
of
moment.
Yeah.
Yeah.
both of us visiting. I mean, we visited
Book depository.
book depository and
Stood on the X.
all the things, and
I
we went through Lee Harvey Oswald, the Warren Commission, the conspiracies.
I mean, who's gonna
like,
go
a
first?
summary of what happened to JFK.
And the people involved, and the
Yeah,
understanding the
yeah,
the various individuals who
yeah.
because obviously it gives you when you're making it the conclusion on something, you should probably know what you're making the conclusion on,
Yeah,
not just like
yeah.
I think this or I think that.
exactly. So like,
Who wants to go?
I'll go because
Yeah.
I've got.
But I need a finite.
No, I'm gonna give you
don't need a
finite.
vagary.
No.
Like, you know what I mean?
I'm gonna give you finite. I'm gonna give you finite.
Yeah.
I believe that Lee Harvey Oswald was Patsy. I believe Lee Harvey Oswald did fire shots at JFK.
Okay.
But I believe that
So
Lee
he
Harvey
did
Oswald
fire, though.
was he was just a shitty shot. And he really wanted to be somebody, and this was his way to be somebody. And I believe that the government was intimately involved in orchestrating this. I don't know the exact person who killed JFK, but I do believe that they used Lee Harvey Oswald because he was a very easy tool to be manipulated and used. And they were, look, hey, you shoot him. But they had a contingency in play because we're going to make sure he dies, but you shoot him.
Right.
So I believe he shot, fucking whiffed, just totally biffed it, like just fucking didn't hit shit. and then the real person shot him. But I do believe the government was involved.
But who do you think pulled the trigger that killed him? Where?
Yeah,
from
so you
what
think there was another
location?
shooter?
Oh no, I think Grassy Knoll for sure.
Oh, you think?
Oh no, I think Grassy Knoll. I think I think the guy set up, propped up, easy shot, boom.
Was it,
Maybe
was
the
it,
head
was
shot
it
at
Umbrella
the
Man?
end. Maybe the head shot. At the end.
It was not. It was not Umbrella Man. I believe what happened was, I think Oswald probably got off 2 shots, fucking missed, and then homie was maybe he got
The neck one?
Maybe he got the neck one like on accident. I think the one that killed him, the one that actually went through his head, was from the Grassy Knoll, from a professional. If that was from an actual professional, because as we alluded to in the last episode, Lee Harvey Oswald had a fucking shot that my daughter can make, and he missed, and he hit the general, and he hit the windowsill. Yeah. I'm like, the dude's just sitting at his desk waiting to get killed.
It's interesting. It's interesting that story, while it should help his case of being an assassin. It doesn't because he missed. He missed an easy shot from 30 yards. So now he's got a moving target.
I know, a moving target from a high angle.
What's the sixth floor?
Sixth floor. Yeah, sixth floor. And he's probably easily, I would say, minimum 50 yards, minimum. And this other shot was 20.
It's about 50 yards or so. But we talked about it in another episode. It doesn't. Once you're there, it doesn't seem
that
hard.
Yeah, it doesn't seem that hard.
On a non-moving target, maybe. But on a moving target, then definitely
on a moving
the level
a moving target, it's very
also
hard.
it's easy for me to say because
we're sitting in chairs talking into microphones.
And I'm sitting. These boxes are nice and comfortable. You know what I mean? I'm in a book depository. Like the books.
And the thing, he's holding the gun.
Yeah,
he's holding the gun, and then he has to reload the gun, bolt action. Yeah, and it's. I've shot a lot of guns, and like. It's different when I'm on a tripod, and it's perfectly fucking still.
Yeah, and you also have it's a what was it, a $20 rifle,
dude? So
it's not going to be.
Is it a $20 Macy's rifle?
It's used too. I think it was used. Yeah,
$20 back then. Come on now.
It's just like the accuracy has got to be less.
I've shot expensive, fucking nice rifles, dialed in scopes and everything. At 50 and 100 yards, stationary on a tripod, and I'm not hitting bullseyes. And I'm a good shot.
Yeah. And if you go on our social media or our website or whatever, we'll put a picture of the rifle too. And it's one of those that has a shorter
the barrel.
Really?
Yeah. Which makes it even less accurate.
Oh, is that right?
Oh yeah.
So
100%.
a shorter barrel will make it.
Yeah, because the barrel.
But what's the point of having a short barrel?
It's more. It's just ease of use. Like it's it's like you have a fucking
faster.
No, it's not about shooting faster. It's just about like carrying and like transport.
Oh, okay.
Because obviously, like the longer
it's compact,
a barrel makes it out because the rifling in a barrel it makes the bullet spin, and the more the bullet spins, the more it won't move or deviate from its course. Okay. So if you have a longer barrel, it's gonna spin fucking more, and it's just gonna be like bing. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Jorge, I think
give me a conclusion here, Jorge.
Yeah, so conclusion would be that there's definitely
I come to you
more than
I come to you at a bar.
Yeah.
And I say, who killed Kennedy?
Yeah. So I would say that kind of very similar to Sean. Like it was, Lee Harvey Oswald was definitely involved. I believe that there was more people involved. Like
really?
Yes. Like a definition of a conspiracy. It was like a group of people that definitely, used him as the kind of like the patsy, the decoy, whatever. And he was definitely very emotionally, politically in charge, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So he had
he was. So
he had the motive. He's
but you believe
patsy.
He's the perfect patsy.
But you believe he shot?
I believe he shot.
I believe he shot the Mannlicher.
Yes.
Whether or not he killed him, whatever.
I don't think he killed him at all.
He shot from the window.
I mean, I think it's possible that he hit him once.
I think
right?
I think he might have hit him.
Maybe not the kill shot.
I don't think he killed him at all.
I don't think he did the kill shot.
No way.
Yeah,
hitting at that, and especially
so you kind of like,
especially because look, if you look at the video when he gets shot and his fucking head explodes, it's this way. It's not like if you're shooting from the 6th floor, your head doesn't blow up.
Yeah.
Up.
Yeah.
Like that way. It goes. It would go down. It would like blow his fucking jaw off. That's what I'm saying.
No, I mean you're not
6th
wrong.
floor, bro. 6 stories up. Okay, a story is
You're not
what?
wrong, but you're trying to find like the perfect angle.
No, but I'm
that
saying
correlates with the 6th floor and the way his head exploded and all that. Shit.
Okay,
Like, I can't speak
listen,
on
Jorge.
that. I can't speak on that.
One story is 12 feet. So 6. So that's 60. That's like 80 feet.
80 feet.
You're like 80 feet in the air.
Yeah.
And you're gonna mean to tell me that like if I shoot you from 80 feet, even at a distance, your head's gonna fucking explode?
But no,
Forward?
I'm not. Oh, it's gonna explode. I'm just saying. Like you're trying to tell me it's gonna explode on the left side.
No, the trajectory of a bullet would be
But also
downward.
the guy Connolly got there. This is the magic bullet.
Right.
It's not just his head exploded, but there's another bullet that
Oh,
went.
no, the bullet that went
was the first
all the
time.
way
That was the
through his
first
That was the
one.
first
I
one.
think that's the
The
first
one that
one.
went through his.
That was,
I know,
neck.
but I mean,
that
like,
was the Lee Harvey Oswald dumb luck bullet.
Yeah, like it went seven ways.
That's the one I
That's the
think
Lee
it was.
Harvey
I
Oswald dumb luck bullet just ricocheted through his
Yeah.
body.
And you know what's funny? When I was there in Dallas, in that in that area there, there's other buildings that had even a better vantage point.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called,
yeah,
but they're like the buildings
Postal
right
Annex
next to it.
building did.
I think that's
Yeah,
one of them. And then
one
there's
across the
another
street,
one,
yeah.
and there's another one kind of like
Totally.
What do you
Like,
call
were
it?
you there?
Well, Lee Harvey
Yeah.
Oswald couldn't get hired by them because he's got the worst
Maybe.
resume on the history of mankind.
Maybe, yeah.
But you don't need to be hired if you're just going to go in there, just to do
Yeah.
this assassination.
No, but you're gonna walk in with a rifle and you're like, yeah, go ahead to the 6th floor.
Yeah.
Come right in, walk right in, sir. Like fucking-
Okay, so you
So I
think,
think there
if you
was-
had to summarize,
I think that he
shot.
probably took the first shot.
Yeah.
I think there was definitely another person in the grassy knoll area that had the kill shot, and that they, that there's probably a group of them that were just conspiring on how to, pull.
group?
Yes, I would say probably 4 of them. We just went over on the whole Oliver Stone conspiracy theory or
of
whatever.
like helped them. I'm not saying that
Government.
like that they all shot.
No,
But
but they were involved in
Yeah,
the
they were all
planning,
involved,
the
planning.
planning and the
Yes.
execution.
They
of
made they made the Secret Service like be lacking. They did whatever.
That,
Took-
exactly.
yeah.
That's what I think. man.
Interesting. Okay.
What about you? Eric's like, Lee Harvey Oswald killed him. There was no conspiracy at
No,
all.
so I have a lot. So
It's got to be concise, Eric. It's got to be concise. It's got to be clear,
Yeah.
concise.
Those are
dandelions.
your words.
The dandelions.
Those are your words, sir.
No, I have a lot. There's a lot of things that I don't like about the whole story that I don't like. So I don't like that he chose to shoot on the way out. So
Oh, that's right. You could have
So-
shot him in the face.
yeah,
Like-
so you were at the depository,
Yeah.
and you can see I think it's Elm Street or whatever the street is.
The one he turns left on is
Yeah, so he's coming at him.
Yeah.
I would have taken that shot,
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
directly. Like you just look him in the eyes and shit. Like
right?
It seems like a better shot.
And
yeah.
you
it's
have,
a way
you have
better
more
shot,
time.
right?
more time, way more time.
You have more time.
And the motion's not
I
against
don't
you.
get that.
The motion's
I really
not
don't
against
get that.
you.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully, maybe I chalk it up to nerves and
I can't look him in the face when I kill him.
yeah,
But
like
let me say
I-
this, like
yeah.
if just to make I guess the other side of the argument,
Yeah.
then he would have been found out a lot easier because the other way around, it's like nobody's
'Cause he would have
looking
given
at
away
it.
his position.
they're like
Yeah.
it came from
Kind of,
ahead.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
all right,
okay.
that's not bad.
Yeah.
Just saying.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think he was that smart though. By the way.
No fucking way. The
Oh,
guy,
I mean-
the longest job
He
he,
was
had
probably
was
like
6
this-
months.
He was probably
Yeah.
just freaking out. He's like, "Oh my god, I can't do this." And
No. I think so. I don't like that. I don't like the Oliver Stone story at all. I think they're all fucking losers. I think Ferry's a loser. I think
David
Shaw's a
Ferry's- yeah.
loser. I think they're all losers. Just
They're
kind of
not
like,
sm-
yeah, look, I really want to be part of this. And
They're not smart enough to
yeah,
like do it.
maybe they fucking moved a box and then they think they're part of something, and I just don't like any of it. I think it's a far-fetched whatever. I think Oswald shot. I think he shot, and there's a door that is open within my mind that there was some help.
I actually just thought of something.
just
Does
the
that make
door.
sense? Just a little bit of a door, but like everything, there's nothing that says that he got help.
well, that's why we're talking about it.
there
Otherwise,
is.
it wouldn't be a conspiracy
I know,
if it was
but
just like
after all
open and
this,
shut.
You
case.
didn't see the
All
acoustics
this, all
pointed at 2
this,
shots.
All of this, there's nothing that says.
Well, Eric, I literally just thought of something that's probably gonna shed
It's
some
gonna
light on
blow
this.
my mind.
All right, because remember, I think it was in episode 1 or maybe episode 2 that I asked you, when they released the route that he was going to take, and it was like
like a few days.
Yeah, it was a few days before.
A week, maybe.
Yeah,
max.
a week prior.
Yeah.
And so Lee Harvey Oswald had worked at the book depository for what, like 2 months, 3 months, something like that? He was
Not
there.
even. Yeah.
Yeah, so like
a month, maybe.
But he had worked there before they released this route.
Yes.
So he couldn't plausibly have known that this would be the place that he would shoot JFK at. And the odds of it being a random coincidence that he happens to work at this place that is exact vantage point to shoot the president is 0.
Yeah.
So who would know what the route would be before they release the route? Maybe somebody in the government?
That's true.
Perhaps.
That's true. Well, I will give you this.
You know what I'm saying? Like
I think Oswald killed John F. Kennedy.
I know.
No, I know, but let me give
But
mine.
no one cares what you think.
No, let me give mine. I think Oswald killed John F. Kennedy. I am uncertain if he had assistance to do it.
I see.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
I'm unsure
I understand.
if maybe
Take a stance.
there was. No, I'm saying he killed him. Like, that's my stance.
I know,
I
I
do
know.
believe
I'm
all
fucking
the
with
evidence
you.
points to him shooting, fingerprints, gun, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Witnesses, him there. He took the shots. There is no other actual evidence that shows anything else happened. But the assistance, the Russia scenario, the
Cubans.
he had a perfect
fucking-
spot. Like
yeah.
all of that is just kind of a little strange to maybe he was supported.
assisted
Yeah, maybe
in
he
the
was
killing
supported
of.
in it.
But I do think, and one of the
But you have a doubt about it.
I have a doubt.
see,
Yeah,
one of the-
I do have a doubt. But it's like a 2% down.
But see, one of the
Okay,
things that
2%.
2,
That's not much.
3%.
one of the
Yeah.
things that resonated
Yeah.
with me was the fact that Lee Harvey Oswald himself says he was a patsy.
I know.
Because
I
he's
know.
the type of guy that would be like,
I know.
did it.
So no,
I'm the man.
So here's a theory. Here's a theory that
He would have loved the limelight. Like, he would have loved it.
Here's a theory that I've concocted over this whole experience.
Concocted.
Yeah,
like
created. Yeah.
He just because it's
My theory is that my theory is that maybe he did want to kill Kennedy, and he wanted to assassinate him. Right?
Yeah, totally.
And then
possible.
he reached out to all his fucking
all his
dumb,
homies.
like he emailed them or no,
There's no
emailed, not- he wrote them letters.
Sent him a
He wrote them
text.
letters and maybe he did he recruited
Get his
like he
homies
got
involved.
yes he got help essentially.
So he
For
basically kind of was maybe even bragging.
No, and
Like,
then what
I'm
happened
gonna-
is
this shit's gonna go
they
down.
backed out. They backed out, and then something happened, and then he's like, "I'm a fucking patsy," because they abandoned him.
So I'm taking the fall alone.
Yes.
But he's the type of guy that would want to.
Yeah.
He literally
why
told the
would
Russians, he's like, "Fuck USA, baby."
Why would he say, "I am a patsy"?
Meaning that
Because
he
he
was
was,
because he
maybe?
was played.
For what? So he must have done something.
Oh no,
to get played.
no, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I think, like I told you, I think
Yeah.
he took a shot, but I think he fucking missed, and then he got killed, and he was probably like, "What?" And he probably took a shot and was like, "Fuck,
Like
I
I thought we
missed."
were on a team.
Yeah, and he's like,
Yeah,
"Fuck,
I
I
thought we were
missed,"
on,
and
like,
I killed.
teams.
And they're like,
Yeah.
"He didn't." He was like, "What?"
Like the
I didn't
idea,
even kill him,
like
bro.
the idea is us three go, "Hey, we're gonna do this, right?" Sean's got to be down on the grassy knoll. He's gonna take the shot. Jorge is gonna be on the fucking postal annex.
I'm gonna
Or
be
like-
waving an umbrella.
Yeah, he's gonna be in the black umbrella. That's right. And I'm gonna be in the book depository, right? And at the end, there's actually a great analogy or a great similar story is the assassination of Abraham Lincoln. I'm gonna tell you that whole story on another podcast.
Yeah.
But there were 3 other conspirators who backed out,
Oh, and they're like, "Can't do it."
and they were just supposed to kill the other cabinet members.
Oh, and
And
Wilkes
they
Booth
fucking backed out.
and Wilkes Booth like, "Yeah, I did
Yes.
it," and he's like, "Where are the other shots?"
Yes.
Fuck.
What they wanted to do was take down the entire
The
government.
entire regime. Yeah,
Yes. Yes.
Damn.
So Booth could have said, "I'm a patsy," because, or not patsy, but like I was abandoned by my homies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
abandoned. But
Yes.
if you actually look up what a patsy
What a patsy
means,
is.
I'm gonna do this real quick. A patsy is a person who is easily taken advantage of, especially by being cheated or blamed for something.
Yeah, it's different.
So it's like you're taking advantage of. It's not like I got bailed on my dogs.
Well, I don't really know if he knew that Merriam-Webster's version of what it means. Yeah. Anyways, all I'm saying is that maybe, he felt abandoned by other people that he was conspiring.
That's a totally. I understand that. That's a viable thought. It's a viable thought. I really want to hear what you guys think.
Yeah.
I really want to know what your theories
I
are.
know.
And actually, if a good theory, if a good theory comes up, we'll give you a plug.
Yeah,
I'll
man.
plug.
But
I'll
let's
plug
talk about it.
Maybe
You don't
we'll
need
make
to
a whole
leave
new episode. For
Yeah,
you.
you don't need to leave
Don't cuss us out.
Yeah, you don't need to leave a 1-star review and be like, you suck. Let's actually try to have a logical conversation about it and see maybe if we can come to some sort of better conclusion. All right, guys, that's what we got. JFK.
Yes. So, please
hate us, love us. I don't know what to say.
Just keep
Those are our
listening.
opinions.
Just keep listening.
Just interact with us. Like, come on, we just want to talk to you.
Somebody talk to me.
Please, I'm so sick of these two assholes. All right, guys, catch you next one. All
Thanks
right.
for hanging out, guys.
See ya. Hey guys, hope you enjoyed the show. If you want to reach out to us, please email us at info@theconspiracypodcast.com. You can check us out on Instagram at @conspiracypodcast. Also, don't forget to subscribe. You can catch a new podcast almost every week. Just hit the little subscribe button at the top. It's a plus sign. We love show ideas, corrections, hate mail. Thanks a bunch.